walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We are heroes tonight.
Hello, good morning, Devil. डॉक्टर रिवील, सॉरी डेविल नहीं, डॉक्टर रिवील. अरे भूल कंफर्म ये हो जाता है, फोन थोड़ा दूर है ना, चैट पढ़ने को आर नहीं दिखते. आ गए ये लोग एक्सका, ये लोग कस्टम में. कौन याद कर रहे थे? चलो थोड़ा गेम कैप्चर बंद करता हूँ। 1080 पे ही कर रहे रे लोग। वेंकी
क्या बोल रहे हो?
1080 पे ही है अपना ई स्पोर्ट्स क्लब, देख 1440 पे करता है स्ट्रीम।
क्या बोलेगा, क्या ही बोलेगा। अपन ये देख ऐड टाइप। हाँ बोलो ना, अभी जाके आ रहा हूँ 7:30। वो खाली अपडेट पे रख के चले जाओ।
तो रात भर से उधर ही हो क्या? गुड मॉर्निंग तनीष, गुड मॉर्निंग। हाँ वेंकी,
बोलो ना बोलो ना।
रात भर से उधर ही हो क्या?
हाँ आपको गाली दे रहे
मेरे को?
तो तुम आपको गाली दे।
मेरे को काय को गाली दे रहे रे भाड़ा खाऊ?
मेरे को बोल रहे हो? हाँ तुमको ही बोल रहे हो। बोलो जोर से।
उसको बोल पीसी बना के दे, पीसी साफ करके दे चल, नहीं तो पैसा नहीं देगा अगले महीने का। अब भी उठा ब्रश। हाँ कर क्या वैसे? हाँ क्या बोल रहा वेंकी? क्या बोल रहा रे वो?
आपके बारे में थोड़ी बोल।
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best
पीसी
part
लेके
of
विजय
every
माल्या बन जाओ।
moment.
ये देखे वेंकी देख रात भर से कैफे में बैठा है, पीसी का काम कर रहे वो लोग, फॉर्मेट वॉर्मेट
You
कर
can
रहे।
discover
नहीं हो रहा है
stories
उससे।
within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
नहीं हो रहा है क्या वेंकी? रेजर का कौन सा हेडफोन है भाई?
हेलो
हाँ बोलना।
हेलो।
हाँ
Initiating
आ रहा है क्या आवाज?
project
आ रहा है।
roadmap.
ये देख इतनी सुबह सुबह
कौन सा चेयर है देख वेंकी,
हाँ।
चेयर दिख रहा है?
ये क्या क्या
भाई।
क्या देख रहे हो?
ये स्ट्रीम है रे, वो स्ट्रीम पे ऐड चालू है, चेयर का है, गेमिंग चेयर है भाई।
आपको ये नहीं लगेगा ना उसका ये?
नहीं पीओवी स्ट्रीम अलाउड है।
ऐड को क्या
अभी मैं थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ, वो लोग का स्ट्रीम में ऐड है वो।
हाँ तो डेथ मैच
देखते ना अपन भी नया नया प्रोडक्ट्स देखने मिल रहा है। अगर मेरे को कॉपीराइट आया अमय साटे, तेरे को मैं इतना धोऊंगा ना।
बोला क्या लाउड है?
हाँ
एक ही वीडियो जाएगा कॉपीराइट।
तनीष ये क्लिप कर दे, अगर मेरे को कॉपीराइट आया तो अमय साटे को भरने का है अपने को। अमय साटे बोला पीओवी स्ट्रीम अलाउड है।
अरे
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill.
Affirmative,
With
sir.
easy one-time setup and
ओ
fast
ऐसा भी
transactions.
सीन है क्या?
We
तो
offer
तो
hassle-free
स्कीम
payment
सब मैच
and
स्ट्रीम करेगा रे।
convenience, while you
सब तो
focus
ई
on
स्पोर्ट्स
winning.
क्लब वालों का भी
Stay
धंधा
connected
खाएगा तेरा भाई।
and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
पैसा थोड़ी मिल रहा है, खाओ पैसा।
पैसा नहीं मिल रहा, दूसरों का कम करने का। क्या बोलते हैं वेंकी?
Being clever is no big deal for Chloe. it comes pretty naturally to her.
आग लगा डालने का दुनिया
But
को।
when it comes to her,
पर आपको व्यू आवर्स नहीं
bigger
मिलेगा
the
ना,
reward, the better.
हाँ
जितना लोग देखेगा उसका व्यू आवर्स नहीं मिलेगा।
मिलेगा, कॉपीराइट आया तो नहीं मिलेगा ना।
Dash it your way.
अरे मेरा चैनल 100 सब्सक्राइबर कौन जाके देखने वाला, मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ।
होता है, रॉसी का भी 100 सब्सक्राइबर पे आया था उसको कॉपीराइट
गाने का है ना,
हाँ
क्योंकि किसी ने गाना सर्च किया रहेगा तो वो आया रहेगा।
Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GTPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime.
मेरे को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बंद कर दो चैनल, दूसरे आईडी से नया चैनल बनाएगा।
कैसे हो रे सर?
क्या?
कैसे हो तुम?
I just don't care, man.
Cloud Gaming สนุก
पहला मैच किसका है पता नहीं रे।
PBIC 5G อันดับ 1 The future is yours
डाला था वो लोग ने, मैं देखा पर भूल गया अभी। ये देख, इनर वॉइस वर्सेस एक्सीएन, इंडोनेशिया वर्सेस म्यांमार। एक बेटा, सभी लोग पार्टी में आ गए कस्टम में।
राखी ले फिर मैं हरकत।
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
बहुत सारा मैचेस एक साथ है तनी। लॉयल व्यूअर है।
सवाल
Google knows now Bravo gets to return to this alive, and A1 A2 is going to be the only one surviving. Ooh, the flame shot!
सवाल वेंकी प्लेयर है, समझा? वेंकी को कुछ बोलने का नहीं।
थैंक्स यू।
ये वैलोरेंट का ही है ना? हाँ नहीं तो मालूम पड़ा मोबाइल लेजेंड्स का है। इतना सुबह अब तो पब्लिक भी नहीं आएगा रे, चाहिए थोड़ा पब्लिक। 20 चटक पेन थोड़ा बकवास करने का रहता है स्ट्रीम पे। हाँ वेंकी
सवारी
बकवास तो बनता ही है.
Alright, and a very good morning to every single one of you guys out there. Welcome
पहले
to
से आँख
PBIC
छोटा है, लोग का आँख
Season
कभी
2
नींद में खुल भी नहीं रहा है. बताओ.
Open Championships.
And it's going to be a
Pinky
amazing
है
day
trash
today
talk
for
के
the
लिए.
Tyrus, and customer inside me for
खत्म
today is
भाई,
going to be
सामने वाला
Abstract. We're going to have Holler as well as Hey I'm Quark in the studio in a couple
मेरे को वेंकी
hours
का
time.
आवाज
I mean,
थोड़ा
not a couple
बढ़ाने
hours,
दे.
but in a couple of games time, because we're going to have tech rotations. It's going to be a really long day. A lot of the games line up for you guys.
ये
So
देख,
if
ये
you guys are
schedule है.
fans of Valorant, this is the time to celebrate
Schedule.
because you are watching PvP Esports where gaming lives. And well, it is proudly powered by Synctel. And I want to give a shout out to all our partners and sponsors as well.
Of course, thank you so much to
Bank-
Huawei.
DC इतना सुबह. अरे ये टूर्नामेंट है ना PvP जिसमें वेलोसिटी खेल रहा है मिची को, इसके लिए.
If not for them, season 2 of PvP Esports wouldn't even be possible, and we wouldn't even be here.
And like I mentioned, not powered by Synctel. So if you want to find out more about its initiatives and tournaments where it's guided by the core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, you can always head on down to our website at pvpesports.gg or visit our Facebook page at pvpesports.
कब है मैच वेलोसिटी? अभी ये देखना लॉबी में है ये लोग, कस्टम पार्टी में. ये लोग का ऑफ स्ट्रीम में पहला 10:30 बजे फर्स्ट मैच है. देख ये शेड्यूल है वेलोसिटी का.
matches.
10:30 बजे थाईलैंड के अगेंस्ट,
finals between Thailand
11:30 बजे
and Indonesia,
फिलीपींस के अगेंस्ट, 12:30 बजे
not a bad
इंडोनेशिया
day for the Thai
और
teams.
1:30 बजे ये
2-1, and it was
सिंगापुर.
really close as well because I remember they had a game during the round robin stages and they were playing off stream, and unfortunately it wasn't caught on stream itself, but it was like a 12-13 kind of game, so it was really close.
Yeah, I mean ultimately the first game was taken by Thailand, and then second game was taken by Indonesia, and that was kind of like we had like this spark of comeback coming in by Indonesia, but unfortunately Indonesia wasn't able to claim the crown for themselves, and thus Thailand was able to get themselves with that.
वेंकी लगा अस्तर का आवाज बढ़ाओ
It's
बेंच.
going to be the winners for the
ए
Open
सुबह सुबह गाली नहीं देने का स्ट्रीम.
This is something that we'll
Vlog
find
हो रहा है,
at the
stream
end
हो
of
रहा
the
है.
day. We've got a long jam.
यानी सिंगापुर में बैठे
we get a
हम लोग.
long
हाँ.
and jam-packed day for you
ए
guys.
इसको कैसे मालूम पड़ा ये?
10 a.m. all the way until
ये मेरा और
finally,
Lords का है शनि
10:30,
सिंगापुर.
sorry,
अरे
9:30
तुम
p.m.
लोग के शाणे
It's
क्या
gonna be a
TSF वाले.
really
हाँ,
tough,
इधर है ना ये सब हम लोग चौथी में कर
second
देते,
one
समझा?
teams taking part. So
चौथी हम
without further
पहली
ado,
में कर
let's
दे.
just,
चल.
ये देख
first
मिची को क्या बोल रहा है,
introduce the
वेंकी
team,
गांड
and
मेरा.
I know I can always consider Singapore the home ground because this is where we are from, right? But obviously they're playing
तू
online,
जानता है
so
मिची
there's
को
no
वेंकी?
home advantage
अरे
here.
बाबा.
Representing Singapore, we have Inner Voice, and
जानता है
they
कि
had a
नहीं मिची
really
को?
good run in the
अरे सनील को
Open
अच्छे से
qualifiers,
पहचानता हूँ.
तो वही बोल रहा है गांड मेरा.
there, but no
हाँ
one
मालूम है, वो
पहचानता
बोलेगा
है.
चलते हैं.
troubled
कब
them
से
all
जानते
the
तू
way to
उसको?
victory. And so congratulations to them. They
तो
were
गांड मेरा ना.
Singapore. And they're going to be
इधर
running,
पब्लिक लिख
running
रही
with a
है.
lineup of
गाली नहीं देना पर अब तो
RZK,
निकलेगा.
they have Zul,
दबाओ बटन.
they have Osaka,
करो subscribe.
Christiana, Dragon Slayer, and Germ.
बेल आइकन दबाइए.
And
दबाइए.
from Indonesia, we have
क्या
XCS
बोलता है यार,
representing
मजाक.
them is going to be Holbert. We've got Fire.
इमेज को बोल बंगला अभी भी चमक रही है कि नहीं 31st के लिए.
And Force
मैं तो
Mods.
इन हूँ बाबा
Yeah,
उधर.
that's really stacked there.
इधर भी वक्त और जगह बता दो. बंदा हाजिर हो
मेरा भी
जाएगा.
वैसा ही है
out
सब.
there, recently signed a couple of new lineups for multi-title
Sorry?
games as well. So I think that professional experience might help them a long way. And obviously coming up next, a name that you guys as well as the
Sappy.
Thai fans will be shouting out for because
मर
all
पे
the way
ओनी
in
आया,
Thailand,
ओनी
we
फैंटम
have
और साकुरा
attack
वैंडल.
all
दिया
around.
जाएगा
में
If you've been following the local
night.
scene or rather the regional scene,
तेरे को ओनी फैंटम है?
Asia, you'll be really familiar with that name. Obviously,
अरे सैपी मेन पे अगर तुम खरीदता है ना तो नया स्लॉट खाली हो जाता है.
हाँ, एक जो स्लॉट पे खरीदेगा वो स्लॉट खाली होएगा.
हाँ तो ये मेरे को बताया नहीं, तू कल पूछा तो तुम बोलते कुछ नहीं चेंज खरीदेगा तो. कल एक दिन पहले पूछा था.
इमेज काका इनविटेशन भेजो. वो इनविटेशन नहीं, वो सीधा जाने दे. अभी क्या भेजेगा तेरे को मालूम नहीं है. तू उसके साथ मत भिड़ भाई. इधर मजाक मस्ती कर, तू उधर मजाक मस्ती मत कर. उधर पार्ट से हेडशॉट पड़ जाएगा तेरे को. समझ में कुछ नहीं है तो पढ़ाई कर थोड़ा.
Aesthetics, Wanna Fly, Congaret, Pinocchios.
पढ़ाई पिटाई नहीं करता, सीधा स्ट्रीम चालू करके
And
बैठ
from
जाता
the Philippines, we have Brand Esports, and of course we all know the name and title of Brand, so we don't really quite need to go about it too much, and we'll have them play the game and tell us more about themselves. And of course, representing Brand, we have Dispenser, Jing, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, Borkum, and Gibbo.
Borkum बहुत अच्छा खेलता है
Obviously, if you are
कौन Borkum?
ब्रेन स्पोर्ट्स वाला अपने सामने आया था एक बार इमॉर्टल लॉबी में रेडिएंट बंगी साला बहुत त्रास दिया था
अरे उधर अच्छे टीम में खेल रहा है मतलब अच्छा ही खेलता रहेगा
that is for team from the Philippines. And moving on, we have the team from Myanmar. It's gonna be BBIC, and they have K2, Shinshin, Leon, Pride, and Lao Long.
And finally, from India, we have Velocity Gaming, and representing them, we have Amaterasu, Xkali, Right to Ace, Antidote, Halif, and Vibor.
Yep, it's gonna be quite interesting to see how these two teams will fit into today's games, because obviously
नहीं देखा इंस्टा पे डाला है क्या मिची को
well known, right? They're the new dogs, and always come into discount competition. When you hear names like attack all around, you hear Brand Esports, XCN from Indonesia. I think there is that bit of an aura around these teams, and obviously, like I said, if you be
translation पे लगा बे साले इंग्लिश ही है
you definitely would recognize some of these names, if not all.
थोड़ा तो शर्म कर
Yeah, I don't know. Do you go into
WhatsApp अभी मत करिए WhatsApp फोन में चैट चालू है तो WhatsApp अभी देख नहीं पाऊंगा बाद में देखता हूँ करके रख देखता हूँ बाद में
say it's an advantage as an underdog in some sense, yeah. Because
आप अपनी है ना
if you're confident with your team's capability and no one else kind of knows that, you enter into the game and you may actually just potentially
आना पड़ेगा तेरे घर पे सनी अपना तनिष
low amount of exposure to the scene. No one doesn't really know your play style.
तो मेरे को इसका पेट देखने
they can't understand how you play, and it requires them some trial and error.
अरे एक नंबर है
how you play. Well, if a team like AAA or even Brand, they will be like, let's learn about them. A quick Google search online
कौन
can
बोल रहे हो?
find what
अरे
and how
इसका
they play.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I think for Velocity Gaming from India, it would be an interesting team to look at, because like I said, as much as I wouldn't consider them the ultimate underdogs though, because they are still in a professional org. They kind of formed in 2017. They initially started out with Rainbow Six, but they kind of moved on to like Counter-Strike, PUBG, and now into Valorant. So I'm very excited for their debut in Valorant. And yeah, they initially signed this team called Team Vertigo, and yeah, they haven't really changed the roster. They came out as of July 2020. I think they won 2 tournaments, so that's quite impressive given how short of a time span they had to really get this all going, to get this roster up and firing. And yeah, I mean they are FPS veterans at heart, so Valorant was kind of like the next big move for them, or rather the next logical move in fact. And yeah, I think I definitely would be interested to find out more about them, because I'll be honest, guys. If you are a fan of them, you gotta tell us how they play.
अब ठीक है ना सब नॉर्मल है कि नहीं तनीष
I've been trying to find a lot.
Don't tell me you're that kind of a guy.
Too much out there. That being said, though, that's the fun of it. That's why PvP Esports is here.
500 लोग PvP के live stream कर रहे हैं उसमें से अपन भी है ना
to really bring yourself to the next level. You've been trying really hard at esports, and you think this is the right step. Don't think this is the right step. So quickly head on down to our website or Facebook page to
चैट पढ़ते हैं रुको अपन चैट ये देखिए VLT OP आ गए छपरी लोग सब अन्ना OP नहीं कर रहे नसीब
we gotta have to address is most definitely gonna be Brand Esports.
That kind of a guy who likes only guys.
And of course address the ones that are very likely the favorites of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean we spoke about all-round attack, all attack around. We spoke about Brand. Between these two teams, and obviously you got XCN as well. Which of these 3 teams do you think is the favorite?
For me, it would still be Brand, despite despite kind of putting them all together. Brand, I mean, when it comes to first strike in PH, they dominated almost every single game, 3-0, 2-0s, and all that kind of stuff. So, arguably one of the strongest in this side. But when it comes to XCN versus AAA, I think there will be some play around that, and I still think that we could see games like 12-6 when it comes to brand fighting against XCN.
It's tough to
सबसे
say.
strongest team
because I
brand ही है
feel like I'm
Venki
just gonna point the course more towards attack all around.
सबसे strongest team
I don't
खेल
know,
नहीं रही है.
I watch a lot of the
Hello,
games.
Venki?
I see the way they play. You know, the stretch
सबसे
that they
strongest
call
team
out
खेल नहीं
and
रही है. वो
the
अपन
amount of
stream कर रहे हैं ना. Rebellious
aggressiveness
gaming खेल नहीं रही है.
they've put out. I just feel like
कोई
attack all around.
Rank बड़ी क्या rank है भाई.
more of a complete team. That being said, though, the
वजन थोड़ी है मेरा जो बढ़े ही जा रहा है. Immortal 3 पे ही अटका है अभी.
It's some next level stuff. Like if you really follow the teams and you see the level that they play, it's just so tough to stay as dominant as a team like Attack all around. And you know, to be fair, you know, they haven't really won every single tournament out there just because of how competitive it is in the local scene and you know, other existing orgs around. You know, with other competitive teams that's I would say on par, if not better than them. So that's the tough part, like the tough decision. On one hand, you have
Rebellious के आधे player अभी दारू पी के सोते रहेंगे.
really, I wouldn't say unchallenged, but pretty much they are the top
Rebellious
of
के
their
आधे player अभी
announcement.
दारू पी के सोते रहेंगे.
Yes, and then you have Attack all around.
Jai
that's
Bhadragali.
thriving in a
Jai
very
Bhadragali.
competitive esports scene in at least for Valorant in Thailand. You know, they've really looked really good. They haven't really changed the roster since it's
अरे चालू कर रहे बाबा कितनी बकवास करना है.
today's regional finals. So yeah, I mean, I feel really conflicted because I like both teams, right? I really love both teams, but just because of how competitive the Tyson is yesterday and taking a bit of a insight onto yesterday's games, given that you know Thailand did win the campus community championships for Valorant, I'm just gonna give it to Attack all around.
Right. So well, we'll see how that's gonna go. If whether it's gonna be brand, how it's gonna be like when it is finished.
कैफे में ही है क्या?
That is very likely gonna
क्या
be
कर
a
रहे हैं?
star match.
टाइम पास कर रहे थे.
मैं नहीं हूँ ये लोग कैफे में ये लोग ये कर रहे थे मिची को PC format कर रहे थे.
That, oh yeah. But we don't really need to talk so much about them because they're coming up next.
Yes.
XCN will be fighting against Inner Voice
कचरा
from
जम-
Singapore. So
रोकी
Singapore
भैया
versus
किधर है बहुत
Indonesia.
देर से
We'll
दिखे
see how
नहीं
that's
रोकी
gonna
सोया रहेगा.
go around. What
पिछवाड़ा
kind of
उल्टा करके.
expectations are you looking for when it comes to this game?
Well, I mean, like you said, we didn't really
Useless
touch too
Omen.
much on execution, but before we talked about them, let's
ए
talk
रुक जा
about
मैच चालू
Inner
हुआ
Voice,
क्या?
right, from Singapore.
Oh,
because
Velocity
I
is
think
winning
that
2-0.
team would be one of the
Venki
fairly
हाँ,
2-0 up पे Velocity.
prominent,
अच्छा
but
है
it's still
ना?
young, right? You know, one of those
इतने
talented
सुबह
teams come
सुबह ये
up,
लोग
they have
बड़बड़
raw
सकते हैं तो
talent,
साला
they
ये
have raw
क्यों नहीं कर
firepower, but
सकते?
we haven't
Myanmar के
seen them
against.
achieve
Off
much
stream
in the
क्यों रखा
regional
है?
scene.
अरे पर
So
दूसरा
it's
मैच
kind
स्ट्रीम
of
होएगा
like
ना अभी.
wild
हाँ.
cards per se. It's kind of weird.
8
that
बजे
those
से streaming
broadcast
चालू
a lot of
होएगा
Singapore games,
और
and
8
therefore
बजे
for
पहला
me to
मैच
come in
stream
and say that they're the wild cards, it seems weird, but it's
Myanmar
true
के
because
against
compared
2-0
to
up
all
है.
these huge giants that are in the
ये
rest
लोग
of the
first
rosters
strike
for
भी खेल
today's
रहे हैं ना
games, they're
VLT
kind of
वाले.
like, okay, you know they're good, but how
पता
would they
नहीं,
fare
first strike
against the
India
top
है ही
dogs?
नहीं.
How would they react now that they're
नहीं
going
है
to go
क्या?
up against the best in the region? So I think this is a really good platform for them to
उनके
shine.
लिए रात होगी
And,
नहीं
you know,
अब उनका टाइम अभी
they took quite a lot of local
कितना हुआ?
डेढ़ घंटा आगे है
tournaments.
ना ये लोग.
2.5
I
hours
think
आगे
they
अपने
also
से.
played
तो
in
10:15
first
हुए उधर
strike,
10-15
but
हुए.
they kind of just lost to teams like you know, do you have other teams like
सुबह के.
Resurgence, PaperX in local tournaments. I think they played against Myth Attitude once, but they lost. But to be honest, even for the Thailand team, they kind of lost against them as well. So they kind of shows how strong Myth Attitude is. So I'm just gonna give it to Inner Voice in that one. You know, they're just up against a really strong team, and you know they failed to qualify for first strike in the Singapore Malaysia qualifier. So that is a little bit of a red flag for me. That being said, you know, very competitive scene. So Singapore, similar to Thailand, has very competitive teams in. It's very close. You know, every single team is up there against one another, rubbing shoulders. So that's pretty much the Singapore team in a nutshell. I think they are the wildcards, and they might just pull out something unexpected, or hopefully pull out something unexpected.
I really hope to see something coming out from Inner Voice. I mean, when we are looking at their lineups, after all, there are definitely names that we have heard before, especially coming in from the Counter-Strike scenes, or even PUBG itself, like Christiania, or even Germ XG. Germ, understandably, was from RSG. He was a he was in RSG when it comes to his career
For Valorant.
For Valorant.
Yes, and he also took part in the local tournament like GSI, and yeah, I think it's fair to say that they have some sort of experience when it comes down to regional games, because you mentioned about Christiana as well, you know, ex-PUBG pro player, you know, he kind of took part a little bit of a semi-pro level in CS, he competed for MSK, and, you know, that was pretty good, but we'll see how that translates, right, how that experience translates. And, you know, I think we talked a little bit more about, we talked quite a bit about Inner Voice from Singapore. Let's then shift on to XCN from Indonesia. And, you know, obviously we spoke a little bit, not too much, but I think now that we got a little bit of time, you know, waiting for the players to enter the lobby, let's talk a little bit about them. So they also recently took part in First Strike, and obviously why not, right? Because all these teams today, they're pretty much top dogs, like I said. They're the best of the best. They qualified in the regional qualifiers for their respective countries, and, you know, it's rightfully so that they took part in First Strike, because why not? It's pro scene. And, you know, I think for XCN, they started out really impressively. They won all 3 First Strike Indo qualifier matches.
Difficult है, पर पता नहीं,
only unfortunate
जीत भी
thing for
सकते,
them is that they got
दिन रहेगा,
immediately
तो कुछ भी होता है भाई,
and they lost 2-1 to Onyx Esports, which is also one of another strong powerhouses in Indonesia. So you're starting to get the team there, right? If you look at the similar premises between all of these teams, is that they're really good. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, if you guys haven't got the gist of the story, every single one of these teams is stacked. They have some sort of competitive experience, and they're good. They're just good. Okay, and we're just trying to find the best. Right? They're good, but are they the best?
We're
especially
looking for the
PB
team.
spots.
Yeah, we're looking for the team that especially have an edge again. Have an edge against all the other teams.
Yes.
Naturally, everyone else have their unique points. Everyone else have their different play style. As well, when it comes to
हमारे पास कोई तो है जो नाम रोशन कर रहा है इंडिया का
Singapore
बाहर.
metagame,
हाँ,
Malaysia
वेंकी?
metagame, Indonesia metagame, and all this kind of stuff.
वेंकी क्या फूकने लगते?
These metagames
इधर यूज
meld
हैप्पी हेलो.
together
हाँ,
and
हमारे
how
पास कोई तो है जो
one
नाम
side
रोशन कर रहा है इंडिया का.
becomes more effective
कौन
than
है?
the
The
other,
only
or
team to
vice
defeat
versa, the other way round.
international teams
Looking at yesterday's game,
is this
it does
guys.
seem like Thailand's
Me,
competitive
clone,
environment
Ah.
definitely makes them strive even more, and
Yes.
ये तो सही.
4-1 चल रहा था निश. वेलोसिटी लीड कर रहा म्यांमार के अगेंस्ट 4-1.
and
Yes, I think so.
ये देखना, इधर दिख रहा है तेरे को, ये देख.
And like you said, you know, there's going to be a certain level of difference in
Yeah,
terms of the
yeah,
meta, and, you know, if you're wondering what meta is, it's obviously I would say the most efficient, or the one that's ran the most because of its efficiency at the top level. And well, obviously, it's not decided by a team. It can be decided by a team, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's mostly decided by pro players. You know, there is no hard and fast route to the meta, but it depends on, you know, what's really popular at the time. You know, for example, Sage was really meta at one point. You know, her eyes was super strong, got slow up. Her res was deemed the strongest because there wasn't really any other agent that could heal themselves or heal anyone else, as a matter of fact, right? Other than your Phoenix as well as your Reyna. Those were the only 2 agents that could heal, but Sage could heal everyone. She had a slow that was super impactful. She had a wall that was super strong, but they kind of nerfed her, so she's no longer meta. So if you're new to the game, if you're new to your FPS scene, that's how the meta works. But for Valorant itself, I think the meta, the most amazing thing about Valorant, I think, is that the meta is never.
क्या करो off stream रखा है
It depends on how well, or rather how comfortable the players are in every single team. When it comes down to certain agents and how well they can use and coordinate those agents' abilities to the best. So, you know, it's going to be a different level today as compared to
जाएगा 5-1 हो गया.
it is the open championships. So there's no restrictions as to teams, no restrictions to how they're going to form, as long as the players are from that country, you're good to go.
Indeed. And just like that, we should be all ready to go. And speaking of going, you know, where else would we go to? You know, DBS. We should definitely go and take a look at what DBS have got to offer to every single one of you guys who have the DBS Live Fresh card, because you are eligible for 20% off for your next Royal Ergonomics chair as long as you input the code DBSLF50.
अरे कैमडीएस का वो देखा क्या चेयर RGB चेयर 15,000 में मिल रहा है वेंकी.
Website at www.royal.sg. Taking a look at
देखा चेयर है ये RGB का?
ये नहीं है कैमडीएस का रे.
all the customizations that they have, and not
15,000 में. हाँ 15,000 में.
तो RGB चेयर लेके क्या करेगा सर?
Check them out.
अरे तो मेरा पिछवाड़ा भी नहीं आता रहेगा वो गेमिंग चेयर.
you will have an additional
मेरे को officer ही
5%
अच्छा ही है,
cashback on
6000
top of
वाला.
the 20% off. So
फिर
Apply
बाहरी
रे
कौन
एकदम
देता है?
www.royale.sg to get yourself one of these bad boys.
बाहर
Yep, and,
पतला
well,
होएगा थोड़ा
that's
सा
about
तेरा है.
it for the
बिल्कुल
shoutouts.
नहीं, ये सब बोलना
We're
नहीं
about
है.
to begin
Squad
our
के
very
बाहर
first
skip कर
game, as you know, Abstract and I have
लफड़े
constantly
हो
said,
जाएंगे
it's gonna be
मिर्ची को
Inner Voice
इधर
from Singapore against XCM from Indonesia.
अबे लोग क्या स्ट्रीम
Who
कोई
do you
कोई
think is
तो
gonna
मैच
take this
स्ट्रीम
one?
करे, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट बात करे जा रहे.
It's a tough one. It's really a tough
ये
one.
पोस्ट चालू कर रहे हैं
XCN, they are
मैं 10 किलो कम
undoubtedly
किया.
strong.
एक्सीएन ये राइट टू एस का टीम
But
है
Inner
राइट टू
Voice
एस गया था ना
हाँ.
खेलने
kind of like the
CS:GO
wild
का
cards,
team.
I would
हाँ
say.
हाँ.
So
वो अड्रेन
I
किंग ने
Indian-
अड्रेन किंग तो
want
बुक
to
में
give
Indonesia
a
खेला.
little
वाला.
bit more props over to Inner Voice, especially we know the players, Krishania as well as Jum.
तो चालू हो गया हो
I
गया हो
do
गया
recognize their talents. But when it comes to a team like XCN, it may be a little tough.
Yeah, I gotta be honest here. As much as I love our homeboys and the fact that it's representing Singapore today,
ये पूरा
I'm just
ओवरले
gonna
ना
give
ये
it to
लोग ने
Brand
स्माइट
Esports.
से
I'm
कॉपी किया.
happy to be proven wrong, especially in this matchup. Or rather, XCN. Sorry, XCN. As much as I support the boys, I think XCN does have a little bit of the edge because I've seen both these two teams play. In terms, I think they
यहाँ पे डिले
are
कितना है?
quite similar in terms
क्या
of
स्ट्रीम
aggressiveness.
पे
But I think XCN.
कुछ नहीं रखा है मैंने
During the regional games, they
Yeah,
were a
but
little bit
10
more
seconds
coordinated,
रहेगा.
and
Huh?
that's the thing.
10
that I'm
seconds,
always
10
looking out
seconds
for when it
रहेगा.
comes down
10
to
ये
FPS
तो
games is the
5 सेकंड
coordination, right?
रहेगा
Because yes,
पता
you
नहीं
can
वो तो
tap hits
डिफॉल्ट जो भी
really
रहता है वो
well,
है
but
हाँ,
everyone
default
here
10
today
seconds
can tap hits really well. That's why they're here. So I think the one small factor that can bring either of these teams
Sappy
above
full
the
screen
others
करना
will
Sappy.
be how they're gonna coordinate with one another, and be able to pull off an easier game. That being said, here we go. First
Hey,
game, looks like
Sappy.
both teams gonna
हाँ.
run a bit
Sappy
गुड मॉर्निंग आकाश
quite
बोस
aggressively.
हाँ बोल ना
Inner Voice,
ये
playing
Fire
with
ZS है ना?
only a Jet
हाँ.
as well as a
ये अपने में
Raze.
added है.
We haven't seen a Raze
अरे
and
क्या बात कर रहे
Bind in a
बेट
really
जब
long
नया
time.
नया रिलीज हुआ ना
Indeed, and in fact,
तो
I
दूसरे
thought
दिन
that it is
XCN का
almost-
जो
it is
manager है ना,
almost
manager.
mandatory,
हाँ.
especially in some kinds
Adrenaline
of
King,
meta, that you will
manager,
have a
और ये लोग
cipher,
सब डायमंड ही थे ना
yeah,
तब सबका
actually more of
ऑलमोस्ट
cipher,
वो लेवल पे
in
कूदा था.
Bind, but
ये
this time Inner
Fire
Voice,
ZS
they
और
go-
मैं
they went for
स्टार्ट
Breach,
से ही
which
डायमंड
I
3
can
हुआ. सैपी
understand,
पहला रैंक
because
खुला
Breach is
डायमंड
really good
के
at
डायमंड तब से
attacking
डायमंड
into
3 पे
hookah,
अटका.
when
तो
it comes
ये
to
Fire
defense,
ZS
Diamond
Adrenaline
King
King
he is decent as well,
हाँ.
and in fact
भी तो हो
really
गया.
good. But when it
पर
comes to
जो भी
dealing
है,
with
but
a
Fire
massive crowd of
ZS
people,
XCN
Cypher
उसका
will
नाम
probably do
गन
as,
करके
do
मैनेजर
just
के
as well. In fact, probably
So
better.
सामने है.
But I would
Leading
really love to
5-1,
see
नहीं,
how
5-2
Inner
हो
Voice
गया
is gonna
तो
था
pull
score.
off this bridge as compared to
सैपी अपन ने
XCN's,
फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेज दिया था वही टाइम पे.
Yeah, I
एडेड
mean, you could always run
ये
with
Fire
Cypher or
ZS
Killjoy,
first
both
है ना,
works
first
really
act
well.
से
Obviously, Killjoy a
Radiant
bit too overpowered
triangle.
when she was released, but they kind of fixed her here. Oh, those
यार
kind
recon
of got
मारा है
distracted there with the recon
आदमी
bolt,
गन
and
से आगे.
that's gonna
फिर
be
भी ground
entry
को
coming
एक
in from XCM, but Voice is fast rotate, but is it fast enough though? Kagi's
यार
gonna
के
get the
ने
spike
चोटी
planted
और
down.
क्लासिक का मिक्सचर रखा है.
Although I'm not too sure about the usage and the buying of
छोटी
the
को एक
shorty,
फ्री के लिए
but
देखो
hey,
सैपी.
you gotta do what you gotta do, and if it works, it works. Exactly what RZK managed to do. Christiania just gonna be pummeling through the wall. He did manage to get a decent amount of proc right onto Foshmark, and just peeks
Nice.
right into bathrooms, into showers, and manages to get himself the third kill right on top of Flinch. Christiania was pretty much on point when it comes to the wall bang onto the Phoenix, and Phoenix, he didn't even see that coming, and immediately just got popped. Christiania just making things work.
Yeah, Cristiano playing on that favorite jet of his, 19% hit shot coming in during the the regional qualifiers for Singapore, and wow, that was really impressive until you hear the stats coming out from XCM from Indonesia, because the
एक मिनट
lowest
में
one,
आया
it kind of matches Cristiano. It's actually Nice who's playing on the race, also 19%, but the rest of the teammates goes as high as 31% on Kage on this Omen. So we haven't seen that yet, but the stats looking really scary for XCN. However, its stats doesn't matter to Cristiano. He's pulling off shots after shots. Fire goes down. Forsmark will follow off really soon as well, and Inner Voice getting the double kill through this jet.
And just like that, it does seem like with 2 men down coming from XCN, it is going to be relatively tough. But Krishana going on the aggressive, going on the offensive. He literally just pushed right out from B long and just decided, hey, I don't care about being a defender or attacker. I'm going to kill. I'm going to go out of my way to get people. Krishana, he backed off. But I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be staying here backed off for long, as Doza just slowly picks out. He sees the Cypher, gets one, but Flinch immediately picks out White Peaks and gets a kill onto Doza, but Zola was right behind of him and manages to go for the refrag.
Yeah, I don't think
We'll take a first match nahi stream or off stream.
Didn't even buy that round, only running the ghost, and you know, we saw what happened there. You know, double Q onto the B long, and you know, it kind of goes to show how aggressive Cristiano really likes to play, pushing that long itself.
Light armor?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. He's pretty much saving, so in case that they lose this round, he can just go for the operator. I think that's the idea behind all of them, because they are really healthy in economy, and given they won the last 2 rounds, even if they lose, they can pretty much afford a full buyout. So I think this is kind of a half buy. If they win, it's a bonus. If they lose, it's fine. They can afford the operator on this jet, and I think that's how Cristiano wants to roll.
What? Cristiano is playing in such an aggressive way, and is kind of, not gonna lie, it is kind of disgusting.
Cristiano to A kill raha
He's
hai.
this off angles, like he's
Matchmaking
pushing
kill
long.
raha.
Next round he's pushing A shot.
Yep, it's definitely not something that you can kind of predict. You can't expect it, but there must be some kind of a pattern to it. And as we watch them play more, they are exposed more, and we should be able to find out how exactly Inner Voice play. Because so far, it does seem like it is pretty neat. And you can see Zol, he's preparing his flashpoint. They are preparing for something, and they are just waiting for it to happen. But Forshmog actually reached his way in through and through into the side, manages to get to Doza, finishes one off, but they have conceded the entirety of B side. RZK wraps around the corner, he pops the dark cover right onto the entrance, and RZK, you have to slowly find things and connect the shots. The good thing is, Krishania is around as well.
Yeah, XCN, like you said, having the lockdown onto the side, they're gonna allow the members of Inner Voice to come in, but it's just a front. They got the side really tight under control, and that's gonna be an easy spray down onto where the spike was planted, and XCN's gonna win that. Then, yeah, true enough, Cristiano immediately going onto the operator, but it seems like he's not gonna be able to afford any armor because of that odd buy.
That's relatively sad, but he is going to be the glass cannon after all. If it works, it works.
अच्छा खेला रे वो.
See how Krishna is going to play.
Flinch.
I think it's going to be an aggressive shower right about now. So
10-2 अरे बाप रे ये लोग ठोक रहे. 10-2 मतलब अपन भी मार देंगे अरे म्यांमार को तो.
Even the Cypher, no predictability
नहीं,
so far.
Sappy.
We do have
दिन
Cypher's
रहता है.
cage. Sorry, not cage.
Side
Cypher's
रहता है.
tag
Factors
that
बहुत
managed
affect
to
करता है.
tag, almost tag Krishania, to be honest.
BO3 नहीं है ना, ऊपर से
Nothing
BO1
happened
मैच
there.
है.
It's just going to be
Pressure भी handle करने
and
ये
we
सब
should
नए
be
बच्चे लोग
able to
रहेंगे.
for now, as he anchors into A together with
प्रेशर नहीं हैंडल करने होता रहेगा. ये देखो क्या फ्लैश दिया है लॉन्ग पे. काउंटर फ्लैश.
Also throwing his flash.
क्या
out.
utility
Don't think
usage
he's
है,
gonna
मजा आ
catch
गया.
anyone out here. And yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for a little bit of a slow push, decent damage down onto the race. And obviously without any healers on the side of Inner Voice, just gonna have to just run this run.
सोआ का रिकॉन है ना एल्बो वाला गेम कर देगा ये लोग का. मार रिकॉन मार.
Right as fire was pushing showers itself. Oh, the recon
Late.
bot.
There we go. We've won
Reach का दिन खराब है.
and it does seem like they managed to get 3 kills right inside of B side, really fast, really easily. And now Inner Voice is going to be left with
Sad है उसका.
left with RZK
Late हो गया
as
सर.
well.
बोला ना तभी मारना चाहिए.
As now they have
रीच का दिन खराब है. टाइमिंग लॉस हो रहा है. उसके पहले वाला राउंड पे हाथ में फ्लैश लेके खड़ा था ट्यूब में, को पकड़ लिया. ये लोग को समझ गया अभी. रीच उधर खड़ा है ना. अभी देख वॉक इन कर.
प्लेयर है Sappy ये 5XCN का टीम है लोग का ये फायर सेट है.
हाँ मालूम है, पर वो ब्रिज का दिन खराब है मैं बोल रहा हूँ. अभी ये लोग को मालूम पड़ गया ना, पर इनर वॉइस को
0-4 है देखो ना मेरा
RZK,
फायर
they're
सेट.
gonna just put himself right on the T base. I mean,
क्या हो रहा है मालूम है वेंकी. अभी वो उन लोग को मालूम पड़ा ना कि वो ट्यूब के अंदर ही फ्लैश हाथ में लेके अभी देख उसको हर राउंड वॉक इन करके ही मारेंगे.
But oh, Cypher really close, just missing that shot. He might be able to work off the off angle. Doesn't really need it. RZK That's an easy kill onto Orbong, so decent damage in terms of economy, but
minutes.
overall the round still
11
goes
to
towards XCN. I don't think they will complete too much about that.
It should be a force. It should be a force at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Christiana managed to save the operator there was not too bad. Like, considering the fact that if XCN
Economical
really
luck gaya
wanted,
log
they could have just forced the push, knowing that Christiana has his operator, and killing him there and then would be very damaging to the economy. And you can see, like you said, they're gonna force just because Christiana has the operator. They don't want to lose it. Razer here with the Bucky, and yeah, spot the recon bot is gonna review him. He's gonna try to use the jetpack to get himself out of trouble, and a bit fortunately, XCN didn't want to pick there.
A lot of ultimates is used now. We do have the running back coming in from Foshmore,
That
and
means
immediately just kind of changed the direction of where Dozer was looking at. Unfortunately for Dozer, immediately being pumped. We do have FireZ that enters right into U-Haul. Wasn't able to get quite much though, but on the flip side, we do have Crown getting one for himself, telling it out
Jet
to
kidhar
4
hai,
versus
Jet?
4.
Good morning,
the only
Beast.
downside from Inner Voice is that Silver is currently less than 50% HP. Everyone else crowding around A. FireZ still holding inside of U-Haul. 2 men down coming from Flinch, and FireZ takes one for himself as well. Krishania just going to be holding right on top of Heavens. 1v3, gets himself with a tailwind, trying to yeet himself out of there. Gets one shot, misses.
दिया वेंकी तेरे प्लेयर ने दिया.
And FireZ, which is playing as a Reina, immediately opens
GG हो गया रे वेंकी इधर तो 12-2 हो गए.
Inner Voice now does not have.
ये वो लोग का stats खोल के बता ना मैच खत्म.
हाँ वही ना मैच तो खत्म होने दे.
Coming to U-Halls, had the backup of the Sova on Flinch, but at the end
Mbek.
of the day, look
Mbek क्या उधर है? I am back.
Position. He knew that the flashpoint was coming in for the bridge. He just looked at the
Cringe है रे आजकल के बच्चे लोग ये लोग सब लोग.
check that angle.
You guys are
True
cringe.
enough, once the flashpoint came
अब यार
in,
तेरे
pushed in,
को मैच
ran
खेलना है.
straight into both
कौन सा
Sova
मैच रे बीच?
and the Reina. Yeah, just
College
doing a
tournament से
fight
आप
there.
10 बजे.
But here comes the rocket fuse.
कितने बजे?
Is it enough? No,
10
it's gonna land
आज?
straight into the wall. Dozer here, not really making the most out of his ultimate.
अगर आप नहीं
They
खेल
were
रहे तो किसी
expecting
और
a
को पूछ
full
लेंगे
push
क्या
coming
कर
from XCN on
कि
these
यूट्यूब
shots,
पे भी
so
जाएंगे.
I'm just,
अरे बात वो नहीं है रे. Sorry.
Yeah. In the meantime, it does seem like
हाँ
XCN
बोल.
they
बात
know
वो नहीं है रे.
sorry,
मेरे
Inner Voice,
stream
they actually know that XCN was somewhere around.
अरे इमेज का भी पक्का नहीं, अगर घर पे जाएंगे तो ठीक है, नहीं तो
Bitten twice shy, that's not gonna happen
है
anymore.
इधर वो क्या
Unfortunately, Kage is
शायद
not
रहने
involved, and
वाले.
he managed to push himself in quite pretty well. Crown
देखते चल.
X1 right between of the eyes of the opponents, and it manages to just clear out B-side, especially when they didn't even have the sights of the opponent. It was just a blind spray, and it worked. So I'm gonna give it
कौन
to
इतना
Inner
सब
Voice with
लिखेगा?
that.
बताओ.
3-3, looking
बाकी
pretty
नहीं
good
GG.
for both sides.
खत्म
And when it
करो.
comes to economy, pretty equal.
XC, and they're getting caught out by Inner Voice as they tried to push onto B long, but they did enter the site, but they lost 3 members before they did get the spike planted down, and that definitely proved to be a bit too much for them to hold for a dual side, especially against a lineup like Inner Voice, where in terms of retake, they have a lot of utilities, right? They have the Omen, they have this breach, and they also have this Raze who can still flush corners out if she uses the pain shells correctly, and we saw how that could be really useful, especially with Dozer pushing in with those odd angles and just coming to catch XCN off guard.
Speaking of off guard, Krishania was almost being able to catch the Phoenix completely off guard, but unfortunately, the recon bolt, or rather the recon dart, coming in from the owl drone of Silva,
बोला ना वेंकी वजह को दिन खराब है वो बेचारे का.
and forced him to fall back.
Reach का.
Waiting
अपना स्कोर क्या हुआ, जीत गए क्या?
behind the dark cover.
रुक नहीं राउंड खत्म होने दे.
Can't find anyone just yet, but it will be eventually, and there we go. The timing has played off. The timing of Krishania just hiding in front and behind of that dark cover.
Top
Manages
chat
to
पे क्यों
give it
जाता है यार
free
बार-बार?
Vandal. It is quite an investment after all. And now
PLT slayed
XCN,
them.
3 men left. They have to bump up onto the
तो
side here in B.
10 एक सेकंड रुकिए राउंड के बाद स्कोर बता
How
दो.
exactly are they supposed to break this one?
Recon bot coming out and tried to immediately push. Dozer here gonna get traded for it, and Crown pushes out. RZK gonna come right
गया.
out of CT and get the easy kill, but good rotation there coming up from
13
Inner Voice.
to
They place Christian
bind
there.
the
They make
bind.
the call for Christian to hold A side by himself. sent RZK over a bit earlier, and it definitely proved to help. You know, that cover onto Hooker. Force XCN no choice but just go in without much utility.
ये देख वेंकी.
It worked out so well
Stats.
for the team.
And of course, the momentum is now being shifted from one place to another again. In a voice, they managed to get themselves with 2 wins in the previous round, and then XCN with three rounds after that, and In a Voice claiming back 2. We still have 5 more rounds incoming for the first half. Anything and everything could happen, and it does seem like XCN, they're leaning slightly towards B side, and with a couple of players going towards middle and heading into hookah, with a couple of players actually heading over to B.
Performance दिखाया.
No one is
अच्छा लगा.
just watching
की
out
टीम को
for
हराया.
him.
Yeah, they tried to bait the hour draw. Here the flash comes in. They might be able to get the kill first one. Crown will trade, but the it's actually shocked that they managed to catch out Crown, and yeah, that hour draw bait didn't really work out. But here comes Zoo holding the off angle once again. Sova getting caught by the headshot, and the flashpoint is gonna allow him to push. They also committed the paranoia, and that just means that if XCN gets the plant down the A side, Inner Voice is gonna wait for a little bit more time before those abilities come up off cooldowns.
Unfortunately for Inner Voice, they have actually expended quite a bit of ultimates right at B long. Rolling Thunder was used, but it didn't really quite knock XCN completely astray. But it does give them a little bit of advantage because we are looking at 3 versus 2 right about now. There is a spike that's planted though, so they have to be really careful. We do have a little bit of fault lines coming in through, as well as an aftershock that flushed this Omen out. Dozer immediately just flicked around to the heads of Kage, immediately popping that head off. Aboxy has the last one remaining right by Carpets and manages to hit another more of that lead right in between of his eyes. And Inner Voice tags himself with 5 wins so far.
Yeah, they committed so much.
अभी पता नहीं ना वो लोग का कंपटीशन कितना है क्या है वो कंट्री म्यांमार था रे इतना अच्छा कंट्री नहीं है टीम मतलब इतना अच्छा रिकॉर्ड नहीं है वो लोग का FPS गेमिंग
Botline as well is pretty insane. They knew exactly where they need to flush the opponents out. And in that case, that was the Omen. And flushing him out is going to give Dozer a lot of information, which it worked. And because of that, they managed to get themselves with that win on that specific round. And when it comes to economy from XCN, it's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, U-Halls is the one place that you want to take control of, especially for A side, and it's the same way. It goes both ways for both attackers and defenders, and you see teams like putting a lot of priority there. You know, every now and then you get someone just putting 2-man stack there. You know,
nice peek.
And Christiana there, almost got nicked by the Sheriff, down to 38 HP, but still has the upper hand. Chooses to surrender that position because he doesn't really want to die to a Sheriff at the end of the day.
But
the second shot is good.
Not too sure why Abong CS would go for that kind of peaks though, not gonna lie. Especially since he knows that there is an aggressive operator playing from the other side.
Hello?
Yeah, the room bot there. I definitely did not expect that as well, but
Pinky?
Pushing in with the stinger, comes in with the flash.
Hello?
Oh, Cristiano with the shot. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward
मेरे player
move
ने
for
कुछ कहा क्या?
Fleischer coming
क्या
in.
किया तेरे player ने?
I don't think they're gonna get this round, but if they can
हाँ
save
VLT
the operator,
132
that definitely
अबे ये देख इधर लाश पड़ी देखा रेना की सामने बॉक्स पे बूमबॉट आके
वो
सीधा
स्टैपी मैं पीछे जाके देखा वो कैसा गया बूमबॉट यार क्या करेगा वो बेचारा लेफ्ट लेके फूट गया मुंह पे बोलो
I think he can definitely get it. He does have light shields.
Ganuta?
So there can be some plays that he could make. He also have got himself with Hunter's Fury.
Ganuta? क्या कर रहा है दोस्त?
Too slow on that one. To be fair,
पिंकी क्या हो रहा है ये सब?
the breach was
क्या हो रहा है?
उसके सामने गन पड़ा था.
Yeah, but he had the first sight, but
छोड़ो ना मैं अभी चोर देख रहा हूँ वीडियो मजा आ रहा है मेरे को अलग आपका मैंने बाजू में चालू करके रख
क्या अलग नशे कर रहा है पिंकी बताओ
then you know dropping that stinger would make some sort of
Rebellious वाले कब नहीं करते बताओ
and
Hail VLT लोग को निकालो बे
you know I just gotta take some shots. As saying goes, you miss 100% of the shots you don't think, and XCN at this point in time only half the rounds of Inner Voice, currently 6 and 3 in favor of Inner Voice. The recon board is gonna review the
push shot.
It's not like Inner Voice care anyway. Zoker with a headshot onto Abong CS, and now Christiana trying to jump right onto the tube, didn't really work out well.
Krishania trying to go straight
Now
for the
waste हो गया
waste
बेचारी
off, but
Jet का.
unfortunately there was a little bit of whiff here and there, and that is an extra valuable running back coming in from Frostmog, and they are unable to stop that at the point of time. Fire right on top of the containers. They managed to get a pretty nice shot right on top of that raise, but unfortunately when it comes to the rest of the team, Voice just got popped, and XCN has managed to get themselves back into the game. 6-4. We still have
क्या
2
entry
more
निकाले वो
rounds to go to
Phoenix.
conclude the first half. It does seem like in terms of economy, both sides are pretty A-okay as well, so either team could take this away.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really important round for XC, and if they lost there, they would be forced into eco again, and, it would have worked out so nice for them. So, that round definitely was a bit of a saving grace, because if they go on to
Inner
the
voice को
next
थोड़ा
two,
तकलीफ
6-6,
होएगा
they go to the next
अगर
half, it would
Sentinel है
be
नहीं.
even, both sides
अगर
have
ये लोग
plenty
ने
of
किया
chances.
लफड़ा
But yeah, that was definitely
एक साइड कमिट कर रहे हैं, दूसरे साइड से वॉक इन कर सकते, वॉक इन पुश, वॉक पुश कर सकते वो
I would
लोग.
say the most in the first half if you look at it. Well, we'll have to see whether or not that does play a huge part, because as of now, Voice still leading.
Does seem like Hunter's Fury is going to be popped coming in from XCN's Silver, but unfortunately not a single shot has managed to hit the opponents. But Doza gets one, only to get refranked by fire. But Kage pops right in, gets a kill on Krishania as well as Zol, and that is 2K coming from Kage already. That is 2 men left inside of B, and they're trying to immediately get the pop down onto B. And because of the neural theft, XCN knows exactly where Inner Voices and have made the turnaround right inside of A and wanted to try to plant behind the truck. I don't know.
Nice
One
shot,
for
right?
one trade over there is very risky. Kage is now all alone. RZK is completely full of HP. So if they're going to go for a 1 versus 1 fight face to face,
Game कर दिया इसने Omen ने.
for RZK.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the throttle step went to, because of that smoke, he thinks that he's gone to showers, and this could work really well for Kage. He's gonna use the paranoia here. On the other hand, Kage position still unexposed. He could be anywhere. He could be in the heavens. He could be at shot. He could be at U-Halls. In this case, Kage gonna play aggressively.
Oh,
no! That's gonna tip him off. And once again, this is really hilarious as a third person view. But at the end of the day, Kage comes around, goes right
मजा आ
to
गया भाई.
RZK, and that's
Q's
execution
happy?
style. But
दोनों Omen दिमाग लगा रहे.
Q's for the Omen there.
Yeah, I mean, in a feat of luck and
Smoke
chance,
डालो
I would
flash
say, RZK really just didn't meet up with Kage in many occasions, and I would just say it is just relatively unlucky coming in from the side of RZK. Whenever he taps the bomb, comes out, don't see Kage. Taps the bomb, comes out, don't see Kage.
XCN here, last round before the switch, and like I said, they really want to go into the next half at least tight in terms of number of rounds. And Christiana once again trying to go for the aggressive push will get punished by XCN. It does seem like XCN are playing a little bit smarter now. They're expecting a push from Christiana pretty much every single round. Oh, that was a good flashpoint coming in from Inner Voice to catch Fire Z off guard. Here comes Crown. He does hit the Cypher once. Will hit another member a second time, and that's decent damage, but XCN already into
वो
the
क्यों नहीं
side.
मारा?
And
मारना
it's gonna be
चाहिए.
down to Crown. He's gonna pull off a 1v3. Gets the first one against Kage. The warbang is good. Gets the second one against
अरे NT रे.
now it's not enough. Flame
हेलो
comes
MI
in,
साटे.
and it's
MI
just
साटे
2-1
सुबह
for
सुबह ये
Crown
क्लिप
to
हो
do
चुका
it.
है.
It's
अगर
almost-
कॉपीराइट
it
आया
almost went
तो
to the
तेरे
side
को
of almost went to the side of
XCN एज की
Crown,
पुरानी टीम थी, हाँ
and,
मालूम है.
I would say that
अगर
XCN
कॉपीराइट आया
that
स्ट्रीम
was
पे तो तेरे को भरने वाले हम
really
लोग.
good, and I'm relatively impressed as well. But all in all, that was still a round given away to XCN, and they have managed to tally up the scoreline with a 6-6. Really balanced, really great.
क्लिप
And
करके
now,
रखा है.
unfortunately though, XCN is now on the defense, and Bong, which is playing as a Cypher, will now take charge of B side. So Inner Voice very likely will be hitting a
बताओ.
matters in rounds after rounds after rounds. I don't
बताओ, ये
think
अभी
that will
पलटी मार
ever
रहा
be
आदमी.
unless they head over to B long, but never in hookah.
I think there's a bit of a ways the recall board, but that's gonna review where the members of Inner Voice are going to be. But XCN now pushing right through the dark cover face to face. Reyna really close to Frenzy as well, but didn't really work out. And Christiana running with the shorty.
क्या recon था भाई वो.
Through the smokes. And just like that, Christiania popped with a shotty right on top of the bomb.
ठीक है रे.
For a double
कुछ
peek
नहीं.
on
Channel ban हुआ.
Kage.
दूसरे ID से नया channel बनूंगा.
The
Tension मत
first
लो.
shot that he hit, he
बैन
immediately
थोड़ी होगा,
hit
कॉपीराइट
with a
लगेगा,
whirlwind.
वीडियो निकालना पड़ेगा
Again
बस.
for the
पढ़ में
second
गया
shot
अपने को क्या.
against Kage.
काम हो गया ना
Now
अपना.
that's
मैच
not-
देखने का था
that's
साथ
not
में.
something that I
खत्म.
expected to see, but that is going
Jet
to
must
put
kill
a
it.
quite
Jet
point
वो
on
लोग
Christiania, especially because of the Pika's advantage.
breach activate
So
कर रहा है
he's
ना Jet
constantly
को.
going for the Pika's advantage against Kage, and thus it worked out.
XCN here, having lost the pistol round, will still have to try to go for a spike plant. That would definitely do them a lot of good, I would say. But in a voice here,
flash.
to go for a little bit of a push. Christiana immediately the tailwind. Oh, he's gonna catch force.
Body बहुत अच्छा है ये लोग का. Pinky.
But Fire
हाँ?
the
Body बहुत अच्छा है.
will at least
Look,
get one frag and
ये
we'll
single
see.
inner voice
This
का.
is pretty much a straightforward round for inner voice,
Chat-
but they don't want to lose too many
वो
bodies
आरसी के भी
here.
बहुत मजबूत प्लेयर है.
XCN
दो
though,
तीन
they
बार ये
still
लोग
have
का
to-
रेडियंट वेडियंट के
they
स्ट्रीम
still
देखा है
can
थोड़ा ये
make
लोग.
something work out. We do have a Bucky on the side of Omen, and of course they're just gonna be pushing right into U-Haul 1-for-1, but it doesn't seem like Bong CS and Kage was even able to get themselves the kill. But ultimately, it does seem like in a voice they did manage to get themselves
13-2
the
जीत
two
गए,
rounds
हाँ,
in, 2 rounds
13-2
in the first
जीते.
2 rounds, and XCN, looking at statistic-wise, they should probably be able to get themselves with the win here. And just like that, let us take a look at this. In a voice, they do have a full loadout, while XCN, they do have a couple of Buckies and stuff like that, as well. But we'll see how that's gonna go. We do have the Boomba going into Hookah. They don't care about much. Blade Storm is activated by Christiania as well. Clears the side, clears the Hookah, and thus just jumping right
मजबूत
into
clear
the
कर रहे हैं लोग को. Breach के दम पे.
मस्त खेल रहा है, मस्त.
heart of B side with a swift dash
वो
right in the
ब्रीच
face
का
of a
दिन
bomb
नहीं
player.
रहेगा पर
It
उसके पास
becomes
टेक्निक है
a
सभी.
2 versus 2
वो लोग का full
situation,
decided
and
रहेगा ना.
Ksenia
तू flash
Oh,
कर.
plants the spike
Backside
in the
nade,
window
इधर से dash.
for B
क्या चाकू
long.
मार रहा है,
Or
अच्छा
B
चाकू
long
मार
and
रहा
B
है.
short, actually. So it's gonna be
Pisania.
tough for the members of XCN here.
Flinch now pushing onto Gardens, and he does have a recon board, but doesn't look like he want to use it. Oh, YP coming up, and Christiana didn't really get the shot off. And Fire is gonna clean up on the RZK.
पिंकी मेरे ख्याल से तू मेरे स्ट्रीम पे मत देख. तू PvP esports पे देख. तो अपन सेम टाइमिंग पे रहेंगे.
जो भी है मजबूत चाकू.
A good amount of
Pinky?
damage.
हाँ
तू
ठीक है ना.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे है ना, तो तेरे को डिले पे दिखेगा स्ट्रीम पे. बाकी
अरे
लोग
पर आप व्यू मैं आपको दूं, मेरे भाई को दूं, किसी और को क्यों
तो
दूं भाई?
विंडो खोलना दूसरा साइड में. मेरा 144p करके रख दे.
Vice versa.
I mean, like you said, at the end of the day,
क्या
Christiana is a
आदमी
player
है
with a lot
रे.
of firepower, right? He's really aggressive. He's not really giving XCN any space to breathe. Flash,
तेरे को नहीं दे
इसके लिए तेरे को किधर लेके नहीं
use
जाते.
the tailwind,
चलेगा.
you saw, use the
पर यू
tailwind,
तुमको ही
the
देगा,
upfront
किसी
dart
और को
over
नहीं
onto
देगा.
Hookah.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरा विंडो दूसरे विंडो में
Gives you
ये
insight
करके
onto
रख,
where
म्यूट
Inner Voice
करके.
is playing. They're playing off a lot of all this aggressiveness of Christian. How far can they push this? I'm not sure, but it's working at the moment. and so
Hyper
I
का
don't
गेम
think
लग
they'll
रहा है मेरे
change
को.
anything.
PBIC.
They're constantly looking for the first pick before
और मार रहा है
they commit
XCN
to a
मार
site.
रहा है. XCN कहाँ का टीम है ये?
इंडोनेशिया.
और वो सिंगापुर का है ना इनर वॉइस?
हाँ.
Nastily, and is only left with 36 health. He really needs to get a kill
Excuse me.
soon in order to get himself with the consume. But I don't think that it's gonna be as easy as we think. We do have the recon boat thrown right into showers, clears the showers, and is now granted access into here. We've got the aftershock right for the U-Haul, and Christiania immediately goes for the tailwind.
जबरदस्त खेल रहे जेट और ब्रिज
Right
दोनों.
in front, Frostball, he doesn't even know what to expect. The ones in the heaven wasn't able to do quite
मस्त
much
जेट
either.
खेल रहा है
In a
साथ.
voice with a really good entrance against XCN. XCN doesn't even know what to expect. We do have the fault lines. The cloud burst now popped right inside of the U-Hauls. XCN 2 versus 4. They are still trying to take this. We've got the Omen in heavens. We've got a Cypher that's just going to be wrapping around. It does seem like the recon bolt did manage to expose a bong though. It is going to be a 1-for-1 refrag though. And
Discipline
just like
देखना
that,
वेंकी
XCN definitely want to get himself away.
नहीं वो
Waiting
नहीं
for a
कर रहे
little bit
big
of
X
zit frags perhaps?
देखो ना
Not too sure.
वही
पीछे
बोल
पीछे
रहा
से
Like it, but
डिसिप्लिन
XCN
देख वो लोग में
wasn't able to draw that round away from Inner Voice. I gotta say, and I gotta comment, Inner Voice with that initiation, the way that they attack the side, I do really like it.
Yeah, well, as they say, fool me once, shame on me, but Christiana replicating what he did in the pistol round as well. Tailwind into the updraft right onto hookers, and that's the second time now that his
क्योंकि साइफर से नहीं हो रहा
step onto the Phoenix. So I don't know, XCN not looking very adaptive as to the way Inner Voice play. Maybe it's just the way that Christiana is just so aggressive with this picks. That's something that XCN might not be used to, but we're gonna have to see how that plays out. Fires with the Sheriff gets taken out. Spray down coming from Christiana. It's good.
Same kind of opening coming in from Inner Voice. They are mostly going for the aftershocks and the fault line. So that is why we say that, Breach is so good. Breach is really good when it comes to tackling into sight, initiating and supporting your main damage dealer, or rather your main duelist. In this case, it is going to be the Jet, because Jet's mobility allows you to peek forward and allows you to be in front of your enemy's lines pretty fast. So you are able to catch up to the fault lines, you are able to catch up to the flash points, and in fact,
Body must
a
income,
Jet
of
is able
course.
to keep up with every single one of the kit coming in from Breach, and thus makes them a really good pair. Kage opens up and of course comes out of U-Haul, only to be slightly tagged by the recon boat from the side of Inner Voice, and expose himself allows Inner Voice to then go for 1v1 peaks. Just like that, Inner Voice got himself with yet another win against XCN. They are now just a few more wins away from XCN in order to get themselves this win in this round robin best of 1 series.
Inner Voice here really liking that A push. 4 times now out of 5 rounds they've pushed A, and this time round they're gonna swap things up. Christiana's still gonna be pushing that A shot, but the rest of the team will be pushing onto Market into Hooker. Once again, looking for the first frag before they really commit to a site, and Inner Voice here really hoping that Christiana can pull off what he did in the previous 2 rounds, but it does look like it's gonna be more of a coordinated push towards the B side. They're gonna leave the spike right outside Market. But Fire says no, I'm gonna shut that down, and Dozer just gets his head knocked off.
We still are looking at 4 versus 5 at this moment in time. XCN, they have a lot of ultimates available, not gonna lie. And Empress is now used by XCN. They don't really need to use that much right now, but
ये इधर गलती की है लोग पास खेल रहे थे जीत रहे थे पेस स्लो किया राउंड गया हाथ से हाँ वेंकी
but do note that is new
होता है ना सापी, लेकिन आप इतना भी डिस्रिस्पेक्टफुल नहीं खेल सकते ना फास्ट.
by far is one of the most impactful ultimates in the game. One of
सामने वाला टीम फास्ट में टेंपो भी तोड़ सकता है ना सापी.
कभी-कभी वो डायलॉग अच्छा लगता है जैसा चल रहा है चलने दे
you are able to
जब तक राउंड नहीं हारते वैसे ही खेलते रहो राउंड हारने के बाद सोचेंगे
your teammates, and I love it, and I absolutely
खड़े-खड़े तो 2 फ्लैश कर दिया सापी.
बाप. In a voice, they did manage to make quite an entry. They did manage to pop their heads off 1 with 14 seconds left on the point, and on the side, RZK right under Heavens wasn't able to find himself a kill right on top of Fire Z, and just like that, XCN manages to get himself yet another win, 10-8. Inner Voice should still have a decent amount of economy to go forward. And I don't think that it is going to stop Inner Voice in their tracks as of yet, because they still have quite a long way to go.
(10-8) in the favor of Inner Voice, just so close yet XCN holding that down here. And yeah, like the switch up in pace not working out for them, and we just might see them fall back onto this A push, but they got 4 people.
Morning,
right
Chappy.
in
Morning,
market.
Chokla. Good morning.
2 outside of B long.
Chokla, देख ये Phoenix कैसे खेल रहा है.
It does look like XCN have a lot of
Good
their
Chokla.
ultimate online. They do have.
मैं बोला ना Sentinel नहीं है, walk-in push करना चाहिए. अब भी कर रहे हैं लोग वेंकी.
More importantly, they have run it back, which I'm pretty sure they're gonna be using. if they want to go for a retake, but Morgan
मैं कौन कौन है सामने सामने रोकने के लिए?
ready into the site.
Cypher है ना?
Here we go. The Hunter's Fury is now gonna be committed right on the side of B. Everyone
No.
else rush right in. Deathadder is gonna be holding in the back doors.
Yeah, smoke में
He
मर गया
manages to
बोलो.
tag Kage, and of course with the cloud burst, he's just going to be immediately cutting off the line of sight between him as well as
Happy
Kage.
लेकिन
But now
ये
time
inner
is
voice
going
का
to be
jet
tough
बहुत
because
impact
Krishna
कर रहा
is
है,
expected
मजा आ रहा
to fight a war on 2 fronts or perhaps even 3 fronts. And now Crown is all
Now
alone.
ये jet में
enters into
लग
hookah
गए.
only for Frostmark.
कौन
to be
मैं
hiding
jet
नहीं,
में
नहीं, शौकला, शौकला.
and popping his heads with leads. Well played coming from XCN. They are now catching up 10-9, and it is just a matter of time before XCN just overtakes them entirely. Especially since we are looking at the economy, Dozer doesn't have that much credits, and so does Zol.
Finally ये लोग कभी घुसा, पॉक पुश किया देखा वो फिनिक्स राउंड मिला. ये लोग को यही हर्ट करेगा. देख सेंटिनल नहीं है ना.
Well,
इनर वॉइस के पास.
Inner voice just not really making this B push work. They're really stubborn. They're really going for it. They really want to make this B push work. It's not worked for the past 3 times that they tried it. You know, yes, they can go into the side, but retake coming with Inner voice over the XCN is just so good. Like, they don't even have a breach, but they don't need it at the same time.
Good flashpoint as well as the cloud burst being popped right into B. Cloud burst right on top of Krishania. We do have him on Blade Storm. Immediately goes straight for the right click, destroys and kills Frostmarks. Run it back, and no more value is going to be taken from that point of time. And of course,
Nice plant.
immediately after picking up, planting down the spike, they've retreated right into hookah, and now that is going to be relatively interesting. RZK immediately teleports, short step right away from the gardens. We do have the Rolling Thunder that's going to be activated as well. Things are going to be relatively tough coming from the side of XCN with the spike currently being tapped and of course being committed into it. Inner voice Crown, he has to find a way to stop the spike diffuser, but in the end he was a little bit out of sight and out of play. Crown in the end manages to get the 2 kills,
There,
but that
Pailao.
was only after the diffuser of the spike.
Yeah, I mean, the retake of
Like, share and subscribe, guys. Share the stream, please.
Duck covers into hooker as
आज 4-5 जो सब्सक्राइबर बढ़े.
belong, which means that
सुबह उठ के इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं.
and to give the side up, they're gonna have
मेरी मम्मी को कुछ समझ में नहीं क्या बकवास कर रहे सुबह सुबह बैठ के.
You know, they have to cipher, they have to solve what they control the recon bot into either, you know, the hooker or the belong as well. They have this Phoenix with the running back in the previous game. They have this Lear, they have the Omen. There's just so much going on for XCN when it comes down to retake that it's hard for Inner Voice to even lock down any side. And with a tight corner to
खत्म
play,
हुए
especially
वंदे.
B-side, it seems like they're just gonna go back to this favorite.
अरे क्या ये jet लेके
And
घुस
there
रहा है
we go,
shotgun
Krishna
मारने.
immediately goes straight into U-Haul, gets a kill onto Flinch with his trusted
अरे वो
judge.
Phoenix पीछे
And
से बहुत
Krishna
त्रास दे रहा है सैपी.
picks up the
मैं बोला ना,
battle. He looks
Sentinel नहीं
right
है,
onto B
walk
shot,
push ही
right
करने
onto A
का.
shot. They managed to successfully pick up the side, but when it comes to the retake, they got completely overwhelmed by XCN.
Cypher
in
नहीं है,
just
Killjoy नहीं है,
matter of
पीछे कौन
seconds.
देखेगा?
And of course, XCN, they even
और
only
ये लोग
lost
5-man घुस
one
रहे हैं ना.
man for themselves.
वो अभी
And
जाके
it
रीड
is
कर लिए
very
ये लोग ने. मैं
impressive,
पहले
not
राउंड
lie. And XCN, they
पहले
still have got
मैच
this
चालू होने के
amount
पहले ही
of,
बोला सेंटिनल नहीं है,
of
वॉक
in
पुश
their
करो
economy.
पीछे से.
Nero Theft is available. Empress is available. As
मस्त
for
खेल
the
रहा है
Inner
वो.
Voice,
पर
we are
वही
gonna
लॉस
be
हो रहा है ना वो
expecting
लोग का.
to see,
बैक पुश नहीं,
the ultimates for,
इन्फो नहीं आ रहा. बैक पुश हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है. और फिनिक्स हमेशा कर रहा है.
करेगा कभी.
Inner Voices raise. We have seen the show
क्या
start
बोला
to
वेंकी?
work once.
घुसेगा कभी, execute करेगा कभी.
वही ना, वो लोग का 5-man पे गेम है.
no
डबल
value.
इनिशिएटर
If they
लेके
would want to bring some value on the table
सबको
from
बोल दिया
the
तू
side
इधर
of
फ्लैश कर,
Voice,
तू रिकॉर्ड मत, तू
this
इधर नेड कर, तू
showstopper
इधर डैश कर,
is
तू इधर स्मोक
only
कर.
when he
पर
knows,
बैक कौन देख
that
रहा है?
the opponents are decisively
इसके लिए
coming
राउंड
to
मैच चालू होने के
retake
पहले ही
side
बोला मैं कि
instead of trying to
सेंटिनल नहीं है,
hold
साइफर
the
नहीं है,
side.
किलजॉय नहीं है.
Yeah, I think it's
भारी
really
पड़ेगा.
tough for Inner Voice to lock the side just because they don't have any sentinels at the end of the day. Yes, you do have the Omen. You also have this breach, but in terms of locking
अभी
the
अक्कल
side
आया थे
down,
कास्टर
there's
को
no
मैं बोलने
Cypher,
के
there's
बाद.
no Killjoy. There's no one to really look out for the flanks for Inner Voice.
John,
And because of
that-
that, XCA can just use flashes, use a smoke, and just force their way in, which is what they're doing now. They're gonna get the first frag in, and even if Inner Voice gets this plant down, it's a 5v4. They have no sentinels, like I said, and it's just gonna be another easy retake for XCN.
Double curveballs being used by this Phoenix, and just like that, it doesn't seem like recon board is just going to expose the position of Crown, and it doesn't seem like things are working pretty well for Inner Voice, to be honest.
GG
And
हो गया
then,
इधर.
just like that,
पीटी हो गया
एक ये देखा कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है सेंटिनल अपना वेंकी
मक्का है
एक साइफर किल जो
4 राउंड गया एग्जीक्यूशन का
exposed flinch.
नहीं एग्जीक्यूशन करो ना
Managed to get a kill on him.
पर एक ही ड्यूलिस्ट ले दो ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं लेना चाहिए था वो लोग अगर तेरे को डबल इनिशिएटर खेलना है तो एक ड्यूलिस्ट सैक्रिफाइस करना पड़ेगा तो दोनों नहीं ले सकता डबल ड्यूलिस्ट डबल इनिशिएटर नहीं ले सकता फिर तेरे को या तो सेंटिनल या तो कंट्रोलर दोनों में से सैक्रिफाइस करना पड़ेगा वो भारी पड़ गया
साइट मिल रहा है साइट वाले साइट छोड़ रहा है पीछे वाला के मार रहा है
वही ना अभी वो लोग ने रीड कर लिया बहुत लेट रीड किया एक्चुअली तो वो लोग को समझ गया साइड छोड़ो तो भाई साइड घुसने दो वो लोग को पीछे से मारो
put the cipher there, you know, in fact it's a 4-man stack up onto A itself. And you can tell that they've kind of figured out inner voice like you said and
अभी तक वो लोग एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर पा रहे क्योंकि जेट देख किधर खड़ा है मिनीमैप में देखो जेट ये देख किधर खड़ा है नंबर 4 हुक्का के बाहर खड़ा है उसको पैरानॉइड हो गया अभी पुश करेगा पीछे से और ये लोग ने स्टैक कर लिया इधर
And now a lot of utilities has now expanded. Is that running back being used? Yes, it is running back. No value whatsoever, and the entirety of XCN is now having the back to the wall inside of A side right now. We do have hot hands thrown right into the path of the bathrooms. 2 kills coming from the side of Inner Voice, but it looks like it's going to be 2 versus 3 runabout now. Unfortunately for Crown, his HP is now lower than 50%. He comes out from bathroom. We've got RZK that comes out from a shot as well. The remaining players from XCN, they're coming in from elbow, and with the first initial shoulder pick from this cipher, they are able to understand exactly where are the players of Inner Voice. A little bit of information for that one.
Yeah, they're really good to draw this down to the wire here. Crown works really well. The look will play off, but they've only got 9 more seconds. Over here, gonna get the plant down, but the Hunter's Fury is gonna stop that plant. And no, they have no more time. It's over.
Oh my goodness!
Easy ho gaya.
What an anticlimactic way of ending the game. The Hunter's Fury eventually stopped the spike diffusal of
diffusal ki plant.
Spike plant, yes, the spike plant for RZK, and the way and the direction that he went to try to get the spike down.
भारी पड़ गया रे.
He does have to
no cipher. No cipher, no kill joy. यही होता है.
It does seem like Crown exactly knew where RZK is going. He predicted well. It was like, kind of like an off or nothing kind of move, and it worked out.
Wow, there's only really 2 spots that you usually plant onto B, right? Either you plant in front of the ADC or you plant onto green box. Those are the common spots, and yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate for Inner Voice because they did so well, and Crown coming off the double kill to give a bit of that hope to Inner Voice, but you know, then again, you've got the other Sova on the other side, also crazy Hunter's Fury at the right time, you know, like you said, there could be a bit of luck because it could be either green box, you didn't really know, but if you take the auto Q, you're definitely gonna know it's in front of the ADC. Where? You don't know, but you're just gonna have to try, and in that case, it paid off so well for XCN. And like I said, I really come back to the fact that Inner Voice don't have any Sentinels, which is
सर आप पट्टे रहेंगे अभी वो लोग.
They won 6 rounds on
जीता हुआ गेम
थ्रो हो गया एक बैक पुश की वजह से.
Into A a couple of times here and there, but after you know XA kind of figured that out, they put more focus onto A, gave the B side up, went for the retake. It then worked onto the favor because, like I said, no controllers, which means that, or rather no sentinels, and you know no lockdown on the site means that you're relying on pure firepower to stop the diffuse from going on. And in terms of firepower,
good morning, good morning.
They don't lose in terms of that. So let's
कौन है जैकी है?
play and see just how
क्या इतना सुबह क्या?
get that game in.
अरे bro, मैं रात से कैफे में.
We do have Fire Z that manages to just kind of peek himself
That's the way it
out
was.
of that flashpoint, but of course he does have the
Chokla.
that was just right at the
कैफे में है?
other end of the
नहीं,
to get
Discord.
2K for himself.
तेरे को आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रहा उसका?
Christiania now is just going to be
This
looking
boom boy,
for
like what?
देख लो आवाज बढ़ाओ.
And of course,
मेरे को तो खड़कुड़ आवाज आ रहा है उसका.
मेरे को आवाज आ रहा है
We
पर
saw
ऊपर.
it from a mouth, coming from a mouth.
Hello, Sappy.
For Reina,
हाँ.
she had solely
अभी आ रहा है.
react, but it was still hilarious. Like
अभी
you
आ
don't
रहा है, हाँ.
really see that happen too often.
yeah, it's really not something that you see at all. a Boomba slowly making his way, hits the wall, turn around, and you can audibly hear that 2 shots of the Sheriff. You couldn't hit it, and thus the Boom Bop kills him off. It's funny. I gotta give it to it. It's funny.
But obviously the highlight of the game coming in with that Hunter's Fury coming up from Flinch on the Sova, and yeah, it was impressive because that was the game winning.
आने को लेके है 5 मिनट में आया.
Played that allowed XCN to win. So far so good.
तुम लोग बकवास सुनो तब तक
Positive
इसका.
start for the Indonesian team, you know,
Volume बढ़ाता हूँ मैं,
over
बकवास सुनते
in a
रहो.
voice, but it is a round robin after all, so we have a lot of games coming up, and well, gotta say that's definitely a feast for the eyes because both teams were really close at the start, but eventually XCN getting a lot of control once they swapped over onto the defenders end.
And now it does seem like we are gonna be jumping on to the next part of the game real soon, and the teams that we're gonna be looking at is gonna be Myanmar versus Thailand, whereby it's gonna be B-Beast versus Attack All Around.
Yep.
Triple A. And of course we have put quite some emphasis on the Triple A for a couple of times already, especially on the pre-game show. We talked about how great they are, how strong they are in the Thailand scene, and the fact that the Thailand environment in Valorant is very, very competitive against one another. So we should be able to expect quite a performance coming from Thailand.
Yeah, remember how I said it was not hard, but you know, quite tough to find replays for Velocity Gaming in India? Well, it's even harder for BBs in Myanmar because I've absolutely no info on them other than the plays that they had coming into the regional qualifiers. So that is the only insight that you have. So they're like this Pandora's box. You don't know whether that's the team that you want to face against, but we know what's coming out from Attack All Around. So it's going to be a tall order for BBs. And I would say the priority for them, for BBs, I wouldn't say it's a lost game, right? Because if you have a good round in, you go on a good run, you can still get a couple of rounds off. And like I said, I'm not saying that they've lost, but if they are gonna lose, the key idea here will be try to mitigate the amount of rounds that they're gonna give over, right? And try to get as much as possible, because at the end of the day, when it comes down to round robin, we're still gonna eventually see the point difference in terms of the rounds given versus the rounds won, in order to decide who's the top 2 that's going to go into the grand finals.
Yep, indeed. And of course, I think that one thing that we're gonna have to pay some attention to as well is when it comes to what you said about the Pandora's box. I mean, as it sounds, I mean, it is what it is, Pandora's box, and we could stir up quite some pandemonium if we are, if Myanmar is actually, Myanmar's team is actually a bunch of really strong Radiants.
I'm pretty sure they're strong.
Yeah, like really like absurdly strong Radiants, and they just didn't have the time. They just didn't bother with all the other regional tournaments or even their own local tournaments. Those kind of things happen, and
like, nah, you know what's winning in competition? So like,
yeah, so
we
like they don't really care. They just like to play it like on pugs, play on rank, and they're happy with that. But in actual fact, they are really good. And these teams are the teams that will rise above in. Although it would be a one-shot wonder in a single tournament because they are known. They are the unknowns at that event. So for example, for this one, they are the unknowns. So they're gonna storm over everyone because everyone is complacent. Oh, we don't know this guy, we don't know this team, we don't know that. Let's just play to our heart's content and just be aggressive against them. Let's end this game fast, only for the tides to be turned.
I think it's really rare for that to happen, but it does, you know, every now and then. So we're gonna have to see how, you know, Attack All Around's gonna react to that, because like I said, they're a really good team, you know. They have a couple flaws here and there. They don't really do well against teams that can pull off really sick individual plays. I mean, no team can react to that, right? Because if that player is just really on form, like we saw Christiana in the first few rounds against XCN, there's really nothing much that you could do to it. But, you know, there are ways that you can mitigate that from, you know, getting out of control. You can, you know, double up onto the site that if you know the player is going to push there. We saw XCN do that. They put 3 men, double up the showers. Sometimes they double up the U-hauls. They constantly trying to find ways to counter that aggressive push. And it worked out for them. So I think Attack All Around, as much as they have flaws, they are still a really professional team playing at the highest level of Valorant in terms of the not only local scene but the regionals. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup. I'm just hoping that it's not a one-sided stop, because then, we won't have much to see how BBs play, because like you said, it could be a really good team, but it might be overshadowed by a even better team like Attack All Around. So I think for AAA, it's gonna be very straightforward. Try to not lose too many rounds. Try to get that perfect 13-0 dream in. I don't think it's gonna happen, because BBs, like I said, one good round.
Here for a reason.
Yeah, if you win the pistol round, bam, you get the next 2 rounds in, and then hopefully you try to get that momentum going. But enough about these two teams. Who do you think is gonna win here?
Honestly, the fact that Myanmar BBs is such a unknown team for now, like literally ghosts, I would want to put my coin in them, because it would be pretty nice to watch. Like BBs, a team that we have never heard of before, suddenly coming in and trumped over a AAA in a round robin.
Yeah, it would be a really nice fairy tale story if they go on to win the tournament. But hey, it's only the first game, so let's not make any assumptions here.
Yeah, I mean, yes,
first game for them.
Yeah, first game for them.
Yes.
Yeah, and in terms of talking about probability, probability when it comes to games like this, like for example, if AAA and BBs, if they are similar in skill, the laws of probability allow whenever you are playing on a best of 1, there is literally a 50-50 chance in terms of probability. But when it goes to if you go to best of 3, we are looking at a skewed amount of probability for one side. And we are looking at best of 5. Okay, we're talking about math here, but really it's kind of it's interesting stats.
I agree. And well, I'm on that note, I'm just gonna support Attack All Around, just because I'm a bit more familiar with the play style, and
hello,
I've
I'm
seen
back.
how they play. I think it's gonna be a bit tough for any of these teams to really trump over them. And like I said, I think coming into this tournament, the 2 teams that we're gonna look out for is Brand Esports.
अभी कौन सा मैच है? BBs versus Attack All Around. पहला कौन सा? हाँ, ये हुआ ना, अभी ये मैच है.
New team, you don't really have much info of them going into this game as an underdog. They don't really have much expectations and pressure as compared to teams like Attack All Around and Brand Esports, who not only have the reputation to uphold, but because all the other teams also have a lot of access to their VODs, because of the coverage that they have on their games, at the level that they're playing. Pretty much every competitive game that they play will be streamed or will have some sort of a video.
BLT का match हो गया क्या अभी?
It's gonna be very easy for these teams to go in and have a bit of a insight as to how they're gonna know how they're gonna position them, what kind of angles they like to hold, what kind of stretch do they run, and that might then backfire onto the big teams for having that amount of exposure. But I would say it's a double-edged sword.
Next match इनका आज ही है.
Yep, let's just see how that runs. What map do you think they're gonna be playing on?
I'm just gonna put it down for Ascent. I'm just gonna randomly say Ascent. Although
Icebox.
Speaking of Icebox, it does of course with the PvP Esports we started PvP Esports Season 2 without Sky and Icebox, and thus these 2 new additions into the game are not included.
I'm disappointed in you admins. Icebox should always be allowed. End of story.
What a meme. What an absolute meme.
But do remember to like to share the stream though, because that would be a good thumbs up for you guys and us as well here
and
at
we'll
PvP
bring
Esports.
Icebox for the next one.
Yes, we will. And I'll be definitely looking forward to that. I love playing Icebox a lot. I know it's every player's nightmare, like they skip when they see Icebox.
Yep.
But it's just when I get to play the Icebox, because not only do you have to be worried about your teammates not wanting to play it, you have to be worried about players dodging that map. And well, We're gonna
क्या हो
have
रहा है
to
इसको
wait to see
feed आ
what
रहा है
map they're
क्या?
gonna play on.
अच्छा,
I think they're gonna be playing on Haven. Because we're looking
क्या
at the
हुआ?
loading screen. I think they got Haven
Caster
loaded
को
up.
feed आ रहा है लगता है.
Yep, Haven pretty much straightforward as compared to Bind in the sense.
Chokla, if
Very
you are on
attacking
Discord,
sided. You have 3
watch on
sides to
PvP
get your spikes
Esports.
responded on.
मेरा
PvP.
minimize करके
obviously the
रख
mid
या तो
control
mute
is gonna
करके रख और
be,
PvP
very
Esports पे देख.
important to
So we'll get the
look
same
at
timing.
because the mid
ये तो
control
तेरे को
obviously
delay
gives
रहेगा.
you both B as well as
Discord
C.
पे है ना इसके लिए.
Indeed, and
हाँ.
as long as they can kind of break through, break
Good
through
morning,
middle,
Brad. Good morning.
it kind of worked out. It will kind of work out pretty well for whoever's playing in the attacker side. But I will also want to put in quite some understanding that when it comes to Ascent, the map is huge, right? The map is huge. When it comes to rotation, it's kind of tough to do this, do that, do everywhere. So as long as the attackers are very convincing with their pushes, they know exactly where they want to hit, and of course not be so predictable in where they are going to be heading to, they should be able to break into a side in a 5v3 fashion. That is like at worst case scenario, 5v3. At best, it will be, 5v1, and then 1 versus 1 and versus 1 versus 1, all that kind of stuff. And they gotta be fast. And in order to be fast, they definitely need Jet, because a Cypher inside of A side is quite menacing, and even for B side, because there's a shit ton of one-way cages.
I mean, for Cypher, he's always very good, right?
Yep.
No
Yeah,
matter
तो
the
थोड़ी
side,
देर में. ठीक है ठीक है
ठीक
brother.
है ठीक है.
where your one-way cages are,
अरे
as
नहीं,
well
मैं
as the
chat
weapons
पढ़ रहा
and
हूँ.
traps,
अच्छा वो
I
भाई
think
साहब.
it's pretty much useful in every single map and every single situation.
अपना क्या हो रहा है?
Where possible, you should always have a
मेरे
Cypher
को लगा हाथ
or a
छोड़.
Q-Chart. Either one. I think at this current point in the game, it's just so tough to run without Sentinel. We saw what happened to Inner Voice. Yes, you can pull off a couple of sick rounds, get us a couple of good headshots in, you get a little bit of that momentum going. But once teams start to settle down, they kind of figure that out. Okay, you're counting a lot of firepower, just pure firepower. They start to calm themselves down, they become more coordinated for the retakes, and then, you put yourself in that tough situation of not having a Sentinel in team. So I agree with you. I think Cypher works really well in Haven, and I do think, I think I spotted that both teams will be running with a Cypher.
Not too sure, but I would love to see that. Oh, okay. I love
Ta-da!
that. Da-da-da-da. At this point of time, we're gonna be looking at AAA that is gonna be playing on the defender side.
ये लोग के
first.
सामने जीता ना
Excalibur Gate tournament.
Pinocchios, Ginny, Assad,
हाँ ये लोग के सामने
Koga
32
Red,
जीता.
as well as one
अच्छा ये लोग के
fly
सामने
on
32
the
जीता.
side
हाँ
of
ये
AAA.
म्यांमार का टीम है ना, ये राइट साइड वाला.
हाँ हाँ
On
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Beast, we have
Junior.
Long K, Shin
पर अच्छा नहीं
Shin,
खेलते
Leon,
म्यांमार
and
वाले क्या?
Pride. And well, like I
वो
said, this is
off-screen
gonna be
था
our first time looking at BB's
अच्छा.
live in person, so it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of agents lineup they run for AAA. I think it's gonna be very straightforward. Pretty much the breach. I think Jin is gonna be playing an Omen.
ट्रिपल ए लगता है कच्चा खा जाएगा ये लोग.
Xerix is most likely.
पता नहीं देखना पड़ेगा कितना आगे तक जाएंगे PvP में ये लोग.
Already locked in the
VLT?
cipher.
हाँ.
Properly already having his meal with the rest
VLT
of the
जाएगा.
teammates locked
ये
in.
VLT का नेक्स्ट मैच ये लोग के सामने ट्रिपल ए क्या
Yeah, I mean, so far we are looking at we are
Triple
looking
A
at
क्या
अभी
है?
सब टीम में करंटली
Sova
सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
as
ब्रांड
well.
ही है.
In fact, Cypher, Sova, Omen,
वो
and
Brand वो
Jet
Phoenix खेलता है ना
being
Brand?
the
ब्रांड रे
standard.
टीम है ब्रांड.
And
अच्छा,
they
team
are
है
the
वो,
repetitive
वो
one
तो-
अरे
from
Brand Esports है ना
AAA
फिलीपींस
as
का.
well as BBs.
हाँ हाँ
The
हाँ.
only difference
और
is
वो हारे नहीं अब तक.
Arena as well as
वो
a
लोग भी
Breach.
कास्टर लोग भी
And
सब
looking
और
at
वो लोग ये रे वो
agent
फोरकम वगैरह
lineups,
है.
I do
अच्छा
really
बोक
like attack
बोकरूम
all around,
हाँ
especially
ठीक है
when
ठीक है
we're
पता है
talking
क्या
about
ये
Haven,
सब
right?
पेसेट वाले
Breach
प्लेयर
in
है.
Haven
हाँ.
is just
हाँ हाँ
absolutely
फ्लिप्स
disgusting,
जाइड और
especially if
फ्लिप्स
you put
करके
Breach
एक
right
है.
inside
जबरदस्त खेलते वो
of
लोग.
C.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he has really.
ये फेसिट
hits
सबसे
the
म्यांमार
ये लोग
वाला
टॉप.
टीम-
long
म्यांमार
mount,
वाला
right?
टीम
The
हारा
long
क्यों
mount,
मालूम
like
है? नाम में
really
ही
long
बीच थे.
distance flashes. He's got the concussion, he's got the rolling thunder, every single one of them that doesn't put the team at risk in order to deploy all these, utilities. So I think that is the one edge that I would give over to attack all around, just based on agents. I think having the breach is definitely an advantage to a certain extent. How they're gonna utilize it, I'm not sure whether they're gonna play as usual or if they want to keep some tricks up their sleeves, or maybe they've developed some stuff that they want to test out in the PvP. But That being said, BBs also not too bad. You know, they have the Cypher that we spoke of. They got the Sova. Pretty much the same lineup as Attack all around, except for the Reyna in place for the Breach.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 between Attack All Around versus BBs. Most of BBs, it does seem like they are leaning slightly towards the side of A, with a couple of trap wires just to ensure that no aggressive backstabbing is going to be coming out from Attack All Around. Although I would like to believe that AAA, they are probably going to be playing a little bit more passively in the first few rounds instead of just rushing it all the way out, because they still want to test the waters. You know, they want to understand a little bit more on BB's side, and they don't want to be overly complacent.
क्या हुआ?
Pretty much the longest map vertically, I believe,
Prediction.
before Icebox was released.
मैं तो ये लोग को follow भी नहीं करता ऊपर से.
अभी B beast velocity के सामने 13-2 आ रहा तो मतलब इधर तो हारना ही है.
As long as you're fast enough, it's gonna be
अच्छा
tough to
ट्रिपल ए
rotate.
के सामने नहीं हारेंगे
Almost
ट्रिपल ए
as
के
similar
सामने.
as the it's almost as similar as
ट्रिपल ए एक्चुअली अच्छा
Ascent,
खेलती है भाई.
but Haven, very big difference. In the meantime, Konga Red, he really wanted to try to just breach into the side, but it doesn't seem like things are not working out well for him. Pinocchio's is going to be wrapping it around. They are on the defense, by the way. So Attack All Around, they had 2 of their men already dead. Konga, he was doing pretty well when it comes to hiding inside one side of the corners, but it doesn't seem like he did manage to get the shots down. He was a little bit too distracted over the Reyna that got hit by the trap wires. And in the end, we're looking at Aesthetics pushing right onto side. They are now holding down the side pretty well. And K2 Jr. gets 1 kill on the Aesthetics. Pinocchio opens up. Gets a kill right onto K2, right on the shot. Pinocchio couldn't find Leon. He wasn't able to find Leon. And in the end, Leon popped a lead right in between of the eyes of Pinocchio's. All in all, well played from BBs. They are drawing themselves with a single round away from Attack All Around, and will be very likely going to be expecting them to score game number 2
India,
as
Myanmar,
well.
Philippines, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia.
BB's here, full on push
तो
mode.
सिर्फ इंडिया से सिर्फ
W
BLT है
Warriors all
basically.
around,
सब countries से एक-एक
that
team.
pistol round itself, we saw them throwing on the Lear. Yes, Reyna did get caught by the trap wire, but no, the Jet just came in, broke it itself, and now once again, they're gonna go for the push, and well, Attack All Around this time around doing with it a lot better, getting the mid control.
No one's going over to B, no one's going over to A, but that could be a possibility. We'll may be looking at the Cypher going to A actually. But Ginny immediately rushes right into the face of K2. He did manage to make a quick work out of him though, and thus Attack All Around. Very weirdly, they managed to clinch this round out. And
it's too early to say. They haven't clinched it yet, but it's looking very favorable for them.
Yeah, looking at the man advantage. Oh,
what was
nutty! Nutty. That's absolutely nutty. Now, Konga Red, he's got eyes on.
You think I don't know how to get by without money?
The classic fall damage from Haven. I mean, it happens to the best of us, so I'm not gonna laugh at him. But
Please clip.
that was, entertaining.
Monka
That was
as-
very yeah, that is.
Oh, Monka Giga. Oh my god. Well,
Someone
yes.
clip that, please.
Yes,
Thank
yep.
you.
Please say. Thank you.
And send it to me and Abstract. But well, that was definitely quite a bit of a interesting moment, and definitely gonna see that circulating on Twitch pretty soon. And for now, we're gonna see the rest of Twitch A. Very good hold though.
चॉकलेट तो पुश टू टॉक रखते हैं ना तो कभी तू
हाँ,
बटन नहीं दबा
वही,
देता है और बहुत बात कर लेते हैं
Genie with
पता
a
है तेरे को
solo hold onto C-Long, getting a Bulldog for herself as well. So not too bad coming for all around Attack All Around, given that they lost the pistol round.
Oh no, the profile of Long Long, he doesn't really quite know that
What
his profile
basic
is
खेल
open,
रहे रे
especially
लोग
when it comes to
मतलब
his shoulder.
अपन खेलते हैं ना
And it is
वैसा
a wooden
खेल
box
रहे
after all, so it is too easy to just wall bang on
Myanmar
the
वाले
box. And just like that, Attack All Around did manage to get himself with yet another win down into the back against B Beast. I would say that it is really unfortunate. So, ladies and gentlemen, the boxes in see, the boxes in a garage does not fully block you unless you face the wall. Do note of that. Take note of that.
BB's here. Finally managing that full buy out after losing out on that second round. And attack all around. I don't think I see any upgrades. Yeah, they're gonna still run with those Spectres and Bulldogs they picked up from the last game. And the last round in fact, but
Chokla
gonna hold mid by himself.
ये लोग सोच ना ये म्यांमार वाले सब Radiant से
coming up from BBs for a couple of seconds, but
maybe वो लोग own करते होंगे रे competitive scene में
उधर ना पर इधर अभी Velocity के सामने 2 ही राउंड निकाले वो भी bind में
You can see that Leon is waiting for
सोच split में क्या हाल होता था उन लोग का
attack all around.
राहुल ये PvP टूर्नामेंट चालू है ना साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का अपना वेलोसिटी जीत गया म्यांमार के अगेंस्ट ये एक्सकाली राइट टू ये लोग जीता 13-2 जीता म्यांमार के अगेंस्ट ये जो टीम है ना बीबीस करके अभी जिसका चल रहा है वो लोग के अगेंस्ट 13-2 जीते
We've got AAA to just pop right out, but in the meantime, Kong got red. He did manage to get a trapwire hit onto BB's. Good decent amount of tag over there. It does seem like Pinocchio's blinded himself. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but that is very, very, very questionable. But all in all, we are looking at attack all around 2 versus 2 right against BB's. Ascetics is now going to be hiding right onto the side of Sewers. He's got his crosshair placement a little bit too high, and thus it's going to be left with Ginny. AAA versus BB's. And now
Velocity हरा देगा attack all around. तेरा मैच है
2-2
होने वाला आज मैच नहीं है राहुल मेरा अभी मैच है मंडे को है राका जोन का फाइनल से वो राका जोन के YouTube चैनल पे स्ट्रीम होगा टाइमिंग बता दूंगा मैं और ट्यूसडे को शाम को 6 बजे द ई-स्पोर्ट्स क्लब के चैनल पे हम लोग का राउंड ऑफ 16 का मैच होगा वो भी स्ट्रीम है
whereby it doesn't seem like he knew that the box was slightly angled and thus his flashpoint flashed himself. So a
thank
little
you
bit of
Dr. Evil.
Amateur business over there. I'm not too sure why and what happened. I can genuinely give it to them if that is like small little mistakes, and I hope that doesn't happen again.
Tag all around just
वो स्ट्रीम होगा द ई-स्पोर्ट्स क्लब वाला देखना वो अच्छा टीम है सामने
it is the usual 2-1-2 but they're gonna send a jet over onto B and a lot of noise being made over onto
खेल रहे ना चोकला गैरेज छोड़ रहे हैं ये लोग
gonna reveal themselves just
पूरा कंट्रोल दे रहे लोग
अभी यार मतलब री-एग्रेस कर रहा है गैरेज पे वो ड्रोन करने के बाद
close angle help by the Sova and pretty sure that Vandal is gonna pop through the head of the jet unless it's gonna be a
हाँ मैं अरे हम लोग स्पाइक रश खेल रहा था रे तेरे को इनवाइट भी किया मैं पर बाद में पता नहीं क्या हो गया हम मैं भी चले गए उसके बाद
I can kind of give it over to BB's. It's really tough for you to predict.
ये अभी एक्सटेंड कर लिया
You know, you feel like someone's behind, but you don't want to you don't want to have a trigger finger on that sense. He's prepared to rush right inside of the garage, but unfortunately, there's not really much that you
experience
can do.
नहीं है ना फफल रहा है वो.
With a flashpoint out, Chin kind of knows where to expect everyone else. Goes for the consume, and he does have a good amount of health onto himself. Now, wanna fly? Got his crosshair placement right on top of the garage. Picks it off. Shin, and of course. Another lad in
रुकना 5 मिनट मैं थोड़ा चाय बिस्किट खा रहा हूं मेरे को 5 मिनट दे डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाना
Rebellious 3-2 BB's is holding themselves pretty well against attack all around by drawing themselves 2 rounds away but you know it could be about time where AAA starts to warm themselves up and prepare to launch out onto BB's or maybe even the other way around.
ठीक है मैं 5 मिनट
Good hold by Ascetics onto Garage there, getting a double kill. Like you said, it was an off angle, and you know BB's not really too much you can shout about in that particular round, but eventually did manage to get a couple of frags in. Meanwhile, attack all around. Wanna fly once again, holding C on his own.
With a single dagger used to destroy the cam.
Camera
not too sure how valuable that is because I mean one dagger missing is gonna mean quite a bit after all. But most of the players coming
Diamond
in
lobby
from
जैसा
BBs,
खेल रहे
they
हैं
are
लोग.
now rotating over to the side of C. It is going to be tough to push in, but I would love to see them try. Ecstatics now pushes out the Sona board. He is going to be seeing a single jet right there, and he's going to be bringing up backup for his team. We do have fault lines. We do have a lot of utilities currently being brought out, and of course, even the rolling thunder is used. Long completely out position, but he did manage to bring out a couple of his daggers as well as his vandal. 2K.
मेरे को लग रहा है वेलोसिटी ये लोग गंदा डालने वाला है अटैक ऑल
A lot of value already. Attack all around. They tried to go
अरे?
for the retake. They tried to
टकला?
go for the defense. But in the end,
वेलोसिटी ना वेलोसिटी हराएगा ये लोग का अटैक ऑल अराउंड.
that was
हाँ ये लोग को हराएगा bro.
10:30
ये
को
लोग
है अभी.
सिर्फ एक ही ड्यूलिस्ट खेल रहे हैं भाई.
by the rolling thunder, he still
Two
managed to get
initiator,
2
only one
kills
duelist.
work for himself.
नहीं पर जो हिसाब से वो लोग पोजीशनिंग और ये दिख रहा है ना अभी वेलोसिटी का बहुत अच्छा है गेम रेट.
much the round winning play for them, for that particular round, right? And like you said, despite being concussed, 2
और
kills
वेलोसिटी में शूटर
right
लोग भी
off,
है ना.
just to get BB's that advantage in terms of manpower.
मेरे को लगता है इन लोग का सीन क्या है ना, इन लोग पे कोई एक्सपीरियंस ओपन नहीं है, इसलिए इतना हारते हैं मतलब.
We're looking at Pride with
क्योंकि एंटीडोट
with very little health, so let's just put it that way. He's
मारता है
tagged
बहुत.
like crazy, and
यार
now
बहुत क्रूशल
BBs,
ट्रैक्स निकालता है वो.
they need to find a way to efficiently attack either side.
अरे इससे अच्छा तो वो टियर 2 टीम खेल रहा था रे. हम लोग जो स्क्रीम किया ना जो लोग के अगेंस्ट.
हाँ हाँ.
I do want to see how they're going to.
वो नॉन्ग वाइन करके टीम है.
It does seem like they're leaning
टिटिकॉन वगैरह प्लेयर्स है रे. क्वीन टिटिकॉन. अरे भाई वो लोग ने क्लिक करने नहीं दिया हम लोग को.
They're waiting
चकला.
for once again. They're waiting for attack all around to start
ये
to
लोग
play
तो
a
ऐसा
little bit more
लग रहा है कि
aggressive.
क्या
That
मतलब
is
खाली
the
नाम की
random
वजह से
attack
क्वालीफाई किए क्या
of
ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
of the spy cam that managed to work out.
ऐसा
He
हो
did manage to
सकता है.
tag onto the opponent's cipher though. Neurotheft is available for
क्योंकि ये सब जो
BB
प्लेयर्स है
side.
ना इंडोनेशियन के लाइक टॉप प्लेयर्स
ये थाईलैंड है.
Two of the kings
अटैक ऑल अराउंड थाईलैंड
now
है.
be popped. And of course, Lear, of course, has been destroyed as well. A little bit of a blind spray here and there. Wonderfly picks himself out. Koga Red with 2, make that 3. And Wonderfly comes in right behind of Gsync.
एशियन सीन के टॉप प्लेयर्स मतलब लाइक
Just like
टॉप
that,
सीएस
just
प्लेयर.
Wonderfly as well as Koga Red is needed to shut down the push coming in from BBs, landing themselves with a scoreline of 4-3.
Yeah, despite going into the side, BBs couldn't get the spike planted down. And speaking of spike planted down, no spike planted as of yet. 7 rounds, every single round has been a pretty much like firepower round in some sense. And yes, BBs did manage to get a couple of spikes here and there, but they didn't really need the spike, the spike to win the round itself.
अरे मार ले VLT 13-2 मार ले बोलते
Pretty much a frenzy between these two, and I gotta say I'm really pleased at what I'm looking at. BBs not only rubbing shoulders with all attack around, but
पर
giving them
सीन
a
ये
run
भी
for
है
their money.
बीआरटी बूट कैंप पे है ना.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
ये लोग भी
The
boot
combo
camp
is
पे
now
भाई
viewed
सब
the
लोग.
location of Pinocchio's and made full use of the
मेरे को
fact
नहीं
that
लगता
position
सब
was
टीम
revealed
boot camp
by
पे
you
लोग.
going for the flashpoint.
Thailand
Wonderful
वाले
goes
तो है.
in straight with a headshot on top of Omen as
वो लोग
well
का boot
as
camp
a
किसी पे पत्ता नहीं हिलता है भाई.
onto the opponent's Silva. And just like that, we're gonna be looking at Reyna as well as Jet being all alone, fighting against attack all around. 2v2, Neurotheft pop. Koga Red will have the idea and positioning as to where the opponent is. Asadics gets a kill onto Shinshin, and that is going to be a 1 versus 2. Asadic opens up, he gets a kill onto Long Long as well. And once again, it is pure firepower that dominated BBs once again. They didn't even have the time, opportunity, as well as the space to even go for the spike plant.
हाँ बघितलं ना मी.
That
डॉक्टर
round was a perfect example as to why teams, or rather high-tier teams as well as professional teams, don't really like to take control of B side because
अच्छा खेल रहा फिर भी. नहीं जो हिसाब से हम लोग जो खेला ना वो लॉन्ग वाइन
हाँ
के
एक काम
सामने.
कर, मैं ये मैच देख रहा हूँ थोड़ा टाइम बाद खेलता हूँ, मैं पूरा बिठा के नहा लो क्या है.
You know,
हाँ
you've got
ठीक है.
you've
तो
got to make sure that they're
5-10
coming
मिनट में आता
in.
हूँ.
You got to make sure that your sentries or
हाँ, 5-10
sentinels
मिनट.
knows how to put those traps down, and it's just so much work as compared to A and C. I feel like B is like always that false choice that you don't want to be attacking, especially if you're playing on the attacker side. But hey, BBs, you never know if you never try, and looks like they learned their lesson. They're not gonna go for B anymore. Slowly shifting that spike towards the A. They might want to catch attack all around off guard. If they can get a frag on the C and quickly go into A. I mean, so far it's been a full rotation coming up triple A. They haven't really seemed to play something out
ये
there.
recon किधर गया इसका?
गलत हो गया.
Full rotate. This time round, BBs trying to make their way into C-Long.
क्या मारा है
Genie pops the head off of Pride and
Genie लड़की है ना?
only to be completely shut down by AAA by a long
हाँ,
shot.
Sapi.
Wanna fly is that
Genie
it's
goal
over
gamer
red.
है ना?
They are just
I don't know.
making games work, and I gotta give it to them. They are definitely doing really well. Genie as well as Pinocchio's, they are definitely inside of that as well. But so far, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of that. What do you say? That flair just yet. Kuga Red managed to get himself with a 3K/4K inside of A just now, and it's just time for Genie as well as Pinocchio to find themselves with those kind of big plays in order to set their name in stone. But for now, BBs, they push us right inside of the garage. They are ready. They're absolutely ready, and they only have a couple of frenzies for their side. We do have the fault line that just manages to concuss Pride, but it doesn't seem like Attack All Around is interested in pushing them away from garage, because they know it doesn't really matter that much. Pinocchio caught with his pants down. Shinshin with the stinger immediately just pops ahead. Alright, just riddle this Pinocchio up with holes. It does seem like the rotation coming in from the side of BBs is a little bit weird. They're trying to go for B towards A. Leon gets shots. Pride gets shots as well. The Paranoia hits onto Leon, and they in the end resulted with a spike plant inside of B. They should be expecting a two-way fight over here. Long a little bit slow on that reaction time, but just like that, the game is now going to be tied. Not tied anymore, unbalanced into 2v2, 2v1, and now tied back up into a 2v1.
Huh?
Now right here. Oh, he
ये
doesn't.
क्यों cancel क्यों किया उसने?
Right. How do you not? I mean, that is questionable.
Don't plant B. Period.
If you want to plant B, go for open plants. If you want to play in Nest, it is. That is.
To be honest, I think BBs were feeling very comfortable about that round. 3v2. You know, and a bit of a questionable play coming from Ling Ling. He is a player that has the most frag in his team, but in that particular situation against Genie, a bit questionable. And then,
मालूम है 13-2 और यही है म्यांमार का टीम यही है BBs जो अभी खेल रहा है ना अटैकर से वो लोग ही
that's why she's playing the Omen, right? She's playing the lurker role. She's definitely a very intelligent player, and just a case of being outplayed there. And well, Attack All Around looking very comfortable now, starting to pull away from BBs.
And now it does seem like BBs are interested in going for B again. And now Zadix, he went in for a little bit more of the aggressive round, especially right outside of garage. He gets himself one. He maybe gets himself another one, but unfortunately his head has been popped by K2 Junior. And because of the death of this Sova by the garage, is going to be activating Genie as he commits right into garage, and they lined up perfectly for Genie. They were having too much issues trying to watch into the windows. Do I watch windows? Do I watch the pathway? Do I watch window? Do I watch a corridor?
इसके बाद अभी velocity का आएगा ना?
And right as Genie pops
10:30 बजे velocity का है. Attack All Around के सामने.
And just like that, AAA has managed to get themselves 8 rounds so far, and BBs unfortunately with only 3 rounds.
Yeah, they swapped the positions of the Jet and Omen, and this is why they're looking so successful right now. So what used to be holding C-Long, they used to put the Jet onto Garage. It didn't work out for them. They switched things up, put the Omen on the C-Long. He has the dark cover. She's able to hold C by herself, play off those off angles, put Ascetics now onto Garage and catch the Reyna off guard. I love this cover for a triple. And it's so tough for BBs to kind of predict which side to push.
And now BBs has now pushed themselves slightly towards into an A split. C split. And I like this. We do have Flashpoint currently being thrown by Pinocchio. Another one of the Aftershock and Flashpoint. It doesn't seem like BBs really know what to do because of the amount of utilities currently being thrown out right inside the garage. It's just way too much for them to even handle. And in the meantime, BB is also
ये
trying
जो
to
हम
push
लोग का
into
summary
C
में
long.
दिखता है
They have got the idea.
इधर
They know what
round
they
wins
want,
है उसके
but they
ऊपर और
don't
first
know
half
what is
second
going
half
to be the
है
response of Triple
defending
A.
and
And the
attacking
response, it is
और
going to
इसमें
be
first
an
blood 11
all-out
दिख रहा है
firepower
पर
from
जब
the side of Ginny
scoreboard पे
right
देखते
in
हैं
C
6 क्यों
long,
दिखाते वो लोग
and an all-out utility throwing. From
उनका
the
summary में
bridge.
जो
It was
बोल रहा है
literally
हाँ
flashpoint,
summary पे मैं जाके
aftershock,
देखोगे ना
flashpoint again.
तेरा नहीं वो टीम का है टीम का फर्स्ट
अच्छा
ब्लड
टीम का फर्स्ट ब्लड है मेरा नहीं
Like I said, all attack all around. Sorry, 6 rounds now on the truck.
Easy win.
Starting to turn this into quite a bit of a dominant defending side, but now they're gonna swap sides. Let's see how they do on the attack. And they're gonna start off with a bit of a shock dart onto behind the site. I don't think the Omen wants to stay there for too long. Already dropping really low. Now K2JR is gonna hold by himself, but Genie pushes in the frenzy spray down. Doesn't get anyone, but look at so much health.
Oh no, we do have Jet currently. Oh, it does seem like Fort Lines is currently being pushed right on top of Long Long. He immediately gets himself the tailwind out of there and hits himself out. What a fly. He literally flew and right in front of the faces of Leon. And attack all around, they managed to dominate in that pistol round
zone
with not a single casualty. Attack all around, they did manage to make full use of their utilities. They really knew what they want to do. Pinocchios went straight out for the fault lines right in between, right from the other one side of C into the defender's base area. And thus, there wasn't really much thing that Long Long could have done at that point in time.
Looks like we've got
ये डिस्कॉर्ड वर
full ASAM Bulldog straight out.
दिले दिसेल तुला त्याच्यात माझा स्ट्रीम म्यूट कर आणि याचा PvP चा स्ट्रीम चालू करून डिस्कॉर्ड वर ये.
Try to do decent damage and it's gonna be tough for them. No traps, no
traps.
cages.
No cages. It is all up to their
Oh, they do have
raw
one.
firepower.
They do have 1 to 8 shots, so I think that's not too bad. But here comes a shock dart onto Long Long. No way out for the Jet. Triple Q, and you know they're not even into the side just yet. Well, speaking of which, Shin just got pushed against by one fly. They're gonna get spiked down, and I don't think this Omen is gonna get anything. In fact, he might be caught out by a Cypher, which yes, it does happen.
Indeed. I mean, Cypher after all is usually
क्या
the
16 to 16 3
अरे मतलब BLT ने इनको 16-2 हराया ये लोग ने इनको 16-3 है क्या बोलते हैं 12-3 हराया
12-2 हराया 13-2
after all. But all in all, I would just like to say that BBs, they definitely
मम्मी बोली कि
changed
क्या
something
बड़बड़
up.
कर रहे हैं
Now
बराबर
is the time whereby they are able to buy a decent amount of equipments for themselves. And Long Long going for operator, and not just any kind of operator, but a glass cannon operator. I'm not a big fan of that, especially since the side from BBs, they are hyper aggressive. They are pushing all the way through and through. They do not wait. I mean, maybe they wait a little bit, but you know that they are just aggressive. And when it comes to bumping to the side, they are decisive.
Well, that is the tier we used up. No utility throughout for the
क्या
Jet.
पता क्या कर रहे हो लोग.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risky play, but looks like we've got a case of I don't care because Long Long's gonna get the first shot onto Wonderfly. They managed to let the shot fly off and now attack all around. They know there's an operator onto A long. They're just gonna quickly fall back. I think they might go for a garage push.
Perhaps. It does seem like they have they have walked past the garage area. Koga Red. Oh, what is this actually?
What is this? I think it's a decoy, and well, BBs at this point in time still biting on it. Oh, they tried to commit the Jet for the rotate, but because of the cyber traps, they think that it's gonna be a big push, and now by the time they realize it's too late, attack all around has control of C-side.
I have absolutely no idea what just happened, but it is what it is. We do have attack all around that have managed to get themselves right inside of C-side already, and of course with the spike planted at safe, and of course they also have got the eyes on the spike as long as they stay within C long. We do have Flashpoint blinds everyone else, but Pinocchio's completely whiffs up all of his shots. Conga Red hides inside of Garage. He is not in favor of the plant though, but they all lined up. Ginny gets one and Conga Red gets another one. Ascetics as well as Ginny, they're just gonna be hiding. No! Ginny opens himself. No! Ascetics opens himself as well. But there is not enough time.
There is.
No. Oh! 0.07. Yo, 0.07. 0.07.
देखते कैसा जाता है दिन वही सबसे.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
That was definitely a really close recall, but no, attack all around.
ये तो Indian Today Gaming पे भी stream हो रहा है.
They almost made it work.
Yeah, I mean they should have made it work, but I don't know why they decided to just peek long one after another.
But they had to, right? Because at that point in time, PBs was just committing one person to go for the defuse and, you know, just getting Long to cover him. So it's either you allow him to go for the defuse of the spike or you try your best to stop it. And in that case, well, Long just being a beast and, you know, making sure that his diffuser is well covered, and even if he isn't, don't worry, they get the trade and they get the round.
Yeah, they still have money, so it is okay. But in the meantime, Wannafly goes for a spray down. He did manage to get a really good tracking right on top of Pride, though. It's not gonna give it to him as well. We do have the dark covers, just gonna be getting a good amount of cover right onto the side of the defender side. We do have Wannafly trying to get a kill, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite that. Conga Red as well as a couple of dismiss coming in from Shinshin. He tries to get himself away. He tries to relocate himself in a better position, but unfortunately attack all around was just a little bit too dominated for them, and thus that previous round was then dominated by attack all around. This could potentially gonna be the last play coming from BBs.
Yes,
do note that this is a round robin best of 1 series, so BBs will only fight attack all around once.
I don't know, they are not awake right just now.
Well, we have seen moments of brilliance coming in from BBs. The fast rotates, the aggressive plays, the full sense.
Coming on this.
And
no more charges left.
Well, it looks like kind of just ran out of ideas at this point. Attack all around just starting to swap over. They try to go for the C push. I would give them credit for trying to switch things up, but AAA, no nonsense here. Coming in, the concussion. Is it enough? And it just might be. Oh, they commit the flash as well, and feel a little bit bad for Shinshin there, but AAA now 5v2 and can I get the hit that this
BLT bind खेल रहा था.
Yep,
sooner or later.
Yep, they're just gonna be rushing right in. We do have the flashpoints that's being used. Leon is gonna be the final man remaining, and unfortunately, he is gonna be using the Stinger after all. And thus, with a massive push coming in from attack all around, they have managed to draw the game away from
Guys, मैं आया 5 मिनट में.
Convincing win. And if I remember correctly, that was a 13-4. Yeah, that was a 13-4. And congratulations over to Attack All Around. They have definitely gave us quite a game. Look at them. All of them is just topping the charts, topping the leaderboards, scoreboards, whatever
even
it is.
the bottom rank on the side of AAA, Pinocchio has a double-digit score. So it's not like it was a solo carry. And this is why AAA is so scary as a team. Every single one of the players is proficient, every single player can tap heads, and they all can pull their own weight. And this is why they're one of the best teams out there in the region. And, you know, I wouldn't say they're the best team in Thailand, but they're up there, right? They're in the top 3. So, yeah, I think this is where, you know, teams will start to take note. And, yeah, AAA looking really scary. I mean, they had a bit of a warm-up at the start and a little bit slow. BBs, you know, capitalizing on those mistakes and, you know, trying to play very aggressively in the pistol round, which worked out for them. But, you know, eventually AAA kind of just woke up and, you know, stepped into second gear and just took away. So let's take a look at the highlights to see just how AAA managed to clinch that win.
And this is round number 5. Long is just popping heads after heads, and he shouldn't be able to do that, especially when he's concussed.
Well, you know when a player does that, he's gonna pop off in this game, and that's what he did. He really did pop off, but unfortunately, it's like one player that turned up against 5 players that all turned up. So it was really tough, and it's not like the rest of the BBs were not contributing. It's just very tough against, you know, a team like AAA, they're so coordinated, you know, every single one of their move is so efficient, and you know, like I said, once again, a very good individual play, but Long gets the kill to A-Long, but there's just so much you can do. There's only so much you can do per se. And you see, every single time, you know, they want to stop the defuse, Long is there to get the trade, and yeah, BB is just... I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm liking what I see. I don't think they're a team that can be easily pushed over.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the first 2 games of the round robin series, and so far we have seen we've seen Indonesia fight against Singapore, so we won't be seeing that already. We have seen Myanmar fighting against Thailand, so we won't be seeing that already. But of course, they will be shuffling all about, and each team,
all about.
Yep.
Sorry.
Each team, or rather each country, will fight against every single country. So Singapore will fight all the countries, Indonesia will fight all the countries, and all that jazz. So that is the round robins that we are talking about. So after we are done with looking at all of that, playing all of the games, and then the leaderboards will then show us who are the teams that will head over to the grand finals, and then also the bronze matches.
Yep, so Abstract pretty much ran through the schedule, but the bronze match will be played off stream, right? The third placing match will only be played off stream. So it's just the round robins and then the grand finals, which is the best of 3. So we're gonna go for a short break. When we are back, it's still gonna be us covering the next game, and we're gonna have Howler and as well as HyperX into studio after that. So yep, gonna go for a break. When we're back, more Valorant.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Hello, I'm back. थोड़ा डेथ मैच कर ले हल्का सा. मैच चालू हो रहा है तब तक डेथ मैच करते.
Match found.
GRF FJR बाप रे ग्रिफिन का प्लेयर आया है डेथ मैच में. गाइस देख रहे हो वही है कि नहीं पता नहीं. ग्रिफिन एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है कोरियन. मैं नहा के आया. ठीक है. हेलो अगय नमय साटे. हेलो पहले थोड़ा उधर स्ट्रीम पे ब्रेक है तब तक डेथ मैच तो एक खेल लो थोड़ा. ऐसे स्क्रीन के सामने बैठ के नींद आ जाएगा. ENS रैगनार यार। अबे तेरी तो टाइप कर रहा था तो मारे जा रहा है। 20 बेगर
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
ये भाई ये सब नहीं चलता है इधर।
You know what to do.
30-70
Still got it. That's 3.
क्या एरिया स्कूल जा रहे वो लोग पब्लिक जो है तो बोलते हैं एजुकेटेड गवार बोलते हैं। ये देखो रिच को मजा आ रहा है कान में मार। ये एड़े किधर देख रहा है।
On the money. Gotcha.
एजुकेटेड गवार या तो सरल भाषा में पढ़े लिखे गवार। बहुत मार रहा है यार, ये दिमाग खराब कर रहा है। इंटम ही लेना पड़ेगा।
Taken down. Sit still.
चल साले में भी काउंटर स्ट्राइकिंग आता है मेरे को भी। ये नहीं आता मेरे को। यार पीठ पीछे मारो तुम लोग। ये होता है वार्म अप बिना किए खेलने का नतीजा। यहाँ पे गोली ही नहीं लगती कि वार्म अप ही नहीं है। ये कर लो, कैम कर लो पहले।
Fires out.
Not really long. ये भाई क्या मार रहे इधर सुबह सुबह ये लोग। खराब हो रहा अभी।
Hot shot.
गोली नहीं लग रहा है, सामने वाले टपा टप किए अगल एक 40 मार दिया। वो से जो गाली है ना वो निकल गया था मेरे मुंह से, तो कैम कर रहा था।
Out of here.
अपन मैच ही देखते वही अच्छे है। बैठ उधर ही बैठ, पूरा जिंदगी उधर ही बैठ। भाई मैं नहीं खेल रहा क्योंकि चल दांत तोड़ रहे मेरा
Goner. Who trained you?
Down you go. अभी कैसा लगा पीठ पीछे मार के खत्म भी
See ya.
चलो खत्म हो गया मैच देखते आ जाओ PBIC और XCN का है उसके बाद वेलोसिटी वर्सेस अटैक ऑल अराउंड है फिर ब्रेन वर्सेस वेलोसिटी ये मैच मजा आएगा ब्रेन वर्सेस वेलोसिटी
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PBB Esports Season 2 of the Valorant Open Championship.
चैट तो
My
पढ़े
name is
जरा
Abstract,
चैट
and
में
with me
क्या हो रहा है
here is
VLT
Aris
OP
once again,
VLT
and
OP
we are gonna
VLT
be
OP
looking at
अन्ना
the next
OP
game
अन्ना
of
OP
Beast versus
अरे माँ का नाम खराब करके आओ किधर भी नाम मत अच्छा
XCN
करो
there, you know, showing
ये
us
देख
what
ये
they're
लोग
made
इतना
of
परेशान
in
हो
the
गए पिन
first
करके
game,
रख दी
against Inner Voice, and yeah, that was a bit of a. I would say it was quite tight
It was
at
quite
the start,
yeah,
right? But then you know, Inner Voice started to kind of just falter and you know,
cringe सच्ची में
like I said,
cringe है
not
ये
having any sentinels on a map like Bind. You know, they didn't really manage to lock down the B side. They tried it a couple of times, you know, got countered, but that goes to show that XCN they know what they can do on this bridge, and they played it really well.
ये
So
लोग को
I think
131
that
watching आ
choice
रहा है
is
ना वो
gonna
भी अपने ही है सब
play a
लगता
very
है
huge part onto how XCN is gonna play the Asian lineup. They might go for the same one, right? Who knows? But for BBs,
Discord
like
का
I
क्या
said,
हाल है भाई कोई
we
है
just
कि
seen
नहीं
them play
ये
first time
शाले
against
tanks
Attack
और
All
सब
Around. You know, pretty decent mechanics. But you know, when it comes down to facing against the top dogs, I think coordination-wise, a lot of room for improvement.
Indeed. And before we even jump onto the game, let us just take a look at the standings so far. And so we do have Brand Esports that have already played a game against Singapore. And of course, they got a win for their side. Velocity got a win on their side against Myanmar. XCN got a win on their side against XG. So far, Inner Voice have played 2 games. And unfortunately, both of which were losses. BBs also have played 2 games, both of which were losses. But at a deficit of 10, which is a whopping amount, by the way. Attack All Around with the 1-win game against Myanmar as well. So that is a deficit. That is an advantage of 9 rounds. So we pretty much saw AAA fighting against BBs, and we were talking about like how it's kind of it's pretty good for them in some sense, one-sided, but Velocity drew an even more one-sided game against Myanmar, if you think about it.
It was a 13-2.
It's a 13-2.
Yeah, 13-2 against BBs. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think getting the W is more important than the points, right? Yes, the points are important, but if you get W across the board, you will qualify for the grand finals. That's the idea behind it, right? So I think that's gonna be the main goal for all of these teams that we're looking at today. Yeah, but Velocity Gaming and Attack all around currently in the lead, and yeah, well, I think we are looking at a case of the lower teams trying to mitigate the losses into.
1 minute, guys, 1 minute. Ren किसके सामने खेला?
Than 50%. He comes out from bathroom. We've got RZK that comes out from a shot as well. The remaining players from XCN, they're coming in from elbow, and with the first initial shoulder pick from this cipher, they are able to understand exactly where are the players of Inner Voice. A little bit of information for that one.
Yeah, they're really gonna draw this down to the.
Long is undoubtedly one the top dogs.
Ren का मेरे को देखने दो.
You know, Velocity got a win on their
Singapore
side against Myanmar.
Oh my God,
XCN got a win on their side against XG. So far, Inner Voice long. Shinshin, K2, and Pride have got in store for us.
Attacking side, I don't know, like, every time I see the word split pop up, I feel it's so unfair for the attacker side on the first half, but then again, we have seen teams lose a ton, and then when they swap, they get the reverse sweep. So that's the thing about split. It's all about getting as many rounds as you can on the attacking end, same for defenders, but even more so on the attacking end, if you can get like 4 to 5 rounds, that's it. I think that's really good. And then you go to defending side, you know, get the pistol.
ये मैच नहीं जीतेगा भाई, सिंगापुर का अच्छा टीम है.
But I think one point that's very interesting about
choose your agent.
The
सिंगापुर ने
BB's
इंडोनेशिया है ना?
lineup is that I think they're going for the Q choice. So yeah, no cipher, which is pretty interesting.
अबे XCA ने title तो change करो, ये क्या attack वाला round डाल के रखा है?
There is a Sage instead of a Reina.
Yeah,
and there is also a
hello Ashirwad, good morning bro.
Yeah, I mean you can call me
welcome to the watch party.
Nostalgia kind of person. You can call me old-fashioned, but I really do like to see a Sage playing in mid.
Oh yes.
So
the
like,
classic Sage.
Yeah, the classic Sage in mid, especially when it comes to defenses. When it comes to defense, so what I'm expecting to see from BBs is that they're going to have a Killjoy in their B side. As for B Heavens, we are looking at the Sage. So their B is
watch party याद रखना.
But when it comes to A,
7:30 बजे से चालू है. 7:20 को stream चालू है.
Because the last person, the only other person that could give them some form of control is going to be Shinshin, that has his dark covers.
Yep. Once again, Sentinels. Both teams running with only one Sentinel, which I don't think is an issue.
वैसे 7:20 को चालू किया मैंने watch party.
Quite a bit of a fun time on split, but he does get the lockdown to control the dark cover. And this is something that I don't particularly like. Putting a dark cover onto Heavens is not pushing, because to me that's a dark cover waste.
मेरे को लगा good morning तेरा goodbye में बदल गया.
Not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain about too much about that, because BB's did manage to get 2 frags, one down the mid, one into sewers. But Force Mark here holding a really sticky angle. Oh no, the Omen pick, but he didn't really get the shot off, and Force Mark will be able to get the first frag in, although they do have a Sage that's really low as well.
Oh, okay.
And in the meantime, it does seem like we do have most of the members coming from BB's heads their way over to B, and the dark covers pops. We do have the nanobots that are just going to be popping as well. A lot of committing just going to be happening here. Kage is all out in the open, and he allowed BB's to nail quite a lot of ladder right on top of his bodies. Abong CS going for a little bit of a 1v3 kind of scenario, or perhaps even 1v4 kind of scenario. He did manage to get a kill for himself though, but ultimately he's still doing pretty darn well for that point. At least that's some value in that kill.
XCN here
LVX SG सर्वर में खेलता है क्या इस टूर्नी का
is
प्राइस
that
पुल नहीं
BBs
पता
will
आशीर्वाद
have
दस
a bit
मुझे
of an easier time, even though they're attacking
10:30 को
hand,
वेलोसिटी का मैच है ना
we are starting to see a couple of
10:30 को
specters
वेलोसिटी
and
वर्सेस
a
थाईलैंड है
Bulldog. Leon's gonna hold
ये
on
मैच
to
के
that
बाद
ghost that he
ये
managed
मैच
to save
खत्म
in
होएगा
the
वैसे
previous
वेलोसिटी
round.
वर्सेस थाईलैंड चालू होएगा
Now Axie and Jure gonna settle for a couple buckies, I believe, which is interesting.
Late
but
हो गई ना
Fletcher,
चिच्चा
risky play, trying to jump right through the corridors. Didn't really work out. Pride here will get the headshot, and well, I feel like this is still a straightforward round for BPs, given that they bought this round out. But here comes Abo, trying to force through to get the shot off. The shot he
Yes,
doesn't pay
big
out.
game, big game.
The wall comes out from the stage, gonna delay
But
a bit of
I
time
think
for
so.
Axian.
What tough होगा वो game और
Long
velocity
as
can
long
beat.
as the Sage, they
Velocity
really want
can
to take
beat
control
attack
of the
all
elbows, and it does seem like they are doing pretty decently, if you ask me. And of course, they even have Sage wall being erected right by Heaven, so there really wasn't any ways that the defenders could even enter by the top side, by the Heavens, unless they kind of gun it down. It's possible, but they may end up spending a little bit too much time. BBs with a great and explosive start into the game. I really love what they have here. And when it comes to the agent side, I really like the agents too. So if they manage to get 4 wins
नहीं हुआ
in
अभी
the
होगा
attack
मम्मी
side,
बना रही
then I think that they are pretty much all set when it comes to the defending side.
बड़ा दिन है आज इंडिया के लिए हाँ यार पुराने दिन याद आ गए 2016 याद आ गया मुझे हम लोग गए थे थाईलैंड इंटरनेशनल खेलने ऐसे ही एनए नॉर्थ अमेरिका और सिंगापुर को हरा के आए थे हम लोग और बाद में नेक्स्ट ईयर 2017 में हम लोग रशिया गए थे वहाँ पे भी हम लोग यूएस को एनए को हरा के आए
have too much issues, but ForceMock here holding a very
एक भी ब्रिज नहीं लिया वही मैं सोच रहा हूँ कुछ रहेगा ये लोग का
of those right angle picks, and she's gonna get elevated through the wall. He has teammate support of his teammate, who Pride will take down immediately. But here comes the refrag from ForceMock, gonna get the overheal into the back, and here comes Killjoy pushing in. No one's watching Heavens. A triple kill. Can he get the ace though? Coming in from Flinch coming in from CT to give him a helping hand.
And just like that, it does seem like it's going to be 3 versus 1. BBs with the last man remaining, they're just going to be hiding right within of B side. The question is, I don't think that XCN actually knew that Leon is around here. You managed to hear a little bit of that sentry cue, so it makes sense for Leon. You're just going to be hiding here.
रुक जाइए मैच होने दे फिर तुम लोग को लिंक से हम लोग का भी गेम दिखाता हूँ
We'll get you, but
ये मैच के बाद दिखाता हूँ
and just like that, completely flushed out from the plant spot with the shock dart, and everyone else have got their eyes on BBs. And we're looking at the third round in. XCN has managed to turn the tides around, got the game for themselves, and is looking to be.
I don't know रे सोआ यूटिलाइज करने अभी तक तो देखा नहीं उसका पोटेंशियल यूटिलाइज करने को देखते हैं कैसा यूज कर रहे हो लोग
and get some good fun.
ये मैच के बाद हमारा मैच दिखा दो गाइस तुम लोग को फास्ट फॉरवर्ड में पियर्सिंग ब्लो का
good money
जहाँ पे सिंगापुर और एनए को हम लोग ने डाल दिया था क्लोन तो पागल हो गया था एनए के सामने हर राउंड जाके 3-3 4-4 को कचरे की तरह मार रहा था.
Getting it around was really important. BB's could have just taken it away, but now they're gonna settle for half buys. I mean, stingers throughout the board, a couple phantoms here and there. You know, economy not looking too good, but if they do a good rush, I think.
वेंकी गया रे वेंकी कल रॉसी भी था क्या रॉसी पियर्सिंग ब्लो में बैंगलोर की टीम में था हम लोग की टीम में नहीं था रॉसी मेरा टीम था मैं क्लोन और 3 अलग तुम लोग नहीं जानते.
But once again, like I said, I don't like the fact that teams put down the dark covers and don't push because that's a wasted utility. I feel like if you want to do that,
वेंकी हेलो वेंकी गया रहेगा सोने वो लोग वेंकी और क्लोन फुल नाइट कैफे में थे कल कैफे का मेंटेनेंस कर रहे थे पूरा पीसी साफ करके
and you're getting one step closer to
reinstall
sight. Now look at the situation.
रॉसी माने 4 सेकंड
used up half the utilities, still stuck at the halfway line. Nowhere near the side, and they're gonna have to go through the whole process again, which kind of just builds into the mantra that XCN will have more confidence in making sure they shut those sites down.
And there we go. BBs have committed into having 2 ultimates, and Long pops out the ultimate, and it does seem like it didn't manage to get used to get to use it, and that is relatively sad. Run it back wasn't used as well because it was popped, but he just kind of hid by middle, And just like that, BBs have expended 2 ultimates from their side, and they have lost 3 men. Fortunately, XCN, they managed to get 3 men down from the side of XCN. We do have Empress being popped by Frostmark as well. Just waiting for someone to pop out from the dark covers. Unfortunately, we do have Leon that comes in from the back of side. Kage comes in from behind, gets a snappy headshot right onto Leon. Now that is some crisp headshot with that, of course, that crosshair placements. I gotta give it to him.
Yeah.
That was crisp.
That was a good flick. That was a really good flick. He was looking at the right hand side
really
of elbow,
flick.
but the flick
Baat
to the
karna
head,
सीखो ना फिर casting
that
करो.
was really snappy. And like you said, well, XN are doing really well now to shut it down. And because of that false spike from BB's the previous round, they're gonna have to be poor this time. But it looks like BB's don't care. They're just gonna force buy every single round. And but it is a half buy, right? Because they're going for a couple of armors here and there. You know, they still have 2k in economy, so I think they're kind of prepared to lose this round and buy next round. But you know, if they do win this, it's gonna be a huge bonus.
As long as they have 1k, it should be okay for them to go for a full buy in the next one. In the meantime, the attacker's killjoy with the lockdown. It does seem like we do have the pinch shot just gonna be popping right up onto Leon as well. Kage just turns things around. Headshots on the front. Riddle up 4 members with holes. It is gonna be a 1v1 fight between Shijin as well as Kage, but unfortunately for Kage, he's just gonna be losing right out. Fire completely changed things out as he brings one more person down to the count. The pinch shots is gonna be tossed by Lung, but he's not gonna be aiming anyone. In fact, he threw it up high. I'm not too sure why, but
Not
what he
aggressive,
should have done
I don't like
is
that
just throw it right in front of him.
There.
And just like that,
yeah,
they have money now.
They have money, yes. They don't have a Sova, but they have money. And they're gonna buy up here, and XCN. Interesting to see that they don't need an operator at this point, right? They doesn't really look like they want to play the operator. They're just gonna run with Vandals and Phantoms throughout, and why not, right? The thing about splitting for defenders is that they don't even need to cover those long alleyways. If you can, that's good, right? You've got screens, you've got mid, you've got B main to play off the operator, but for XCN, with the angles they're holding, because it's so close and it's such a tight angle, they don't need it. All they need are Vandals and Phantoms. They can get the first shot off on the head. That's good.
And here we go. It is going to be round number 6 now. XCN versus BBs. XCN has been dominating in the previous 2 rounds, and BBs with the first 2 rounds. They literally, this game could go anywhere and to anyone. And looking at BBs, the way that they are moving out is they have one person that's going to be heading into B, a little bit more acting as a lurker. One person in middle as Sage is slowly now slowly starting to converge with the Phoenix in B. And the rest of the BBs members that was crowding around in A main heads their way over to middle. And you know, right about now, Kage. He did manage to use his ultimate as a form of scouting too though. The Paranoia hits, but he's not gonna push because of the slow off. That's just going to be completely pushing him out. We do have a really nice curveball coming in from the side of Pride. Kage, he did manage to kind of avoid that by a shy bit though, but still not fast enough to react and get the kill onto this Phoenix. And all in all, it is going to be 3 versus 3 right about now. We do have lockdown as well as running back being committed.
Yeah, but they do have...
You will
not the great push that they want, but they do manage to get a frag there off, and Resurrection will be used coming in from the Sage to the face.
Right there. And Fire takes 1, takes 2, takes 5.
Player standing. A.
Ooh, that is coming out from the race right there. Nearly getting 6 kills though. Because that was a Sage revive.
That was sick.
So they burned 2 ultis, they burned the running back, they burned the revive coming from BBs, and on top of it all, it was an ace. So Fire's on fire.
Oh my god. Okay. That kind of threw me off a little bit, but that was impressive. I gotta give it to him. And that was impressive.
It's really high.
And of course, that clutch pick, and rather the clutch spike defuse is one thing as well. In the meantime, we are looking at the next round right now. XCN is now has now gotten themselves with a 2-win lead. BBs is now slowly going to be heading their way right onto A, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to go all out in a full-out aggressive right into ramps. And when it comes to Heaven's side though, XCN, they have 2 members holding by Heavens. Both of the turrets can potentially be staring at each other
Clone अब
in
भी
this
सोने गया रे
combo
आकाश.
showdown.
Clone पूरा रात कैफे में काम कर रहा था. उसका कैफे का
one of the turrets
मेंटेनेंस
gotta
कर रहा था.
move in front just by a little
PC
bit
साफ
more.
करना, reinstall करना, update करना सब games. Clone और Venki थे तो वो तो नहीं आएगा. Buster आएगा 11-12 बजे उठ के आराम
You
से.
put on the alarm board, but it doesn't look like they want to pay the shouts onto Elbow. Here comes slow off as well, but they're taking a lot of damage coming off Nano Swap. And yes, the painted shouts will pick up the frag onto Shinshin. BB's already losing 2 members. But look at that, they're nowhere near the plant. A-Bolt here gonna get the Vandal shot in, the double spray down onto Long Long. Now it's gonna be all down to the Phoenix who eventually gets taken out. But
करना पड़ता है ना
onto
पेट के लिए. कैफे है उसका मेंटेन तो रखना पड़ेगा. वो
Well
क्लोन
played,
बहुत
coming
अच्छे
in
से
from
मेंटेन रखता है
XCN.
कैफे.
Things are going faster than I expected. BBs though, what do you think that they are missing? I feel that their execution was actually rather decent. They throw Pain Shell inside of over to the back of side. They throw the Snow Up over the back of side just so that the Pain Shell could do its magic, do its work. And even when they try to entry, they kind of go for that.
आप लोगों का प्रैक्टिस कैसे चल रहा है? अच्छा चल रहा है. कल भी हम लोग ने स्क्रीम लिया एक सिंगापुर के टीम के सामने. हम लोग जीते.
And you know, pushing against the Killjoy, you gotta expect those nano swaps. And I felt like for BBs, yes, they did everything correctly, but against the nano swap, the fact that they did so much damage before entering the site, and because of the nano swap itself, it split the team into 2. So that gave XCN a lot of time to rotate.
ये कौन सी टीम की ये XCN इंडोनेशियन टीम है और BBs म्यांमार की. ये BBs के अगेंस्ट वेलोसिटी जीती 32 और XCN राइट टू इसकी पुरानी टीम.
A little bit of fountaining coming in from the side of BBs as they try to take control of Heavens to jump right down.
हाँ ना तनिष वही एक गेमर ही समझ सकता है कैफे मेंटेन कैसा करना है.
To be there,
बाकी कैफे ओनर गधे रहते हैं. अक्कल नहीं कैसा कैफे सब चलाना है.
And then, by the way, so far XCN is now
as a gamer तुझे मालूम पड़ता है ना ये क्या हो रहा है. यहाँ पे FPS ड्रॉप हो रहा है. ये गेम में लैग हो रहा है तो नेट का कुछ तो इशू हो रहा है. ये तेरे को गेमर रहेगा तो ही समझेगा. अभी अंकल लोगों के घंटा समझने वाले हैं.
credits to constantly buy out their weapons. And just keep on buying and buying.
हाँ PvP वालों ने HGT टाइम पे पिन किया देखा मैं. और अपने और बधी रहे. 1 बजे आएंगे. अरे VLT मैच OP करके
1000 credits in order to secure themselves with more utilities as well as equipments for the next round.
Oh wow, that is a really good recall bot there, revealing 4 members on the side of BBs right down into mid, and you can see the rotation coming with Killjoy. She's gonna put herself onto Heavens just in case if she needs to cover that Sova. But I don't think that
12:30 को नहीं है. 11:30 को है.
Seems like they're gonna set up to A.
आकाश.
Good 6 cents coming off the Sova there. Good pick at the same time. Didn't really manage to get the kill, and that was a bit of a wasted chance because I think the Killjoy was going for the ultimate ult.
ब्रेन के साथ सबसे बड़ा मैच है. सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम ये टूर्नामेंट में ब्रेन ही है अभी.
With a really good and easy headshot right onto Long Long. 5v4 now. Bong is just gonna be hiding right by the back of side and just gonna be right by the elbows and just gonna be waiting for the perfect time or waiting for someone to eventually pop themselves out. The spike is planted, so the perfect time for them to eventually go in is that when everyone is prepared and ready to go. Kage spots out a couple of players here. He spots up the turrets as well, but it doesn't like Killjoy coming from their side has managed to open up the right side of the map, and Kage is still big in heavens. He opens up the left and
10:30 versus Thailand. But that is AAA. 11:30 versus Philippines. That is on stream. Philippines का ब्रेन है. फिर 12:30 को इंडोनेशिया के सामने ये XCN के सामने. That is no stream, off stream है. और फिर 1:30 को सिंगापुर के against है.
We saw in the previous few rounds they kind of struggled with the entry, but in that round itself, in round number 9, I think BBs did really well. They went to mid, they baited out the Nano Swamp. They got a bit lucky onto A-Rams because they didn't get picked up by
जिंदा रहना
someone
काम है Sentinels का. वो जिंदा रह रहा है.
Now they gotta improve on the lockdown. They need to improve on defending the spike plant. So after the spike plant, they kind of just threw a smoke onto A-Rams, but other than that, nothing else. Yes, you throw the wall down, but you put 2 members in the cubby, no one's watching elbow, no one's holding heaven. I think that's a really risky play, and I think for BBs, the issue for them now is they're playing very, very conservatively, especially on the attacking end. So they might need to switch things up a little bit and be more focused on those angles, because Split is really about angles.
The Paranoia just gonna be charging up, waiting for the Q of BB's rushing in. There we go, the Paranoia pops, and the rest of the members coming from BB's immediately retreats into safety, and the usage of the dark cover has now split them either split them up or pushes them all the way in, buying themselves a little bit more time. And it's rather good that that he himself managed to push 3 members away just because of one single Paranoia and one single dark cover. In the meantime, it does seem like we are looking at a satchel coming from the side of Long Long, but unfortunately it's just going to be completely shut down by Kage with an immense headshot while mid-air. XCN, they are prepared. Due to the fact that BBs, they were a little bit too predictable on that side. They have placed themselves right by garage. They have tried to go for that a little bit more. They don't bother trying to go for any form of distractions in A, distractions in mid. Oh, we are trying to go for A, and suddenly they turn around, double back, those kind of stuff. No, BBs just say, let's go to B. They hang around in garage and stays there until they think that okay, their utilities is now used up. Let us change. So, some strategies must change from BBs because they are becoming way too predictable.
With it, gave a bit of a warning statement there. Split is a defender's map, but BBs here really struggling to have a sniff of victory after the first 2 rounds. They do really well with the ultimate that coming from Raze to get a kill onto Kage, but that's about it. I don't really think they can push to the side. Look at that Foremost coming in. Got the Leer out as well, but he doesn't need it. Well, eventually gets taken out by Long Long, but
you should run.
XCN, look at that. They still got 2 ultimates. They've got the lockdown. They've got the ultimate coming in for the race.
This is very bold play coming from BBs.
Shock.
This is absolutely bold play. He's just gonna go straight
even
in.
with the lockdown, they're not in the sight.
Happy God bolte.
I don't know why. Usually when you go for the lockdown, everyone runs out of the lockdown area, and that is your chance of running in.
Chetak in the chat.
But BBs, they decided, let me just use this lockdown and then save my gun.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a bit of a weird decision for me. Like, there are a lot of flaws that I see with BBs coming onto the attacking end, right? Number 1, they don't get the Omen smoke on down to mid. They're constantly pushing in with the Phoenix, just trying to just pure firepower onto B Heavens. That doesn't work because on an angle like Split, or rather on a map like Split, there's so many angles that the defending end can play off. There's so many angles that you can get caught, especially at mid. And when you have a center, or rather controller like Omen, which is so good because you can throw smokes from long distances away, covering the mid vents is the best position that you want to put those that dark cover down. Is if you want to push into B Heavens, right? Secondly, we just saw a bit of a I would say misplay, but a very questionable play coming out from BBs. They get the Killjoy ultimate down, but they don't push in.
Chetak dekh raha hai kaisa khelna hai ye game.
Like, why do you even use the ultimate in the first place? If you're not gonna push into the site, then I think if you really decide to go for the save, then just save both your ultimate and the gun. Like, that's just value for me. And now that it's a 5v5, the Killjoy's ultimate will be so useful here, but because they used it in the previous round, they don't have it here.
It's a matter of win or lose with a single ultimate. The lockdown could have been able to get you a win in one game. Is that kind of thing. But in the meantime, let us just move on from that matter. We are looking at BBs that just gonna be rushing right into site B. It does seem like we do have the from the shadows coming in from the Omen, and he's just gonna be placing himself right at the backside of B. And this time we do have the defenders Killjoy that have the lockdown from
India,
and if not for B, if BBs did have something around that, they could have been able to do something. One player detained. It does seem like they managed to find out where exactly is that final member, and the defenders has managed to push and flush everyone else out of the site, and there is absolutely nothing that this Omen would even do do because of the swarm, because of the nano swarm that flushed him out. Everyone else was looking at him while he's inside of garage, and it's just there. Nothing that he could have done, and thus the end of the first half, whereby XEN managed to draw out 10 points away, and BBS unfortunately only with 2 points.
Once again, another question on the board. Last round, why are you safe? Like that's the last round before the switch, and
म्हणून या लोकांना कुठे घेऊन नाही
it would
जात.
make more sense to try. I know it's a 1v4, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's
Just
a
rush
very
over.
unlikely scenario that you're gonna win. But either ways, even if you lose, there's nothing to save that round. You're not gonna bring any economy. I wished I could, right? If in Valorant, if I could, I would. I would bring all the amount economy that I've saved in the next round. But that's just not how it works. So. Yeah, but I mean, you know, now that BBs is on the defending end, let's see how they cope with it, because I think this is still doable as long as they win the pistol round. And I stress that they have to win the pistol round.
If they lose the pistol round itself, then it is essentially they are going to be heavily handicapped for the next round, and thus 2 rounds in a row for XCN. The next round ends up to become match point, and there's no saving grace from that point onwards anymore. Long eventually pushed out of the dark covers, only to find himself completely but fortunately, his aggressiveness did manage to pay off some by getting a kill onto Reina himself. So ends up with a 4 versus 4. They know for sure that Sage is on B Heavens. But how exactly are they supposed to tackle with this current situation? Do they want to go for a kill? Do they want to rush into B? They waited for the wall and then walked right in. And then they know where the Sage is now. Information now has been popped. And XCN, they are just gonna be rushing right in. BBs, they're trying to give the ideas and of course the understanding that, oh, everyone else coming from XCN is now rushing over to B. So now BBs, they are heading over to B Heavens with no one else in B side.
Fire's gonna hold on to garage there, giving BBs a bit of a conundrum. It's
प्रॉब्लम है ना, आज के यंग जनरेशन को सब इजीली अवेलेबल हो गया. अब आप दे देते हैं, ये चाहिए ले, पीसी चाहिए ले, ग्राफिक कार्ड चाहिए ले. हम लोग को साला एक क्रिकेट का बॉल खरीदने के लिए ना रो के हालत खराब करना पड़ जाता.
Just 1 round in for XCN, but typically once you win the pistol round in the
हाँ रे, वो
second half,
सामने आ गया ना उसका टीममेट उसके, इसके लिए स्पेशल वो कंफ्यूज हो गया, मारू नहीं मारू.
Second round with a win. And let's take a look at BB's lineup and what are they gonna do. They know that the next round, this round, if they were to lose, the next round is going to be a match point all the way. And BBs has opted to go for a couple of shorties, a single frenzy. They just want to keep their values afloat above 1,500 credits, just so that they will be able to go for a full buy in the next round. And I respect that, but it's going to mean that they need to pull out so much miracle plays. They need to pull out so much good plays as well. I'm not too sure why she didn't even play in that corner. Sometimes you can play in that corner, but in different situations, you gotta have it in the right cause. Force more, he pushes right out, and it does seem like there is a really nice blind coming in. I believe that was Paranoia right on top of the race, and Flinch immediately just gunned down with a Spectre onto K2. XCN,
match point.
At that point of time, it's kind of like they're just bulldozing their way through B-Beasts.
Well, it's just, you know, doing your due discipline, knowing where to put the paranoia down, and I think to sum it up, it's just a case of XCN knowing that they've won that round, right? It's a 4v2, and there's only so many places that BB's remaining players could be in. Like, it's either the side, the back of B, or, you know, on the side itself, on the pillar itself. So I think XCN, they pretty much knew that, so that the paranoia was really good. That shot that though.
Oh man,
gonna take like half the HP off there. I mean, they do have a Sage, but I don't think they're gonna heal her. So that's it.
PUBG वाले chat में.
We shall see how that's gonna go.
It breaks my heart. Jet, heal me. Heal me, Jet.
That is.
अरे बोल रहा है वो इधर. ये देखिए एडविन ने इधर लिखा, ये देख.
Heal me, Jet.
10:30
okay, now moving down to
AM Indian time is VLT next match. उसके नीचे ही ऋतुराज थी. BLT का first में 10:30 को है ना रे
barbaric.
के
That
बोला
was
ना
absolutely barbaric. As we do have Kage just literally just running down right in your face. Here's a Spectre. Bum, 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 bum,
उसके
bum.
नीचे ये देख
And XCN, they don't care about anything. They know that the game is pretty much over, and when it comes to the start of that previous round, they immediately managed to get themselves with a decent amount of kills already. So, XCN, they trumped
इधर ही
over
लिखा देख इसने
BBs.
फरहान ने
Although I gotta say,
10:30 AM
there
Indian
have
time
been times
is
whereby
VLT's
BBs
next
have
match
managed to execute
उसके नीचे
and
देखिए
break into the
India का
site
first match
really
10:30 को है
efficiently. But unfortunately, when it comes to firepower, they just don't quite get it right. They don't really, they can't exactly land the shots. But with regardless of the fact, they have their crosshair placement in the games. That is for sure. They have the crosshair placements.
Hello,
but
easy
I would say that it is more about
दायित्व को बैन करो
that they are sometimes missing.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats itself, right? You look at the number of plants, you do get a lot of spike plants coming in from the side of XCN.
सबको report करूँगा मैं जब chat में
आजाओ
report करो दायित्व को report करो
it's in a very inefficient manner. By the time they get the spike plant
down,
they've lost 2 to 3 members, right? And even the cases where they get 5 men in,
एक
they're
बार
not
लिखो ना
holding those
समझ में
angles
आता है
correctly, and hence why you see the huge amount of diffusers onto the side
chat में
of
के support discuss करें इंडिया में
I would like to point out that there could be a possibility that the
देखिए
side of
PS4 gaming
is
को भी
that
report
they
करो
are maybe there's a little bit of communication tackling.
To be honest, I don't think it's an issue of communication here, because you've seen instances where they can pull off
PS4
those
gaming
right,
और Daito
they
इन
get the
दोनों को
flashes
report
in.
करके आओ
But
पहला
I think it's the decision making and
That's kind of where I'm trying to go
BLT
into, because remember when we are looking at Killjoy, it does seem like he's seemingly
क्या मिलने वाला है क्या shout out चाहिए क्या
trying to barge into the side.
मेरे
Once he
stream पे
barges
बोला
into the
shout out
side,
देता हूँ ये
he
लोग
does a little bit of a double backing. It kind of seems as though that he wanted to go for it because he already expanded his lockdown anyways. But I believe that in the end, his teammates just say like, just save it, just save it, just save it. So he kind of had like this, hesitation. Do I go for it? Do I just follow my instinct? Do I just play it, or do I just by the time that he's finished thinking,
चटक के क्या चटक को पूछा अपन ऐसे बच्चे लोग को क्या
no
बोलते
sense for him to continue.
yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But well, the replays are ready, so let's take a look at how XCN were able to get that pretty much one-sided map. So this is round number 3, where XCN had their first buy round. Not that straightforward of a round. It could have gone either way, but XCN eventually closing that one out.
अपने को फुकट के views नहीं चाहिए रे जबरदस्ती वाले
Killjoy placement, but
जो है अपना छोटा सा 8-10 लोग हैं
the mollies just slowed down BBs. There was just nothing much they could have done. By the time they entered the site, they're really low in HP, and I think on another note that Killjoy's ultimate, the lockdown, was kind of an exposed area.
And of course, we throughout the game, throughout the fights, you can pretty much understand
Game में
the
देखे
defender side when it comes to XCN, they are very meticulous when it comes to their defense, and of course, when it comes to the positionings as well, they kind of know where each members are, and even if one person were to whiff, they have got someone to back them up.
Yeah, you saw the replay there, how XCN used the Killjoy's ultimate as in comparison to BB's. They dropped the ultimate, going for the retake. The moment they drop, 4 members flush into the site. They don't hesitate, because the Killjoy's ultimate can only last for so many seconds. And yes, technically one way you can play it is to wait for your opponents to get detained.
Are you Sai gaming friend? I know him personally. I know Sai personally. We used to play for Entity Esports for piercing blow team, and he used to play CSGO, so we used to play in same bootcamp. Me, Sai, Xkali, Right to Ace, Clone. Like we were 2 different teams, but we were in same bootcamp. So I know him.
And Sentinels, it's very important to use those abilities rightly. We saw the difference in efficiency, right? BBs, they had pretty much the
VLT Discord पे क्योंकि वो लोग को check in करना है ना.
Good controls.
Yes, and XCN had as well, but it's just the way that he used it, right?
Correct.
Dropped the Killjoy's ultimate, didn't really want to go for the plant. Wasted ultimate there, as comparison to XCN making a lot of use of the ultimate to get ground and moving in. And on the other hand, you look at the Omen smoke, when XCN wanted to push, they dropped the Omens, duck cover into mid vents. Sage War came up, they broke it down, they pushed in because
Bren को हराया ये देख Alter Ego ने कोई तो tournament में AOC Masters tournament Alter Ego defeated Bren Indonesian team Alter Ego
agents that if you drop a smoke out at the very start of the round, you can have infinite amount of smokes. Not sure if you know that. So the cooldown is 30 seconds. You drop a smoke in. You wait for about 20 seconds. You drop another smoke. Another 20 seconds. You drop another smoke. So you can pretty much just throw a smoke out every 20 seconds. That's the rate that you throw it.
And if I'm not wrong, you can concurrently have like 5 smokes in the map.
You can have up to, if it's for one player, you can have up to 3 smokes.
Oh, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you're playing on both ends, then obviously you can have up to 6 smokes, which
it's kind of
there's a lot of mayhem there.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting.
And one more thing before we go into break is I think for BBs, if they want to improve, is that when they get the spike planted down, try not to give too much ground for XCN. Like not only XCN but your future opponents before, because when you give too much ground for XCN to cover, it makes it a lot easier for them to push aggressively and then make sure that the corners are flushed. And it's the process of elimination when you're going for the retakes. Where could your opponents be? And the more ground they cover, the more confident they get as to where you are, and it makes it easier for the defending side to retake.
I think when it comes to the side of BBs as well, economy is one thing that we want to talk about.
4000 घंटे complete करने तेरा admin निकल देता हो तब भी hours मिलेगा
sometimes that they seemingly just go for a force buy, half buy when they don't really need
10 घंटे के पीछे पड़ा है.
They can kind of just go for a save, they can go for a half buy on certain occasions, full buy on certain occasions and all the stuff. So I think the BBs do have quite some potential in changing up when it comes to their economy knowledge as well as how they use their credits. And, speaking of credits as well, if you guys are interested, when it comes to credits equals to money. Money equals to shop, dine, pay, and commute literally with Singtel Dash. And of course, the all-in-one mobile wallet for all your payments and lifestyle needs. Of course, Singtel Dash does not account for your Vandal credits and all the stuff, but you are able to get the $2 cashback for your first transaction. So just go over, download now, take a look at your app store, get that Singtel Dash. And in the meantime, speaking of mobile phones as well, whenever you're playing on your phone, whenever you're buying stuff,
अरे भाई बाहर में क्या रे मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता है मेरे को मोनेटाइज भी नहीं करना है मेरे को ये भी नहीं मैं तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ ऐसे सुबह कोई रहता नहीं तुम लोग आते हो बस कुछ सीखते हो बात होती है बस इतना ही चाहिए अपने को.
Direct carrier billing and hassle-free, easy, press one button, you've got your gotchas. And just like that. So basically, if you want to find out more about what Singtel DCB is, head on to www.singtel.com/DCB. And absolutely, when it comes to all this kind of sponsors, we also like to give a shout out to Singtel as well as Gomo. Singtel does have their Super Gamer bundle, and of course, with their super speed on their number one network in Singapore, 1+1 gigabits per second fiber pro game bundle. By the way, so you also can take a look at their site at singtel.com/gamerbundle. And I've been talking a lot.
But if you're not looking for all of that, you're not interested, don't worry. If you just want a simple mobile plan, we're gonna warm you up. Not only we're gonna give you a simple mobile plan, we're gonna give you an awesome mobile plan. You can choose to go Gomo and get 20 gigabytes, 200 minutes, and 200 SMSs for only $20. Same thing. Also on Singapore's #1 network. And well, you can check that particular promotion at gomo.sg/mobile. So that being said, well, I'm Cyrus and Armstrong. We'll go for a little bit of a lunch break. When we are back, we're gonna have Holler and Hey I'm Quack on set to cast the remaining games in the PvP Regional Finals for Valorant.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Initiating Project Royale.
What.exe सब मत बोलो इधर
Hi.
Noise cancelling.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Not enough hours in a day is not an excuse you'll hear from Sean. He's swift, he's efficient, he's a master multitasker. Go, Sean!
Yeah, bhai.
Sean dashes it the swift way. Now dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new ASUS RTX 86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the ASUS router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
अच्छा तुम लोग को अपना मैच दिखाने का था ना मस्त वाइवर देख ऐसा पहले ये देख इधर
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
बस करो यार एड्स अभी एपी कहाँ गया? इधर ही हो यार, कहाँ रहा था बोला। इधर हो आकाश। चालू हो गया, एजेंट सिलेक्ट में आ गए लोग। Let's support our boys, yes. Hello Rushi, hello. Welcome to the stream, bro.
Hello and welcome back to the Day 5 Super Gamer Fest. This is the last day. My name is Holler and I'm with Quack. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I mean, feeling the festive spirit.
Yeah, I can kind of tell. You got the hat on. You're ready to go. I'm just afraid there's going to be like a mistletoe that drops down and put me in an awkward situation.
Well, as long as production doesn't put us in that situation,
yeah,
I think we're pretty good.
These guys, Joby
So
like, share, and
regionals
subscribe
right
to
now.
stream.
We've got we've seen a great set of games already, and we're going to go into the next one, which is going to be India versus Thailand, Velocity Gaming versus Attack All Around, and I just love that name. But I mean, we're going to see some high-level Valorant play. So
These guys, they are, arguably the best teams for their region.
PM किया तो मेरा respect निकल जाएगा इसका
We saw a lot of some of the highlights. Then they were kind of steamrolling. They were doing quite well. I'm expecting this game to be a little bit more, more
community में दोस्त लोग हैं, कभी किसी के साथ खुलना सुनता है, बाहर नहीं करना चाहिए
round robin. We're going to get
India
to the
का नाम
grand
खराब
finals,
हो
which is
जाएगा.
going to happen later today. But before we go into that, let's do the P40, which is going to be the Huawei run, which is going to be a really nice phone. As you can see, it's like an amazing photo. Like I'm pretty sure that's high definition for you. It's pretty amazing stuff. It's very sturdy. Yeah, well, that was something that we discussed yesterday. And the fact that it's actually very cold to the touch, even when I'm just kind of playing around with it, it feels like an ice cube almost. So which is great, right? Because when you're gaming, it pretty much it gets really hot, and obviously when you're mobile, you're gaming with your other phones, they tend to overheat a bit and they get like super awkward because you're like you're getting sweaty hands, right? Just playing the game. But this is actually quite nice in that sense. I mean, they have an upgraded image engine, intelligently optimizing all of the image frames to ensure high fluency with less power consumption. You can also avoid any overheating issues, as the unique super cool system of 3D graphene film is partnered with the ultra thin VC
This thing
to efficiently conduct
will not
away.
overheat.
Yeah, and it's got a Leica camera, which is amazing. The photos are amazing. I'm actually scared to look at the camera roll because I'm not sure what
we don't know
what Justin and Eugene have done and all of that. So I'm afraid of that. But we're gonna keep this as like a family show. So I'm assuming that it's gonna be appropriate and everything. But it looks like the players are starting to load up, and we'll actually have the standings. Can we see that one going into this? And so we're looking at this. Okay, it's XCN is up top. They got 14 points. Velocity Gaming is in second. We'll see them shortly. And Attack All Around, I mean, they're still in the running. 3 points. I mean, you won one, you lost one. You're kind of in the mix, so to speak. But there are still plenty of games to be had.
Still plenty of games indeed. I mean, a lot of these teams are absolutely great. But I have to say,
Innervoice ने हरा दिया Attack All Around को.
Themselves up, right? I mean, looking at the scoreboard right now.
Singapore ने हरा दिया Attack All Around.
Yeah, I haven't done the math. I don't have my abacus right now to tell you exactly where things are. But I think BBs might have a rough time. I mean, they need to win out, right? And they need to play. They're going to play against what? Singapore, Inner Voice, and they still have yet to play Philippines. I like this chart in the sense that it makes it very easy for us to see where they're at. But I feel like Ren Esports is a very strong team, and they've only played one game. I mean, yeah, they've got that win, but it was against Inner Voice. But the thing is that, you know, they have plenty more to play. They have the least amount so far, so I'm expecting big things out of them. But also Velocity Gaming, which came out with a stunner in the sense that you got 11 points out of that. That's pretty massive.
It is absolutely massive. I mean, just looking at these stats alone, aside from that, I mean,
Leading
looking
with
at
11 points.
stats
Not
from
leading.
sites like
Gsync leading with 14 points.
They have
VLT
a
second.
crazy win streak of, you know, they basically beat every single team within their own region. They have 9 wins and only 1 loss.
Okay.
And that's on a whole competitive level.
Okay, but that was, I mean, not to take anything away from that. That's quite a feat in and of itself, right? But the thing is that this is kind of you're opening it up. And it's weird because even the first strike qualifiers, you kind of seen like the regional ones, you haven't really stepped outside of that you know, that bubble, so to speak. And so now you're playing the international level, right?
That's the question that we're here to find out the answer. I mean, they're going up against a lot of other teams right here. I think up next, it's actually going to be Velocity versus Attack All Around. And Attack All Around, you know, arguably the best team in Thailand. They were playing in the AOC Masters tournament yesterday, and they have a lot of star players. They have players that have qualified for, you know, major CSGO tournaments in the previous years. They even have, I think they're the only team actually in the whole region that has, it's a mixed team. They have a female player.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, no, it's great to have. I mean, esports is kind of like that. Everybody's neutral, right? It doesn't even matter. Like, I don't even, to be honest, I mean, it's great to have that opportunity. We understand that there's, you know, plenty throughout. Even Bren Esports, they have a all-female Dota team. Oh, yeah. And they're a very strong team in and of itself, right? So, like, I love the fact that esports is that, you know, genders don't matter. As long as you can click some heads in this game, and you can, you know, you can play, you can win out, and you communicate well, it doesn't really matter where, you know, who you are, where you're from, and all of that. So.
Absolutely, and we would love to see, you know, more mixed teams in the future if possible. But yeah. Up next, that is the story. It's going to be Velocity versus Attack All Around. 2 giants from their own respective countries, India versus Thailand. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting big things right here. And also, let's do the DBS shout out, which is going to be for the promo for these Royal Ergonomics chairs. I mean, if you're building your dream PlayStation at home, we've got you covered with an exclusive flash deal just for DBS Live Fresh card members. Enjoy 20% off Royal Ergonomics gaming chair with no minimum spend when you check out with promo code DBSLF5038, which is on the screen right now, and it's only valid for today till 23:59. What's more, you can enjoy 5% cash back when you pay with your DBS Live Fresh card. Head to www.royale.sg and shop now. T's and C's applies. And of course, you know, Royal Ergonomics, we've been sitting in the chairs all day yesterday as well as today, and they've been very comfortable. And if you don't have a gaming chair, you're doing terrible things to your body. You need a comfortable chair. You need to sit down and make sure you're gaming in style. Because if you're not being able to click those heads, it's because you probably don't have a good gaming chair.
That's right. I mean, you were talking about it. You can recline in this thing, right? If you're taking a break, you're just a little bit sore from staring at your screen all day long, flicking your mouse all over the place. You want to just take a quick break, recline all the way back. You lean back and relax. It's like heaven. You're in cloud 9.
Actually, when you're playing the game and you just die early, you just recline, right? And then by the next round, you just pop back up and you're good to go, right? So like you can even do it, time it in between. So again, just a very comfortable thing. And a big shout out to all of our sponsors, of course, because without that, we would not have had this PvP Esports Season 2. And we're gonna go into the game soon. I think the players are looking to load in. Again, best of ones. Are you looking to? I mean. It's coming from like a Dota stand, you can kind of cheese out games. Valorant's really not that style, right? But not quite. I mean, it's one of those things where you can still do like a Viper strat. You can still do, you know, attack defender. Like you still have your slight advantages, especially if you get the right map. But it's not as like clear cut, I would say.
Yeah, not exactly. I mean, my personal take is that you want to win as many rounds as possible, especially because, you know, you're playing group stages. It's round robin. The more points, the more rounds you have in your pocket, the more rounds you've won, the higher your chances of getting to the grand final. And that's what these players are here for. So.
Okay, yeah. So I think we're ready, and we're gonna get going, and let's go hop into it.
So once again, these are the teams Attack All Around and Velocity Gaming, the best teams in their own respective countries.
Yeah, I love the Phoenix here, the nice little logo there. Attack all around, though, it's funny because it's only coming from 3 different angles. If you're attacking from all around, I feel like you should have that fourth one. I know it doesn't make sense with a.k.a, but, you know, that's just me just being, you know, criticizing your logo. Nonetheless, I'm pretty sure your strategies and all that, and your gameplay will make up for the lack of your logo. But I'll talk to your team later about that, and maybe I can get some, you know, some money involved, you know, design feedback and all that. But we're going to get into it. It's going to be Ascent here. All right, I love the fact that, you know, we're going to start with a Melsa, which I'm going to call, which is going to be the male Elsa, a.k.a. Sova there on the top left. So, I mean, the dude, he only says stuff that Elsa would say. So, you know, at the end of the day, he is Elsa, right? Right? Like, so, but he's got Phoenix, you got Raze, Omen as well, Jet. It seems like a pretty standard one. No Sentinel, though.
Dude, no Sentinels. We were talking about this yesterday. You got to let that go, man. You got to let it go.
No. Oh, male Elsa, Melsa, I will do what I please, you know, at this point. But, you know, it's one of those things where...
Select your agent.
I think in the previous matches, we kind of just saw the power of the Sentinel and making sure that you've got your flanks covered. I think it tends to be a little bit more of a information gathering type of you know, agent. You definitely need something like that, and I mean they can kind of work around that, especially with, you know, maybe you've got the Phoenix and you're gonna go in, or like at the Raze, but I'm not 100% sold on this not having that Sentinel, even with the nerfs.
You got a good point. To be honest, I'm actually gonna agree with you. It's Sentinels, they do so much. They are basically your, you know, Sentinels. They're the bastion between the opposing team and the bomb site. You're able to prevent them or delay them from pushing in, and at the same time you're playing an agent like Cypher. You know, gather so much information. Even if you're on attack, if you know how to use your cameras properly, as we've known some really good players to do. But yeah, looking at Velocity Gaming's composition, you got triple duelist, we have Raze, Phoenix, and Jet. It's definitely going to be interesting to see, especially that they're playing on defense. So perhaps what they're going to go for instead is instead of holding the sides down, they'll just give it up and then play retakes.
Yeah, and TSM play that style, right? Where they're the very aggressive one. They didn't play with the Sentinel. So some teams are definitely going to emulate what's kind of working in the area. You know what I mean? Like First Strike is one of those opportunities to see what other teams are doing. So it kind of makes sense. And I mean, if you could click your shot, you know, you hit your shots, it doesn't really matter about getting that recon and that information, because you could just kill people, right? So the potential for them to just kind of run over teams is there, but we'll see how they play out, especially on defense, which is not easy for this team.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. You can see that he just put out the dark smoke there to kind of bait out a couple of shots, maybe even slow them or push them away to another site. And it's definitely working out, because attack all around, they're kind of uncertain about where they want to hit. They're thinking about going towards A, but they're still looking towards mid control. They haven't established their presence just yet, but they're looking at things. They're trying to establish these sight lines. If anyone peeks out, then that's going to give them a shot.
And they're seem to be going heavy for mid right now, but they have the smoke which will dissipate right now, and it's open, so they will see at least something. They do see the Jet. Hot Hands was pump fake there, but it looks like they're going to back off here. But they're going through market, and they're going to make their way into B. Jet dashes forward. He gets a nice blind, though. He's looking to go in. Fly actually gets the first kill of the match.
It's in his name. He wants to fly. Antidote here is looking to support his teammate, but once again, they don't have that Sentinel. So the site's basically gone over to a.a.a, and now Velocity, it's going to be a 4v5 retake. Antidote still looking for a shot, knowing that there's probably a player by market. It's going to be a really iffy push here, because if he just rushes onto site without clearing it, he's going to get taken down. Instead, it's going to be Pinocchio who falls. So numbers are even, and they have an even chance at taking down the site.
I mean, they've covered their angles, and they did a really nice job. Nice headshot again by Antidote there. But look at him going in Congo Red. It gets a kill, and he does get another one. They're looking to trade this one, and Antidote comes out the victor, and they're going to get the defuse. I don't know if he's got time, though. We're going to see if it's
I think it is. You got it. He's got it.
I just tried to make it as dramatic as possible, to be honest. I knew he had it. It was in the bag. But nonetheless, he started off with an ace. Antidote, wow. Great start to this.
This guy is absolutely insane. Taking a look at the stats, he's got an average combat score of 233. Wow. You know, as an average, you kind of want 170 if you're pretty good, but 233, that says, this speaks volumes about this guy. 23% headshot percentage as well, so, you know, he makes his shots count, and that is why he's got 5 kills as well as his Blade Storm. It's in his pocket. He can use it at any time. But right now, he's just gonna hold on to his ghost. You know, establish these long sidelines. Gotta be careful there, buddy.
He's at 5 HP. My gosh, you talked about the 233 average combat score. That's 230 like points higher than mine. Right? I'm literally like at 3 points. Okay, but I'm not very good. But nonetheless, he's at 5 HP, very low. Didn't really. I mean, he got picked off there. He's lucky to have just survived here. But again, the Raze goes down super early, putting them in a world of hurt right now. As Ginny's looking to get this, but he's at 4 HP himself. He's going to throw in the dark cover, just cover the retreat. They got a cloud burst as well, blocking a lot of that, and he does get just picked off. Antidote, another kill going the way, and it looks like he's covering and holding his angle into B.
Yeah, I mean, things are definitely just falling apart for AAA here. I mean, they didn't have the weapons coming into this round, so it's pretty much a foregone conclusion, but you know, you still would have wanted to see a little bit of damage. Antidote could be the next one to fall here as he's at 5 points of health, but he'll just narrowly make it out alive. And that's information for his teammates as they know, okay, we can pinch them down by this alleyway right here. And that's exactly what Amaterasu is trying to do.
And they're going to flank around. It's going to be, you know, 4 versus 1. It's going to be very difficult. All, you know, Antidote needs to do is just hide in the boathouse. And yeah, there were just going to be a matter of time before they got all around them. And attack all around are getting surrounded, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, it's the opposite of their name, dude. I don't know what's going on, but now that they have rifles, things could definitely change up. But on the other hand, looking at Antidote, he's brought out the Operator.
Yeah, this is what you want when the Jet player, right? This is the style that he has. I think Jet is like the #1 agent with the Operator. Just the fact that you can just dash away, and especially when you're balling like this, 7-0-0 going into the 3rd round, you can just, you know, you pick your poison.
Dude has his stacks of cash, man. He's just making it rain right now, and he's possibly going to connect the shot, but no! It's going to be an easy trade for WannaFly and Amaterasu. Still 4v4. It's going to be up to Velocity to hold this A site down, as it looks like AAA might actually just decide to push through. Still taking it slow. We've got it's pretty early in the round. They're just waiting for someone to peak right now.
Yeah, they just got away with 1, but it's an even trade. But losing, you know, Antidote, especially early, is a big blow to the team, especially since it seems like they're kind of riding on Antidote's momentum. But losing that early is not great. XCali, on the other hand, is just kind of running through mid. Does need to be a little bit careful, but is unable to find anybody. And yeah, they're going to kind of stick around A. It looks like attack all around is eventually going to make their way there, but they're looking for just 1 more pick-off before they make that eventual push.
That's right. For now, though, it is just information that XCali is looking for. He has the intel that there's no one by mid, but that just gave it away. He knows that there's probably a Sova, maybe even a 2nd player, and that's why he chucked those paint shells there. That's going to be Conga Red taking his head. Cyber Cage in to use the Neuro Theft as well. And that is big, big information for AAA. They know that A side is open. They're going in. They're going to plant the spike, and it's going to be 2v4 retake. No, make that 1.
Yeah, Maratsu's going to try to just probably back off at this point. I mean, he's going to go for the flash. He gets the he gets concussed here, but he's going to stick around. He's going to go for the flash, and he does get it, so he gets 1 kill on Acidix there. So nice play there. But can he get the other one? He's going to slowly peek around, but no. Pinocchio's gets the headshot and ends that one.
Yeah, I guess Amaterasu's nose was just a little bit too long there, you know, peeked out at the corner. Pinocchio with the shot. And this guy, he actually plays for another team called Overtime Esports, and you can see that's in his tag right there. They played yesterday in AOC's Masters, and AAA actually lost that one, so, you know, kind of stealing, poaching your opponent's top player there, perhaps, but it speaks volumes, right? I mean, AAA right now, they've managed to win that round because of Pinocchio, because of the rifles, and kind of, I guess, you know, Antidote dropping at the first start of the round now. Hopefully this time things are going to be different.
Yeah, they start off with a flash. The Boombot does get killed. Paint shells will slow down this push a bit. And he's going to run back into wine, reload, make sure he's covered. And that's kind of a sneaky area if you can get on. Because somebody always has to cover that angle, making sure. But I don't know if they know that he went back there.
Well, maybe if they're feeling a little bit adventurous, they might push in to check it. But for now, the dark cover will definitely just hold them back just by a bit. You can see that Amaterasu using the running back. This is nice big information, big value. He finds a headshot. The Cypher is gone. That means no more lurking. And there's another huge firefight happening over by A main. Help for her.
he takes him down. Yeah, Pinocchio thought he had the flash, but unfortunately just not enough, and he was able to just hold that angle, and it looks like this is a Hellfire's by himself. He does get the spike down, so they know where he is. He's going to teleport at the top, and he's going to look over. Can he get the peek? He does, and he clutches that one out. Hellfire making plays. 3-1.
1v2. I didn't think that he'd had that because he teleported over onto Heaven. I'm pretty sure that Genie should have heard it, but the peek and she didn't have her rifle up, so man, Hellfire just making plays happen. That was incredible. And I mean, Velocity, this is what they're made of. You know, that perfect play, early paint shells over onto A main, forces them back, allows excalibur to hide and whine even. And just, I mean, Amaterasu, he's doing his thing.
Nice round, yes, very nice round.
He's taking it up. I mean, again, I love Phoenix because I feel like it's just like one of the most well-rounded agents. It provides so much. You had the information, and you got the value kill with a running back. I mean, you just have so much that he can do with this. And if you're able, especially if you're able to hit your shots, it's just way better. And Antidote gets a 3K mad value there. Yes, he got picked up at Pinocchio's, but I mean, this is 4-2. This is pretty much a round guaranteed going in the way of Velocity. As I say that, Pinocchio's does get a headshot there.
That is a big, big headshot. Could possibly turn things around for AAA right now. As you can see that Pinocchio is still doing his thing of lurking over by B lobby, and Velocity might have caught on to that fact right now, but the fact that the spike is down just puts a.k.a. in a very tough spot, and Pinocchio is unable to make anything happen. It's going to be all up to Conga Red. The lone survivor. He is looking for a shot. He knows that they are over by a short, but it's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, and mid cubbies is the power position, right? If you're going to go in mid and you want to go under, you know, in the gate here, you pretty much, it's very dangerous because it's high ground to low ground. You have that elevation and you can kind of peek through, plus you have more cover up there. So it's very difficult. If you want to go mid, you need to ensure that you have mid cubby on lockdown.
Not to mention there are two players there, and Hellfire is just going to be the one to shut his coffin down. Conga Red will fall, and that's going to be the score 4-1. Velocity Gaming. I mean, these guys have not really, you know, competed on a regional level as of yet, but this is a very, very good showing, especially against a team like Attack All Around.
Look, you know, India has some of the most amazing FPS players. Like, their teams are great. Their PUBG was amazing. You know, everything about them. Like, they have the infrastructure, and they're building it up, and India is going to be massive in the FPS world. And you're proving it right now with Velocity Gaming. You just do, like, on a roll right now.
That's right, and I'm very sure that all the Indian fans are watching this as well, supporting their favorite team. Velocity, let's go. Let's not give Attack All Around any room to breathe whatsoever, but WannaFly looking to change things up, just going to dash right into sight. They could have control over it right now, but Velocity Gaming, they're just biding their time.
No, but I like this aggression. It's a little different. Every other round was patience, right? And they took it very, very slow, but this one they dash forward. They make sure that they get the sight. They get the spike down, which is going to be tremendous value, especially going into the next round. I mean, they probably should close that door, but once they have that one, it's kind of locked down right now. But how does Velocity Gaming get back into it? That's going to be a nice start. They got to be trading here, but it's 3 versus 4 going into this. The Boombot is going to be a little off the mark. Paint Shells is just going to go really high and just rain around, but I don't think it's going to do any damage.
Not too much, but I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier before. Velocity, they have a triple duelist composition. That means big value on attack, and that is what they want to do when it comes into retakes. But I think they just took a little bit too much time. They were waiting, trying to suss out intel, and it just didn't go in their favor. But it still does cost AAA a couple members. Their economy should still be fine as they wander around, but Velocity, you know, they're playing it safe. Might be too safe at times, I think.
Yeah, Attack All Around taking a playbook out of the Suicide Bomber playbook in the sense that we'll die with this one and we'll just make sure that it goes off. So Attack All Around ensures that they got the win. They're back in it. Obviously, Econ is going to be a little bit, you know, shaky right now, especially with so many agents dying on that one, but they're in a better
time भी लगता है ना सामने वाला क्या कर रहे हैं गेम रीड करने को क्योंकि 3 राउंड ये लोग ने 4 राउंड 5 राउंड क्या किया स्लो खेले ये राउंड सीधा बर्स्ट कर दिया अंदर साइड
with the exception of AAA. I think I saw a Spectre there. The score is 4-2. Attack All Around could make things change here. Still, an early dark cover. It has been the same one for the past 2 to 3 rounds now. It always stops Attack All Around, but this time they're just going to push right through it. Might see another dash from WannaFly. He's going to go right in, and this will open things up. Velocity still just waiting on their heels, though. The spike has been dropped, and this could be a big problem for AAA.
It's just way too much. You got Heaven, you got the side from Garden. The
एक ही चीज door round नहीं करने का ये लोग
just too many different angles as they're trying to rush through. And Antidote, you know, makes WannaFly pay, ensures that he's the better clone, and it looks like he's going to look to just try to, you know, to thwart out what he can do. But it looks like Omen is completely run away, as it looks like he's by himself. I don't think he's going to go for the plant as he makes his way to mid.
Ginny, she has the marksmanship,
I guess
but this time it's going to be xScally who's going to be better at that. So 5-2 was the score. Things just fell apart for Attack all around. I mean, the aggression might have worked once, but once Velocity starts to adapt to that, they know that they're going to go for the same strategy. They know exactly how to thwart that. They know how to counterplay it. The shock darts, we had a lot of shots fired as well. Antidote just waiting patiently over by Heaven. It was the perfect vantage point for him.
It had the perfect one. I feel like their initial part where the guy who needs to close the door, basically the Hodor of that team, on that team strategy, didn't do a good enough job of holding him back. You close that door, you shut it down so that the angles are pretty much only from Heaven, right? So that it
yes,
makes it
Sunday का full
easier
मजा मिल
to
रहा है
promote
सुबह
that.
सुबह.
But man, Antidote Hellfire starting off this round with a bang. Antidote being able to outfight them with a frenzy.
क्या
He's
निकला
just
एंटी
turning it
मजा आ
up
गया.
right now. This guy is on fire.
Absolute fire. I mean, the Hound is afraid of this guy. Antidote now, he's just waiting for those cloud bursts to dissipate. But it's going to be right to Ace, who flawlessly closes it out for his team. Still, that's a 4-round gap for Attack all around to close out. It is a very,
नहीं
very
बताऊंगा
big
मैं,
problem
टेंशन
that
मत
they
ले.
have right now. They need to find a way to gain entry into these sites, but the way that Velocity are just playing, they're so safe. They even go so far as to give up the sites and then come in with a retakes game. And Attack all around are just having a tough time dealing with these really far back positions.
Okay, if we're talking about defense here, if you're looking at what Antidote is doing, he's flexing all over the place, making sure that, you know, the initial, that peek out with the operator is just been able to come from, you know, it could be from A one side, it can come from B. This one looks like he's all the way in the back. Run it back into the Hunter's Fury. He does get it. He does pick him off with, you know, nice 3 kills to start this one. Hunter's Fury
Plus,
and
utility
the
usage
getting
बहुत
value,
OP.
but it looks like they've got return kills. Congo Red and WannaFly do get some kills, and they do have the spike, which is all the way in the back, actually. They haven't picked that one up, but I don't know if Attack all around can make this comeback in this one.
We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, WannaFly and Congo Red are still alive. Amaterasu does have information that they are
बहुत अच्छा
somewhere
utility
over
uses करते हैं ये
mid.
लोग.
Gonna walk right into Antidote's crosshairs. No. And now it's all up to WannaFly.
Congo Red, just seeing nothing but red at this point. We getting picked off. Did not expect that. This is one of those things when you're walking and, you know, there's one player with an operator, but it just happens to be, you know, down mid. And you got to be careful in terms of how you do this. Sometimes it's not the easiest things, and sometimes you just get picked off like that. So it's a little unfortunate. But WannaFly gets a kill here. And he does have the A site. He's going to get the spike
Beautiful
down.
mood में वेल्टी अच्छा खेलता ही है रे.
And
इंडियन टीम्स देख मतलब इंडियन टीम्स का लेवल क्या है. जो XTZ है वेल्टी को हरा चुके 2 मैप. ग्लोबल हरा ही रही है. हम लोग का टीम भी 9 राउंड निकाला हम लोग वेल्टी के सामने. स्क्रीम में अभी खेला था हम लोग वेल्टी के सामने. एसेंट में हम लोग कितना हारे 13-10 हारे वेल्टी के सामने स्क्रीम में. तो इंडियन टीम्स का लेवल बढ़ रहा है. अच्छा लगा देख के.
But they're walking around, and this is a tango for 2. They spotted that, and he looks around, and he does get the headshot, and WannaFly clutches that one out. What a play!
Patience is what that is.
में एंटी गॉड है हां
Bring around the Rosie a little bit. They saw each other. It's like, oh, peekaboo. Oh, wait, I'm gonna hide back in. And you know, it's just that question of a rifle versus a sniper or a pistol. And up close range, you know, WannaFly, he had the Phantom. It's just an easy spray for him. And that sealed the deal. It's definitely tough to retake with an operator. But Antidote, he tried what he could. Still going to hold on to it with the operator. And that's going to be big value at the start of rounds. But when it comes to
इस राउंड में गलती क्या हुआ. इस राउंड में xScally अल्टी से मारा उसको. xScally को फॉल करना चाहिए था. xScally एक को मारा, एक का ट्रेड हुआ, मतलब और एक को मारा, एक राइट टू के अल्टी में मरा. 5v3 राउंड था. 5v2 राउंड के बाद वो ट्रेड हुआ एक बंदा और xScally जाके मर गया. 5v2 का 2v3 हो गया. मतलब 5v2 से 3v2 हो गया. वो गलती हो गया. वो लोग थोड़ा डिसिप्लिन और दिखाना चाहिए.
Oh, he spotted the barrel. But he comes out swinging. That's Antidote taken out. The operator's out of play now. Hunter's Fury in as well. Ooh, right to ace gets caught by it, and Ginny finds another headshot. That's 3 players down already. This definitely opens A side up, and Velocity Gaming are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Valorant in the sense that it's very momentum based. You had that amazing clutch in the last round, and then all of a sudden you're kind of in the driver's seat. You're kind of playing well. You're starting to hit your shots. You've warmed up practically, and so now you're in the game.
You've warmed up. You're feeling yourself. You're feeling good. And Velocity Gaming, they're feeling a little bit cautious. Looks like they're just gonna head back, possibly look for exit frags and hold on to their weapons for the next round. Although you got to keep in mind the fact that they're still alive after the spike has been planted, they only get 1,000 credits back.
I mean, but they've got guns. At the end of the day, it's not the worst thing. I think that it's probably better to save, especially since you lost the last round. So let the the losing bonus kind of just rack up. At least for your team, you don't really need to do it as long as you stay alive. This is quite a feat in and of itself. 2 versus 5, probably not a fight you're gonna win. So they're gonna play a little bit safer and save for the next round.
Safe indeed.
अच्छा किया save किया.
Looks like Aces and Ginny are just waiting for them to possibly peek out of the corner. Well, it's not going to happen, but that was definitely a big round for AAA. They're using the Hunter's Fury and opening things up very, very nicely. The way they crept up slowly over onto Catwalk, knowing that Antidote probably is going to be playing around that corner, with the little barrel peeking and then getting that information, Ginny just peeking out, pre-firing that shot onto Antidote's head. He's still adamantly going with this operator play. This time, though, switching things up over onto B main, where he could possibly pick up an early kill. I mean, we have seen Conga Red playing this B lobby position for the past, 2, 3, maybe even 5 rounds now.
And it looks like Antidote has been a little bit more cautious. And he's waiting for his team, but he gets outgunned by Conga Red. Nice headshot from downtown. Really nice play there.
That was just mind-reading potential. He even put out the tripwire. I mean, Antidote was expecting him to be there, but somehow Conga Red, with the better precision, just took him down. And now you can see Attack All Around, they're starting to think, okay, with that operator out of play, they're no longer going to be watching
position
no longer
going
to be watching B. This could be the side that we're going to go for.
Off guard
pakad sakte hain a B split push here as they're setting that play up. Dark smokes all out. And here it comes Paranoia in as well. Right to
Hellfighter ko off guard pakad shot.
Triple kill! Oh! Right to ace has just been on point. His sentry work was just like there, and I mean the fact that he shot the recon bolt, so they looked up and they were looking at a different angle, and he comes out of nowhere, gets a 3K to start things off. Nice flash there. And he should be going in, but oh my gosh, what a play by Right to Ace, completely saving that round.
Right to Ace, he was definitely the MVP there. He's
nice
still
shot,
alive, but that's
nice
going to
round,
be
nice
Amaterasu who closes things
well
out
played,
for Velocity Gaming. And Attack All Around, that was definitely an oversight. Like you said, the recon bolt, they were distracted by it.
अभी mistake हो गया था ये लोग का एंटीडोट ओवर एग्रेस किया मरा उधर पर कॉम्पेंसेट हो जाता है पांचों जब मारने वाले रहते हैं ना टीम में तो ये अच्छा रहता है.
He was going to push up ahead, hiding over by Canoe, and that's
mistake किया एंटीडोट ने पनिश हुआ पर
perfect play.
उसको कॉम्पेंसेट किया इसने राइट टू एस.
You see like 3 guards
इंजन को मार.
You like throw a stone and they're like, huh, what was that? And they all look. It kind of like looks right at the recon bolt. Like it's like, dude, you guys need to hold your angles, right? You're not like an AI bot. You need to be a little bit careful than that. So a little bit of a misplay there. Flash going in. He flashes himself. I've been there before, but this is just going to end the run it back, and he's not going to get too much value.
Well, does get information out of that play, and Antidote gets a kill as well. So that's just throwing a wrench into Attack All Around's plans right now. But still not too bad. 4v5. And it looks like they have information that B main isn't being watched by a single person. Antidote, though, is going to be watching it all the way from spawn.
Well, I mean, this one being the last round of the first half, this is pretty massive. Attacking all around. They need this win. As I say that, they're down 2-3. They've got a couple one here. And Excali with a nice kill from the high ground into Market. And gets the other headshot, and he secures that one. And they are definitely in the driver's seat going into the second half, being up 8-4.
I mean, he's just putting that Excalibur right through their heads. Perfect play, high ground, vantage point, knowing that they have to peek him because they wanted to open up that side.
क्या comeback होगा, guys?
And it's just perfect crosshair placement as
well. बताओ comeback होगा कि नहीं? Attack All Around का.
Velocity Gaming, they have positive KDs all throughout. I mean, just look at that. There isn't a single person who is dropping kills.
Yeah. I mean, they've been on point. The team has been on fire.
हाँ देख ना सब लोग मार रहे 7 8 8 9 6 antidote पागल हो गए.
Can they turn this around? And they have the right team composition
हमको
to be a little
comeback
bit more
चाहिए ही
aggressive.
नहीं.
And I feel like this could be
नहीं होना चाहिए.
definitely a
Let's
good
see.
path for Velocity Game.
Comeback होता है कि नहीं?
Probably a good path. They do have the Raze as well. The paint shells will be able to provide so much value. I mean, it's not just information, right? The boombot going into B main clears it out completely. They know that there isn't a single person there. The question is are there players over on B itself? It seems like they do know that. xCali probably just lurking here for a bit. Looks like the rest of his team are actually mounting an A push though.
अरे बहुत मारा पर वो aggressive plays वही बना रहा है ना, वही मार रहा है. 16 frag मारे उसने अभी तक.
Not looking to give anything up.
Second fragger वो लोग में 9 है. Frag का बात नहीं है पर वो space create कर रहा है पूरा. इधर-उधर टेढ़ा मेढ़ा जाके.
Realizing that there's a sentinel, right? Again, this is the power of the Cypher in the sense that you have to. He's kind of like more than like 1.5 agents in that area. He's a little bit like he brings a lot, right? In terms of like information, like tripwire, all of that stuff can kind of add in. So you got to be a little bit careful in that sense of not overcommitting to something that they have it pretty much fortified here. And it looks like they're going to look to turn around and go right into B here as they're slowly walking around. xCali is getting sprayed by Aztecs, but none of them actually connecting. Oh, here we go. They get the flash. Aztecs does get paranoid, and he gets killed here by Ginny there. And xCali's running forward. He does trade for that one. And the Antidote is on the low ground. He's trying to peek over, trying to see if anyone gets there. The cloud bursts, and they do have this sight.
2020 का one of the best.
But it looks like they're going to be okay. Now they're going to start to plant.
2020 में और कुछ था ही नहीं रे best के लिए.
The plant goes down before they do anything. They secured the site, trading a little bit of guns here as right to Ace backs up, and he does have the drone ready.
I like this play from Antidote. The fact that he's lurking over by B main, he's watching the flank, but at the same time, if someone pushes him, they might not expect him to be there. They're thinking that he's probably going to be on site, and right to Ace, picking up gnarly wallbang. Genie does find the headshot to reply, though, and this is information. Now they know that there's only one Genie over by the right side of the site, and Antidote will be the one that comes out swinging with a frenzy headshot. That's going to be 9 wins already for Velocity Gaming. 5-round difference, Holler. 5 rounds.
I love the right to Ace. The fact that he tagged the guy,
Ghost का spam लगता है ना.
And he just wallbanged because he knew exactly where he was. He realized that this pistol, it's not the most amount of damage, but it's enough for me to just pick you off. Gets that, the tremendous value out of that utility, right? Getting that free kill there, and they're definitely in the driver's seat here. Getting that pistol round, which is super important, which almost guarantees them this round.
Wanna fly? I mean, attack all around. They're just. Momentum's not on their side, and they're definitely a little bit less confident now, only going with upgraded pistols. That is a little bit of information. He does tag xCali up, but I don't think it's quite enough. The entirety of mid has gone over to Velocity Gaming. They have so many options.
Draft सही है वैसे खेल रहे वो draft के around खेलना आ रहा है वो लोग को. मतलब ट्रिपल ड्यूलिस्ट के अराउंड खेलना रहा है. अरे रेबेलियस गेमिंग का स्ट्रैट है यार ट्रिपल ड्यूलिस्ट का.
Nice flash there.
ये सेंटिनल वेंटिनल ने बाद में चालू किया. TSM सेंटिनल ने. पहला रेबेलियस गेमिंग ने चालू किया ट्रिपल ड्यूलिस्ट. बताओ जरा.
Here we go. The spikes being planted, and they've gotten 2 kills to
First TEC से अपन खेल रहे ट्रिपल ड्यूलिस्ट.
Aztecs only has a
Buster,
he's coming in from heaven and is not.
Buster, Strokey और Clone. तीनों ड्यूलिस्ट.
At all. He does have a recon bolt and a shock dart, but I mean, then again, what can that do? You can get a little bit of information, maybe secure 1 kill, but he's going up against 4 full members of Velocity Gaming.
सच्ची में हम लोग कब से खेल रहे हैं पर अच्छा है अच्छा किया है लोग ने. Triple
Duelist down to 10 points of health. Oh no,
but
Amaterasu.
Yeah, it wasn't even going to get the flash off, and unfortunately he's going to be by himself. Aztecs is going to be around. The recon bolt does get killed as well, and I think that they've kind of backed off, realizing that they really don't have a choice. Aztecs is still around, and he's gonna actually get paid, and go for that. I mean, with a nice little headshot there, and 10-4.
Yeah, 10-4. I guess you might as well.
10-4. क्या comeback होगा?
You don't have that many options left. You only have pistols. Let's just go for it anyway, even though we're probably gonna get shot.
I mean,
अच्छा लगा यार, दिल से अच्छा लगा. अच्छा perform कर दिया अभी Velocity.
When you just had like what, a ghost? You don't have much, but Antidote now has picked up the operator. I mean, only light armor.
अभी ये लोग इंडिया में नहीं हारेंगे.
The operator's the biggest thing.
Confidence आ गया ये लोग
when you can't tag him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a glass cannon, but it's still a cannon, right? I mean, if this guy connects his shots, it's gonna be.
ये लोग इसके बाद इंडिया में हारेंगे नहीं. एक भी मैप नहीं हारने वाले. ये लोगों को confidence और experience दोनों आ गया अभी.
Oh my Right to ace makes Wanna Fly pay. He thought he had him, and he throws out the drone. Now they should get a little bit of vision, but right to ace is a little bit low. He did pay the tax in the sense that he doesn't have much HP left, but that is a resource that you can kind of manage. Antidote, on the other hand, has got Heaven, and he's kind of just holding out, waiting, just patiently for Jin.
Almost मार दिया था रे.
Unfortunately, not able to hit a shot on that one, and it looks like he's going to back off here. But Velocity Gaming, with all 5 agents up, are in a great spot.
Absolutely great. I mean, just looking at the mini-map as well, right? Getting all those early frags definitely baited out the rotates from AAA. They've went all the way around to A. Now that Velocity Gaming, they know, okay, B is probably open, let's go in. This is our time. It's going to be the full 5-man squad rushing in, and it's going to be only 3 who are trying to contest it. It's a free side for Velocity right now. A 3v5 retake is very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing. Hellfire here just kind of holding that angle. He should be fine. I mean, they have the different sets kind of locked in, right? Market is probably the only way that they can come forward. But again, it's a 3 versus 5 thing. This is almost insurmountable and very difficult for Attack All Around. He's going to go for the flash. They have to get this. He gets flashed in return. The firewall is blocking out most of the vision. Amaratu actually walks out of it and takes a lot of damage. And
Amaratu बोलते हैं, हमें तेरा.
That was a little out of position.
Good morning, Pasha. ये देख क्या हो रहा है? VL के Attack All Around को उटक पटक मार रही है इधर.
But unfortunately, not able to clutch that one out. And they did make it close, but not enough, and Velocity Gaming takes round number 15.
Round number 15, they are only 2 wins away from cleaning Attack All Around off of this game. I mean,
अरे Xenox Gaming 5 राउंड पहले मेरे को पता चल गया 13-4 जीता है. इधर आके
Attack All Around, it was definitely good.
इधर आके spoilers मत दो यार.
Such a good position back there, managing to sneak up behind. I mean, Amaterasu basically gave us
यार Xenox तू भी
through the wall, right? But at the end of the day, it's still a 5v3. There were just too many members to look out for, too many corners to clear out, too many people to kill. And that's exactly how Velocity Gaming are winning these rounds. They're just doing such a good job with these early peaks, and Attack All Around do a better job of holding down sites.
क्या बोल रहा है तू? तू Discord पे आ Pasha.
They haven't had the arsenal. They haven't been able to win the rounds, and they've always seemed to be outmanned. Right now, they did a half buy, just trying to keep it kind of competitive. Maybe you get some sort of value, I mean, going into match point, but from then on out, you have 0 room for error, right? And that's pretty much it for this. And so they're kind of going with this half one. Hellfire taking a little bit damage there, but just a little bit of superficial damage.
Yeah, just a little bit. But it's still information. They know that there is
पता नहीं मेरे को कौन सा वो बोल के BRB बोल दिया उस.
Seeing him dash away as well, so it looks like they're gonna go with a B push possibly, or maybe they're just looking for kills, right? They've pushed all the way so far deep into market now, looking to find a couple of kills, watching their flanks as well. The spike is all the way at spawn, so this is gonna take a while. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Attack All Around might actually be able to pull this off.
Yeah, paint shells being thrown, just a little bit of zoning, realizing that there's nobody actually towards the market side, so they need to. It cuts down their angle. Oh, he gets headshot.
Easy guys, मुझे पता नहीं था. चलेगा रे Xenox कुछ नहीं.
Start this off, and Hellfire.
अरे मेरे में added है ना Excali और Antidote, तो मुझे पहले ही पता चल गया था कब का. 5 राउंड का डीले, 5 राउंड में पहले ही पता चल गया था. पर मैंने बोला नहीं क्योंकि सब लोग देख रहे seriously. Spoiler नहीं देना था.
Amaratu gets a 2K there, and they're gonna plant the spike just for good measure. But this is going to be match point.
That was 1 second. That was 1 second, Holler. 1 second, and 3 kills went down just like that. It's something like what you see in a Splinter Cell game, right? You mark your targets, you press one button, boom, all 3 are gone. How did they do that? Velocity Gaming, they're playing out of their minds right now. I'm just look at Antidote, 19-7. This is absolutely insane.
Their coordination, their communication.
Of course not, bro. Why would I spoil that? I don't want to do that to you guys, bro. तुम लोग इतना सुबह उठ के देखने आए. I don't want to do that. I'll hate the person who will give the spoilers to me.
That level of coordination that we're seeing, which is unmatched at this point.
It's just a joy to see. And I mean, Attack All Around, they're quaking in their boots. They need to take a round off, but how can they do it? They're just hiding. They don't even dare to peek out anymore. Now it looks like Ginny might actually be the one to walk into Wanna Fly here. He's going to get the first shot, dashing away, Cloudburst into safety, knowing that Amaterasu is there to support Ginny.
WannaFly was in a different spot. He was normally on the ground, and so he got picked off a couple times. He lost a couple duels, but this time he was actually on top of the box.
अभी biggest
Did
match
not
है ना
expect that
11:30 को ये लोग का
elevation, and he was able to just rain down and just pick him off there. The head's a little bit different there. And Xcali and Amaratu starting it off. Hunter's Fury is going to be a little off the mark. Showstopper is going to be committed on this one.
इंडिया में कितने दिनों तक डोमिनेट करेगा पता नहीं है तो इंडिया में वैसे भी तो डोमिनेट कर ही रहे
Amaratu gets another kill on Ginny there, and it looks like Acidix is all by himself, and unfortunately gets picked off by Amaratu, and Velocity Gaming will take this in style as they go up 13-4 and win this match.
13-4. Not what I expect to see from two giants in Southeast Asian Valorant. Just absolutely stunning performance from Velocity Gaming. I mean, there's not
scoreboard देखते हैं अपना किधर गया Xcali का view कर लिया
276, 289. I mean, both of these guys above average, at least, you know, with Antidote, I think you were talking about before, but just like a really nice round, just being very, very strong. This Velocity Gaming team are here to stay, and they are strong, and I mean, this is a team to beat right now.
Yeah, they're definitely the team to beat. I mean, I just can't wait to see what happens up next when they go against a team like, say, Bren Esports. Man, attack all around. It's just, this is, I'm really sorry to say this is kind of disappointing.
Well, it's disappointing, but it's one of those things where it's like a shocking moment, right? You're gonna sometimes you need to take these losses. It's like the whole what is it? You know, you either you win or you learn, right? This is one of those moments where you need to think about, you know, go back into the replay, see what you're looking at, and then kind of just see what sort of mistakes you made. And one of those ways that we can see those mistakes is by watching the highlights right now.
नहीं करेगा वो रे पागल है क्या
Waiting for it to load up.
इंडिया का नाम खराब कर हो जाएगा वो ऐसा करेगा तो कम्युनिटी इधर मां बहन कर देगी गाली
Positive kill death ratios all across the entire team. Attack all around, on the other hand, they were dropping frags. They were having a tough time positioning
खेल रहा है ना
themselves.
duelist खेल रहा है fragging potential है भाई बंदे में
from Hellfire.
Yeah, he was just turning it up. I mean, Antidote started this one off with a bang with an ace, and he got the defuse, so he was getting mad value. Oh, his economy was definitely helped from round one on. These guys were in the driver's seat. They did a great job of defending and just putting them in their place. And this is the one-on-one duel that WannaFly and Antidote were doing. Antidote was trying to be a little bit more patient, not able to do it. Congrad right there with a nice headshot on Antidote. Yeah, great shot there.
Great shot, but still.
Yeah, अच्छा मारा right
enough
to
to convert into a win. I mean, just look at this triple kill from right to ace, perfectly tracking onto every head.
Yeah, he was hitting on points.
And this one, I was really baffled. It was a Spectre against what I think was a rifle from Attack all around. How did he make that shot happen?
And this is the one where, you know, everything was happening. And this is going to be the last one. I think it was 3 kills in a span of a second. There we go, Amaratu just turning it up.
Amaratu nahi,
Actually, with those 2 kills in the very, very end, he ended up
bhi hai.
stealing MVP away from Antidote. So, in-team rivalry, and ensure that they're doing that. Just a great round, and we just saw the power of Velocity Gaming. We're going to continue to see these guys. My name is Holler. This is Quack. We're going to be back with the second. There's no break. We're going to go directly right into the next one, which is going to be Bren Esports from the Philippines again, and we're going to see Velocity Gaming, and they're going to go up into the second match, and we're going to go right into this. We're just going to go in. We don't have time for this stuff.
चालू भी हो गया second match.
And it's going to be straight up best of ones as we go into this one.
Bren के सामने वाला चालू भी हो गया Bren के against match.
Bren Esports probably watched that one. You know, yeah, you've got a bit of a delay. You're going to see this, but you're kind of like a little bit worried in the sense that this is a team that just destroyed, you know, Attack all around 13-4. What sort of insights do they get as they move into this next one?
I mean, if they're watching the games, I don't know if you know, there wasn't a first strike India. I mean, there should have been, but there wasn't. So there isn't much information on Velocity unless you take a look at their game. So unless Bren Esports have actually studied their playstyle, seeing how they play, the compositions that they use on certain maps, they might not actually have much to go on. So it's all up to how tactically they're able to pull this off, adapt to Velocity game strategies after they've played a couple of rounds.
But like, okay, you don't have that much information. You haven't seen them on stream too much, but you saw that last game.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you tell your like? What are those insights that you got?
I mean, we know it's a triple duelist composition. We know Antidote has been crazy on this operator, but he does tend to miss a couple of shots. That could be your opening, right? You take him down, and you weaken a sight, possibly bait an over rotation, and that could be your way to open things up. It's a lot of, you know, trial and error possibly.
नेक्स्ट मैच बहुत ज्यादा टफ होने वाला है, बहुत ज्यादा।
Hopefully, you know, Antidote misses
शायद
his shots.
पता नहीं VLT हार भी सकती है, मतलब ब्रेन बहुत ओपी टीम है, बहुत स्ट्रांग टीम है ब्रेन।
Okay, for me, it would be like maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive onto this site. There was a couple times that it worked when they got into A and they kind of just took over, right? That probably needs to be in their cards, especially since they have that lineup. They don't have the Sentinel, so they don't have that vision that they were talking about before, and just maybe, you know, changing things up a bit.
क्या पता कैसा परफॉर्म करते हैं, अच्छा खेलना चाहिए, पकड़ के खेलना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी ब्रेन ने ये मैच देखा ही होगा।
Definitely lingering around that side, just way too much. A lot of times we could see they were hesitating, and that's also possibly due to the fact that they've been losing rounds.
देखते, let's see.
You kind of lose that confidence.
और ऊपर से स्ट्रेसफुल रहेगा अभी का मैच, अभी जस्ट वो लोग हाई प्रेशर मैच से निकले और तुरंत स्टार्ट हो गया।
Too much, you might just get taken out by a team as fast and as furious as Velocity Game. I mean, it's in their name, Velocity.
Yeah. Living up to their name and just like turning it up to 11, so to speak, and just like the power level was there. These guys were just here to play, and they're just on point. Like, I don't think that there was a weak point on that team. Like, everybody was contributing. Everybody was making sure that they were getting kills. Everybody had the potential to clutch. Like, I feel like everybody's very, very strong.
That's right. I mean, just looking at Right to Ace, we thought with the Recon Bolt he might have
agent selection हो
his
गया,
weapon up in time, but he still managed to pull off a triple kill. You know, snapping the hits back and forth, and they were just unable to counter that. It should have been an attack all-around win. I mean, it's three guys up against one.
फिर भी यार 15 minutes का break
I
बस
thought
नहीं
that
होता है।
last match was going to be a lot closer than it ended up being. But it just, again, it comes back to this whole momentum thing. And like attack all around, we're not able to just stem the bleeding.
क्या रे one tap, तेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा है।
Unlike their name, you know, they should be attacking from all around the sides, but
okay, to their credit, they were living up to their.
No, I'm not going to do spoilers. Don't worry.
Yeah, right. So I think they need to attack all around, but very quickly and timely. I think they need to change their name again. We'll talk about the logo. We'll figure that out. Even the naming convention, we'll figure out a better team name for them to work with. But nonetheless, I mean, I still feel like these guys
no spoilers
are,
in the chat,
team is strong.
Yes.
I just felt like they just felt, you know, they were on, you know, they didn't have the greatest game, I would say.
Yeah, I think we should be seeing more of them. I definitely hope to see them in the finals, but for now, it's going to be Bren Esports versus Velocity. Bren is another titan in Southeast Asian gaming. I mean, they are huge in the Philippines.
Yeah.
It's a big organization, and I've known them to play against, you know, teams such as SMG from our own country. And ZesB has said that, you know, they're really, really strong. They've matched against them in rank, you know, the Radiant guys. We're just, but still, it's really tough. I don't know what's going to happen. Velocity versus Brent, they're two really big giants in Southeast Asia. But, I mean, from what we've seen so far, Velocity, if they keep this up, Brent's going to have a tough time.
Yeah, they're not going to have the easiest time. But, okay, I believe from the standings, Brent had previously won a match as well. So this is going to be two undefeated teams. Brent Esports, I believe, has only played one game. Velocity now with two. And, of course, we're just doing a round-robin. So everyone will eventually play each other. But, you know, two heavy hitters in the sense of undefeated teams going at it right now. Brent Esports, I'm expecting big things from them, you know?
I should, too. I mean, you know, they played in First Strike Philippines. They were basically dominating every game that they played. And they won, you know, 2-0, 3-0. Even in the grand finals, it was 3-0. And it's looking at their stats, they've got an average combat score. 3 players have an average combat score of 200 and above. That is pretty big.
That's crazy. That's actually very, very crazy in the sense that, like, just, you know, and that's why these guys are Radiant. Let's be honest, right? Like, they're able to, like, if they wouldn't be Radiant, or they wouldn't be on this pro team if they weren't able to hit average, you know, combat level, right? Like you have to have some sort of standard, and this is pretty much it. And the fact that they can play well together, this is just like another thing of just when you're building a team, these are the things that I want. I want to make sure that they're Radiant. I want their combat scores to be very high. Can they communicate well? Can they play well together? Like, and can they take feedback? I think that those are my top 5 things when I'm looking to build a team.
If you're looking to get a sponsor or a coach, this is your guy.
Reach out to me. You can find me at Holler TV, and I will definitely coach you. Yeah, I'll definitely take your team to the next level for sure. I mean, you know.
And you come up with a, you know, a really awesome team name as well.
Exactly. And your logo? Oh, all of that. I will definitely do that for free, okay? But that's going to be coming up. I think the players are starting to load up now.
ये क्या rank? वही था
This
rank.
is going to be the, what, 5th match of the day. We've had plenty throughout, and just, you know, a big shout out to our sponsors one more time, just for all of this, because without, you know, Huawei, Razer, Royal Ergonomics, Singtel, and DBS and Gomo, without all of these guys, we would not have had any of this. And again, to PvP Esports for putting this all together, which is of course powered by Singtel. So we've got all of this going on. Please do go to pvpesports.gg and find out how you can participate in any future community events and initiatives that they have. This is going to be the end of Season 2, and we're going to end with a banger in the sense that it's going to be the Valorant Open Regionals.
Mic बंद हो गया क्या? Hello, hello. आ रहा है आवाज?
That's gonna
आ रहा है ना?
much later on today. The grand
अरे
finals,
sorry
that's gonna
guys,
be-
mic
I don't
mute
know
था
who's
शायद.
gonna be in there, but I'm definitely hoping to see some crazy plays. And of course, I mean PvP Esports.
अभी आ रहा है क्या अमित चाहते? अमय आवाज आ रहा है तो बोल
If you
देना.
want
हाँ.
more Valorant action, make
हाँ
some
अभी
noise in
आया.
the chat, you know,
ठीक है.
complain to PvP. Hey, give us more Valorant. I don't want to see some other game.
चलना है, चालू करना यार.
No, to be honest, okay. The biggest thing for me, and I feel like, I mean, we casted the Singapore one, just happened to be that, but I wanted to see the other country qualifiers as well, because if we're seeing this from Velocity Gaming, I want to know who else they beat. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm sure that they climbed, you know, through some adversity just to get to this level. Like, you know, even Inner Voice, who we saw throughout, they lost some, they came back, and they were able to just kind of manage their way into the regionals themselves. So, like, this team has grown, right? And to see Velocity grow, attack all around, Brandy Sports, all of these guys, I'm sure, have gone through some trouble and, you know, trials and tribulations, I would say, to get here and to see how that they've improved.
It's definitely, it's not easy being an esports athlete for sure, but in the
One
meantime,
Tap God
we gotta pay
versus
some
Clone,
bills.
एक
It's,
number.
Singtel, you know,
Velocity versus Bren में interest नहीं है तेरे को, तनिष? One Tap God versus Clone में interest है.
It's an all-in-one mobile wallet for your payment and lifestyle needs. It's an app. You download it, you get up to $2 cash back on your first transaction, and it's really, really easy, especially these days with all, you know, the lockdown and everything going on. You want to just grab your food real quick and go back home to eat. This is what you got to do.
Okay, for the record, when you said dine and dash, that has a different connotation in and of itself. I don't know if you're aware, but dining and dashing is when you eat
it's
and
a
you run
crime.
away and you don't pay.
We don't do
right?
that.
So do not do that. But what he's
Let's
trying to say
change the
is
term.
you can dine and then you can pay with your
With
Singtel
Singtel
dash. There we go. Okay,
पीछे
I just wanna
पड़ा
be very
है
clear,
मेरे.
We do not promote any sort of
पढ़ो
criminal
इसके पीछे
activity.
पढ़ो सब
At
लोग.
least I don't.
अरे
If you wanna
PsykovskY,
find a crime lord, you're looking for a mob
अरे वो ये
boss,
निकाल
hey,
ना ये
this is the
लेटेस्ट
guy that you
फॉलोवर्स ये
want.
सब
You wanna
दिख रहा
join
नहीं
the
कुछ अच्छे
Ducks.
से.
No, that's a terrible gang name.
निकलता नहीं क्या ये?
Or, you know, we'll figure this one out.
बहुत गंदा लग रहा है.
You know, do a
I'll
little,
consult you. You
कैसे
got
निकालूं
some
मैं?
निकलता है वो.
we'll get into that. But okay, but the lobby is gonna
और
go
इसकी जरूरत
underway.
भी नहीं है
I think
निकाल
that we're
लगाने
ready
की.
now. And again, this is gonna be Bind
गया?
and Brenny Sports, and it's gonna go up
रुक
against
देखने दे.
Velocity Gaming.
गया.
And again, the Phoenix, we see
हाँ,
it, we
गया.
love it. We're gonna go India.
आगे अच्छा दिख रहा है.
And it's going to be going up against Brenny Sports, which we've seen. And again, I like that. That one's okay because it's got the B and the E. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh.
You know, boom, boom.
Hey.
This is why you need to have a great logo, right?
अरे
It means so
बोरकम
much.
बहुत
You can
OP
look into
player
it,
है
right?
वे.
Every
हम
logo
लोग के
has a
सामने
meaning.
आया था.
Right?
Cloud9 is
मैच मेकिंग में.
3 nines. and
इतना
then-
धोया है ना इसने बोरकम ने.
There we go. There we go. Okay, but hang on. I wasn't able to.
हम लोग बोल रहे थे हैकर है. हमें मालूम पड़ा ब्रेन के लिए खेलते हैं.
Fast enough. I was too busy looking at the logo here, but Brenny Sports representing the Philippines, Velocity Gaming representing India. Two undefeated giants going at it right now.
कभी भी हो सकता है. वो तो रोज होता है वन टेप वर्सेस क्लोन.
And I mean,
ये
this is
बोरकम बहुत
interesting,
OP
right?
player है भाई.
Velocity Gaming,
बहुत
they have
OP
the
player
Phoenix
है.
in their logo. They don't have a Phoenix in their agent composition right now. They've, in fact, they swapped things over. They have brought a Sentinel.
Yeah, it might just be.
Shaurya Mangal, hello. Welcome to the stream. Good morning. I'm good. सुबह 7:30 से स्ट्रीम चालू है. Phoenix Phoenix जो खेल रहा है ना बोरकम. हम लोग के सामने आया था Phoenix खेल रहा था. अरे इतना नाक में दम करके रख दिया ना उसने.
Alleyways and entryways into the site, so you can kind of just make sure that you have this, and this is super important because B is very.
ये कौन सा स्पोर्ट्स है
Skylin.
utility onto A, which
Hello,
is kind of
Skylin.
done, and then he's made his way to B, which is the more vulnerable bomb site.
Goes here.
Well, this is going to be the play. It's a pistol round. It looks like Velocity might actually want to go in fast and hard right now. It's 3-2 B split push. Meanwhile, Brenny Sports, they have this sort of default hold, but it looks like they want to contest this B long game. Borkum! That's a big first blood kill. And now Dispenser is coming in to dispense of some bodies as well. That's a double! Oh, the Cyber Cage! Velocity wants to contest this, but they have to watch their backs.
Hello, Skylin.
Good jump out, and they got the complete flank on that one, and it looks like he by himself an xcali does get the jump shot with the right click, and he does do some damage, but unfortunately not able to close that one out. Ching with a nice headshot to end the round.
What a messy and chaotic fight. I mean, Borkum, alright, let's just breaking down the stats. This guy had a crazy, just absolutely out of your mind performance over on First Strike Philippines. He had an average of 1.85 kill death ratio, 20 first bloods. He's the craziest entry fragger that Brent Esports has to offer, and just coming in with a big flashbang and taking a head off of Velocity Esports, Velocity Gaming, sorry. But Velocity, they
nice
just
kills,
kind of
yes,
fell apart.
I Russian, you're Russian. Oh, I'm not Russian. My name is just Russian.
Over by B Long.
Nice to meet you, bro.
To watch their backs, and that's exactly how Brent Esports came around to choke them off.
Bro, best team in PvP?
Dark
Brent.
in a high area, so they get a little pick up on the low ground, but the tripwire will connect, and Antidote goes in heavy, and he's gonna dash forward. He's looking to go in. He gets a nice headshot on Dispenser, who wasn't even looking his way. He's in position, but he's got 1 HP. The spike is going down. He's gonna back off here. The smoke's just providing a little bit of cover. The spike is there, but the shock dart actually kills him. He realized he's a little bit low, and Jesse Bash makes him pay. And Borkum gets the kill as well. And the
best team in PvP is Brent.
4 points of health. They know where he is.
That's what I feel.
Good as gone, and right to Ace as well. They were both so low, but that is, you know, good enough value. They managed to get the spike down, and I think that's all that they wanted to do. Get that 300 extra credits, do a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, it wasn't too much, as Brent Esports only dropped by 1 member. So this is a pretty standard start, right? We've got 2-0. Now Velocity Gaming will be able to come back in the game with a full buy, and this is where the real game starts. Brent Esports, how do they defend against a full death squad that has known to be so fast, so accurate?
Oh, sorry.
Especially now
It's not
that they
full
have
screen, I'm
rifles.
sorry.
Yeah, this is the full buy. The second round, we knew it was gonna just go down like that, right? It's just a matter of time. I mean, if anything,
Best
they
team
got
versus
the
best team.
spike
Let's see.
down, so they got a little more money, which is great. But we'll see how they turn this one out. And Borkum is in position to be in a very aggressive one with a nice recon dart. And he's going to trade that and provide a little bit of vision on both ends here.
Oh, that's going to be big information. The Owl Drone goes out. Now Borkum knows that there's at least 3 players there. He's just going to go in with a hot the wall to secure the alt door, back off. He now has his run it back, which he can use to cause a lot of trouble for Velocity Gaming.
Playing very good.
There.
That was actually kind of crazy in the sense that he had the firewall up and he was picking up the ultimate orb, but there was not a single shot from Velocity Gaming to just kind of, you know what I mean, to maybe hit him. Maybe you get lucky. As I say, that Dispenser does get that nice kill, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4. xcali's going to back off, and it looks like they're going to rotate their way into A.
Oh, this is smart. It's an early pick, and now Velocity Gaming, they're just kind of a little bit iffy about which side they want to hit. Looks like it's going to be A. Brent Esports on the other hand. They kind of thought about rotating over, but now they're just deciding that, all right, we should stick over by A. Leave the other 2 members in case we want to rotate. They might just be looking to buy a little bit of time now, as Dispenser is doing so much work with that Phantom. He's kind of stuck over by Showers, but still alive. Takes down xcali, and a 3rd! Make that a 4th, but no! Amaterasu shuts his killing spree down.
Ching's gonna peek, but he's not actually holding the right angle. Amaterasu gets that nice headshot as he just makes his way around. He is the last surviving Velocity Gaming member, and can he actually outduel him? No, he cannot, and Borkum makes him pay with a nice Vandal shot to end this round, 3-0.
I mean, switching it up with the rhythm there, Borkum, he was absolutely in control of that. I mean, it was kind of like a dance to the death, peeking out of the wall back and forth, and Amaterasu just, he was trying so hard to follow his head, but it wasn't his time. And this is Brent Esports with a very, very strong start, 3-0. Velocity Gaming, what happened to them? Now they're kind of considering, all right, we kind of need to, hold on to our wallets and buy a little bit of a judge, a sheriff or 2.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just the first 3 rounds. I think they need to be a little bit more careful. I think that they've just, like, all of a sudden been like, oh, Brent Esports is actually our very stalwart defensive team. They're fine right now, understanding that, you know what I mean? Like, you might be better at attacking versus defending, right? So I wouldn't be too worried about that. But I am worried, though, is that the Velocity Gaming has lost agents early. And that has actually hindered them as they make their way into the later parts of the round.
Yeah. I I mean, they have been losing agents early. It comes out as trades sometimes, but we haven't yet seen Antidote do his thing. This could be the round, though, as he goes in with a dash. They managed to take Dispenser out, and Ching is in a good position. Manages to take one out. Now he's looking for the other. The Showstopper was in play as well, but unfortunately did not connect and not come out of that. Bren Esports still has one member up. Make that two. Spike has been dropped as well.
Difficult match, guys.
That's going to be a big problem.
Got Paranoia here. They've got the nice little vision in terms of the camera. Hellfire is just by himself. He's just on his camera, just trying to spot out something, but he's only got 61 HP. Two different angles. He flicks it. He gets one nice headshot on Jesse Bash. He's looking for the other one. He realizes that he could be in shower. He's going to peek around. He does reload. That should give away his position, though. He's going to use his cam. He doesn't spot anything again. He just goes blind, hopefully for a tag. Hellfire's looking to just peek around. You gotta cover every single corner when you go around.
You gotta cover every single corner, but still, what a flick, though. I mean, he wasn't even looking in that direction. Somehow manages to get a headshot out of that equation. Absolutely incredible performance. But still, Bren Esports are the ones with the 4-round win. Now they have an operator. They have all the information that Silva provides with it as well. This is going to be a very tough hill for Velocity.
Brain इन लोग का execute दिख रहा है इस side पे कैसे
Full
देखना है.
buy on this one. This is it for Velocity Gaming. They must win this one. If you lose this one, there could be more momentum, more economy that you're just going to suffer from. So they do need to be careful. Dubstep here just kind of peeking it around, but Ching makes Amaratu pay for peeking out over there on the other side. Nice little crosshair action. Crossfire action, I would say.
Still has his Leer, and now he's going to go in for the kill. He's going to just spray things out right to Ace Falls, and Ching will be there to back him up as well. They know the spike is there. Velocity, what are they doing? This is such a bad position for him.
मालूम पड़ जाएगा first strike में qualify तो किया है. International में सामने आएंगे तो मालूम पड़ जाएगा.
He does make Ching pay. He's going to throw out the paint shells. He does need to get to the spike there, which is in a really bad spot for him. And he's going to have to dig around, but he's Kenny P's. No. And Dubstep does get a nice headshot. Antidote gets killed there, and Dubstep does turn it around and does kill Antidote in the end. And again, another round going the way of Bren Esports.
This was absolutely huge for Bren Esports. I mean, what an aggressive push, right? Two members going up a short, but the way that they were clearing those corners, those angles, they went in as a team, right? Dubstep and Ching, they were watching each other's backs. If someone falls, they've got each other, and they didn't even die. That's the thing. They were watching it. It was a nice crossfire angle, and Velocity Gaming were just somehow dropping frags. Even after xCali managed to push in, it was a little bit messy. They weren't sure where Bren Esports could have been waiting. This is going to be the boombot that goes in, though. Now he's trying to connect with the judge, but Dubstep just too good.
Nice.
Like, he literally dubstepped him, xCali, right? he was in there, he backed off, got behind the box, judge was in position. He tried to peek around, and by that time he had reloaded, and, Dubstep making him pay, just gets that nice kill there, and they're up huge as they're up 5-3 in this 6th round.
Man, now they're down by 2 members. They know that there are, maybe 2 players over by Hookah. They're afraid to push now.
Maybe I will take
as well. Misses the headshot. Spike is dropped. Now Cash just wants to go in. Morgan's going to be the one to get the headshot. And that is a 6-0 lead, Holler. 6-0.
Okay, that was an econ round, right? Let's give a little bit of credit to Velocity Gaming in that sense, right? I mean, yes, it was flawless or whatever, but you were kind of knowing that you were going in. I mean, the only thing really committed on that one was Antidote, throwing out the knives, right? That was like the biggest thing.
Best of क्या है one ही हारा तो बाहर सीधा
नहीं रे group stage है ना मैंने अपने Discord पे schedule डाला है देखना
schedule डाला है
Velocity Gaming need to do. I mean, you're probably not going to even it up at this point, but you what? 8-4, I think it's possible.
Maybe we'll have to wait and see. For now, it looks like Velocity Gaming
okay.
mount another push.
तो map fix रहेगा, side रहेगा, side हार रहेंगे.
Aggressiveness from Bren, and you can see that Velocity.
Guilty getting destroyed for the first. चलेगा रे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. Experience ले रहे वो लोग को समझ रहा है अभी कैसा मार सकता है अपने को. That's more important. Win lose is a part of the game. More important thing is what you learn.
Zone out the Hookah himself. Gonna try to go for a wall bang. Antidote being all the way in the back. Wants to get some sort of pick off with the operator. And he's been stepping back, but he gets out-dueled by Jesse Bash as he gets the operator killed with the headshot, mind you. And he pays off there.
Mara Kali, smoke fade or Mara?
They do have the B site that is opened up, but
timing.
Esports have complete control, complete dominance over B long, over Fountain. Amaterasu is just going to use the From the Shadow support over onto A, which they know is secure thanks to their Cypher player there. But
Spike planted.
the spike does go down. Now they are able to make some plays happen. It's going to be a 3v3 retake. Bren leading the push, the assault, all the way from A short.
Come on guys, जो भी नया है, please like, share and subscribe.
A is one of those sites that you want to come from different ones to kind of just question.
Whoever is new to the stream, please do. If you guys like it, please share the stream, subscribe it. Don't forget to press the bell icon.
And he kills Hellfire, he makes the pay, and he out-heals and he's back to 100. And Dubstep with another kill, and he ends this round. And they're going to get the defuse here. What a play by Dubstep. Going from 1 to 100 in seconds and getting the 2K to finish the round.
You said it right there, man. 1 to 100. I have no idea how he got that shot to velocity, but he did. The way he just dances around these corners, turning fights into 1v1s and playing it up close and personal where the Phantom will definitely shine over velocity. Headshots back to back, this guy. His aim is just absolutely on point. This is a 7-0 round lead in a round that I thought that Velocity probably should have won. I mean, they got the spike down. They were securing all those openings and everything, but Bren Esports, three-man push through A short, and they made it work.
Ping का इतना matter नहीं करता है.
अरे वही तो 40 तो आ रहा है 10 तो कम
He's like the number one target. Because of the fact that, like, okay, Reyna is not like the top tier level, right? But if you're able to outduel people and make sure that you get tremendous value by healing and, you know, just surviving like that, you could become the best agent. But the thing is that you're so reliant
होता है रे
on
थोड़ा
kills.
एक point के बाद है ना brain freeze भी हो जाता है. चलेगा रे कोई बात नहीं. दो टीम अच्छा दोनों टीम को हरा है. अभी आगे भी 2 और मैचेस हैं.
That's exactly what he's
Let's see
doing.
what they can do.
He's just so
अभी भी हारे नहीं है यार.
skill and ability
It's not
right
yet
now.
lost.
Meanwhile, Velocity,
Have some faith in our
you
boys.
see that the pace of the entire game has shifted. It's slowed down by so much as compared to what we saw earlier against Attack All
Comeback
Around.
होता है कभी भी
Looks
भाई.
like it's going to be an
11-1 से भी comeback होता है.
Shower's control has been completely relinquished, but Borkum as well as the Cypher player on Bren Esports are in such a prime position to stop this. Looks like Ching will be the first one to fall, but they know that they are over by U-Haul.
अरे nice one.
He's gonna fall.
रहना बहुत नोच रहा है लोग.
They are on Velocity's heels.
That was such an awkward flash by
30 seconds left.
by the Phoenix there, as he was trying to make a play there, but it was like in this tiny little corner, and through the smoke or whatever. And at that point, it's just a matter of just just getting the kill here. And again, another round going the way of Bren Esports, 8-0. These guys are on fire.
That was.
हाँ वही ना comeback हो जाता है रे. एक round चाहिए वो. एक round एक spark चाहिए momentum के लिए.
They got a couple, opened up the A site, but then they wanted to teleport and rotate all over onto B, thinking that it would have baited an over-rotation from Bren Esports, which it kind of did, but they had that kind of safety measure, leaving a player over by B. They took down a player over on Hookah, which dropped the spike and just cleaned things up from there. Just huge performance.
Without info का बात है वो लोग को लगा कि कोई आएगा TP pick करने के लिए. वो लोग 2 जन रुके थे पर साइफर ने अल्टी ही मार दिया ना. उधर वो लोग का लॉस हो गया. जैसे TP किया साइफर का अल्टी था. वो लोग को इन्फो मिल गया सामने वालों को.
Their defense has
Thought
been
process
on point.
अच्छा था पर साइफर के अल्टी ने वो लोग का पूरा उल्टा कर दिया प्लान.
And it looks like Velocity Gaming are flailing as they haven't been able to figure out how to defend or how to get to attack. Excuse me.
I mean, let's just assess our options, right? Aside from the fact that Velocity, they need to win these gunfights. What can they do to turn things in their favor? It seems like we have a tactical timeout while Velocity might be sorting out technical issues or reassessing their options. They might be going for a B push right now, but how are they going to clear out Hookah where Dubstep? You know, they don't. They do have a range.
नहीं spoiler नहीं दूँगा.
Push him off.
रुको ना क्यों
As
देखना
soon as they
spoilers.
manage to get
आराम से
control
chill
over it,
मारो.
they still need to turn the entirety of Hookah into a shooting gallery where they can peer down into B side, but they haven't been hitting their shots. They haven't been hitting their shots.
एकाला मार ले ही चलो.
वो यूज अच्छा कर रहे थे ना. और उसका aim भी on point है.
Oh, that's way too many. I'm gonna back up here. Throws out the second layer and he runs back into the safety of B. He's getting backed up here. Borkum, on the other hand, has just got his hot hands ready and waiting, but unfortunately not able to follow up on this.
Oh.
Dubstep gets backed off here, and it looks like they're going to go in the dash forward by Antidote, and the nice paint shells does end up making a pay, and that's the start you want for the round. Hunter's Fury is going to be committed all the way from the end, and he does get the kill there, but GeForce getting tremendous value, and he's by himself.
Utility से
And it
क्या
looks like
इस्तेमाल कर
Xcalibur
रहे
going
हो
to turn
लोग?
this around. He's by himself. He does have nothing but his sheriff, though. Unfortunately, Ching makes him pay, and again, that was a round that they had a good chance for, but Brand Esports, too strong.
That angle.
भाई राइट टू इसका कोई खाता खुला तो
pristine teamwork from Bren Esports. Just the early call. Dubstep knew, all right, they're going to be pushing through hookah. Let's all rotate around to B. I mean, they were on hookah, so they were just going to full commit onto a single site there. But the teamwork that they had, right? Dispenser watching the front over into hookah, Ching watching the other left angle, in fact. And Velocity were just unable to deal with it whatsoever. I mean, the ultimates chimed in as well. And Velocity, I mean, now that they have a full buy, they could make something different happen. Looks like they're just going to contest showers to possibly get a single frag. But time and time after again, Borkum over by B Long has proved to be such a tough puzzle for Velocity to solve.
I haven't been able to figure it out. Right, they've tried almost everything. They've gone very like hot and heavy on both sites, and they've been stopped throughout. I mean, the ults have been on point. I mean, that Hunter's Fury was amazing, right? Just going right into 2 to Kane, just doing a ton of damage to everybody. And it looks like the paranoia there. Dispenser just shooting blind, but the paint shells will do a little bit of chip damage there.
Just a little bit of chip damage. This should give them the sight, but now that's the question that they need to answer.
Oh
my gosh, the cyber cage pushing out of the Ching. Will fall. It's a 4v4, and all of a sudden Velocity might be able to lock this one out.
Antidote here pulls out the Phantom with that nice skin, the Christmas skin there, but it looks like he's going to back off. I mean, they do have this spike here. It's a matter of covering the angles. He's looking to peek, but he gets killed himself.
Right to
Dispenser with that nice headshot, but right to Ace is on point with his kill, and they're looking to turn this. Jesse Bash by himself. Shot, but he turns around, and that flick was crazy. And he does get the kill on Amaratu. He's going to look to peek around. He tries to kill. That's a 2K to start this.
Shot.
And he goes
भाई
does he have time for the defuse? He's trying to do it, and unfortunately not, but my God,
क्या मारा है उसने?
made it as competitive as possible with a nice 3K to finish that round.
That is one for the highlight reel. It's definitely not a silent night here in the studio. I mean, the production guys are going nuts as well.
Yes, what jet player रहेगा ना ये?
Crazy play.
Thank you.
So accurate with the operator. What should
jet player ही ऑफ कर सकता है क्या?
नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ मैं jet भी खेलता है क्या ये?
तेरे को क्या मतलब अभी वो सोवा खेल रहा था ड्यूलिस्ट कोई और है ना? सबसे पर Borkum ड्यूलिस्ट है. वो प्लेयर ऑफर है भाई मैं भी सोवा से ऑफ करता हूँ. साइपर से ऑफ करता हूँ.
jet खेल रहा है क्या पूछ रहा हूँ? खेलता है क्या?
मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
He was what? 6th? He had 6 kills. He got to 9 in that one. He was from the bottom of his team, and now he's in the mid. And we see you, Jesse Vash, because you've been making plays even with the recon bolts and Borkum, and he pays off or trades there with Hellfire there. But Dispenser's got his camera, and he's kind of peeking through from showers here like a dirty old man.
We love our dirty old man.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, I don't know. Get out of there. But, I mean, why would you put a camera in the showers, man? That just looks bad, right?
Oh, it certainly does. But, you know, it provides information. They are down by 2 members right now, and this gives them the intel that they need. There isn't a single player over by A main. There isn't a single player over by showers. It's going to be a B hit, and it's going to be Jesse Vash who will receive this.
He's running around. He's going to go to elbow. I mean, B is pretty much on lockdown. He definitely heard that spike being planted here. He's slowly peeking. He doesn't want to give away his position. This is one of those awkward moments because you can get into a close quarter fight with an operator which you don't really want to have. But he's slowly peeking, and he has at least some angles covered going into B.
Now it's just waiting for that first peek to
Yeah,
come out. It's gonna be Spencer pushes with the cyber cage. Oh my God, using it to block off the left side. It's just a complete death squad. Ching, Dispenser, everyone going in hard. Velocity still not a single chance there.
Philippines.
Absolutely perfect use of
It was like the Terminator, right? It was like one of those moments where like, yeah, we got the spike down, let's just chill out, have a campfire, you know, pop up a tent, just kind of do what we can. And then all of a sudden, in like seconds, this team is like, go, 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 and they just kill everybody, and they're the only ones surviving. Brent Esports has just been on point. 10-1, and we haven't even gotten to the second round.
Oh my word.
क्या retake
Just
किया यार?
looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Velocity, they've been dying every single round now. They're just unable to break open the sights. I mean,
उनका
even after
Cypher
breaking
मस्त
it
मार रहा है
open,
रे.
they can't hold it down. And I just
सब
don't
अच्छे
quite
खेलते
know
हैं.
what's wrong. They're not hitting their shots, and Bren Esports, they have these crazy positions, hiding in the perfect spots, using their utility to slow things down at the perfect times, even pushing in. But this time, Dubstep will be their first one to fall.
चिंदी खेला Hellfighter, एकदम
This will give
चिंदी.
them the information that they need to figure out which site is going to be the one to hit. Dash goes in, flying in as well, but okay. Bren is the one to lose 2 more members. Now Velocity, this is a very doable round.
Spike planted.
This is unfortunate. I mean, they're in a great spot, but oh wow, Borkum just literally walks up, just gets that nice kill there on Amaratu, who was not expecting that. He throws the hot hands right on where the spike is. Throws up the flame firewall as well. And goes for the flash, and he's trying to run it through, and gets the kill on xSkelly, who got flashed. Didn't really have much of a chance. This is good to run it back. So he's trying to get another shot at Borkum with another.
बोला ना ये पागल player है.
3K to start this round. He's got the hot hands ready. He's looking to go run it back. It's just going to expire there, but he's in a bad spot, and they were kind of camping that one out. Jesse Bash is in, but I think he's going to let this one go. He's going to look to peek around, and unfortunately, not the case. Velocity Gaming pulls out that win, but the bad news is that you don't get any of these guns going into the second half.
कब तुम लोग का opponent आया था ना?
But oh my gosh, Borkum.
अभी मजा आएगा देख.
Just absolutely crazy. That was, you know, they were down to the wire. The
Akshat
bomb
Saha,
was in play, but Borkum still managed to take out 3 members.
अभी तेरे मुंह से noob सुनूं मैं, मतलब मैं जिंदगी में कुछ रहा ही नहीं मेरे.
And the curveball to clear out the Raze player over by Showers, and at the same time, that earned
Phoenix
him
क्या ही मार रहा है भाई, हम लोग को भी ऐसे मार रहा था वो Phoenix.
Short spree. Unfortunately, the positioning was just a little bit too open, and
हम लोग के सामने आया था matchmaking में, compy में.
You know, Jesse Bash just wasn't covering him, but
जो
at
धोया है हम
the
लोग
end
को.
of the day, they managed to do so much damage. This is going to be the first round of the second half. Velocity Gaming, let's see what they can do on defense now.
Look at how many kills they had. Bren Esports had 14 at the highest with Dubstep, and then they go 12, 12, 10, 10. This is just going into the second half. That's crazy.
Absolutely crazy. Owl Drone to trip the wire as well. That could open up a short. Looks like they do want to make an A-split push. Velocity Gaming are looking to receive
utility deck.
Omen and Cypher hiding over
क्या
by
proper
Lance and
utility
Spawn.
usage.
Got the site though, and they kind of they're pretty.
इन्होंने इन लोगों का game देखा रहेगा पूरा.
It's just a matter of the spike
Plan
going
क्या
down.
रहेगा
If they
इन्होंने?
haven't planted, they're gonna. There we go. It's gonna start going in. The tripwire is gonna reveal a little bit of vision here. Hellfire's trying to peek his way around. The Cypher Cage is there, but he's shooting blind, and he's getting flashed, and he's getting banged, and he does get killed there. Dispenser makes him pay. Amaratu's looking to just trade this one, but Dubstep is just able to dubstep.
देखो मत है एवढी चांगली
Gets
top
that
team
nice
में जर
headshot on Amaratu,
top
and that looks
दिला
like
सकता
again another flawless round. 11-2.
execution
How do you
है.
stop this team?
How do you stop this team? That is the question that I want answered, Holler. I have no idea.
I think you need to unplug their computers. You need to unplug their LAN, DDoS them. I don't know. I mean,
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. This is the crime lord in action. I'm just trying to consult you in terms of how you can help your duck squad and attacking other people, right? So
only white hat hackers here. Dubstep's
हाँ
just,
actually
you
third
know,
मध्ये मी हारलो ना
all over
opponent
the
आलता
place.
मजा.
And
Career
Velocity
मध्ये
just having such a tough time. I think at times you can even see they're frustrated.
तो आम्ही तर उसोबत
He
कसले
was trying
flash
to
pick
put more
घेतो
utility for his
त्याला.
teammate there with the paranoia over into Lance.
कोई ना,
But
अभी
somehow he
दो
actually
मैच और
managed
है.
to flash
अभी
his
तक
own teammate.
देखो ना
who,
भाई,
you know,
क्यों
was
इतना
unable to connect the
जजी
right
बन रहे
leg
हो?
over onto a single member from Bren
खेलेंगे
Esports.
अपने
I think
छोकरे
just
लोग
fell
भी.
apart from there. Now here on out, Bren, they're looking to close this out. They have the buys. They have the first pick as well. Now looking to clear out Hookah. xSkelly trying to make the shots with the shotty happen, but it's not going to happen. Chin comes in with a shot into right to Ace's back as well. It's all up to the lone Cypher.
The coordination and how they did this.
Final CSG versus कितना team qualifier है? 2 team qualifier और 4 team qualifier है.
Ready to queue these things up. Usually these are the moments in your pub games when you're about to throw something, that's when you get picked off, right? But the thing is that he actually had Jesse Bash walking behind him having the gun ready, so that they were holding angles while he was about to throw it. So again, the coordination and just how they're even moving through hookah, just on point.
Island तक हो गया था ना मैच, दोनों जीते ना इंडिया.
Thailand और म्यांमार दोनों जीता. 13-2, 13-4 जीता है.
It's going to be a tall fight,
Philippines
tall order, but they're still not giving up just yet, and that's what I love to see. Antidote, he has gone on with the operator. Might actually be able to connect a couple of shots here to stop Bren Esports, but Bren, I mean, if you're so fast, if you have a couple of players double peeking on operator, that's going to be big problems.
He hasn't been able to do it, and you see the psyche has been, you know, affected, right, by Velocity Gaming. We saw Antidote last time, who was super aggressive, right up at the front of the barrier, just looking for that op shot to just start off the round.
PO3 final,
all the way back into Tuna Can, peeking over in a hook, right? So the game pace, the game sense, the strategy, everything has changed, and it's been affected by what Bren Esports has done, which is literally run off.
You're absolutely right, but this tripwire has caused a lot of problems for Bren Esports right now. Amaterasu, let's see if he can pull this off. No! Right to Ace will be there to back him up though, and Hellfire comes in as well. It's all up to Dubstep now, who can possibly make a play happen, but Hellfire's gonna wrap around the corner. Nice shot to seal the deal, and Velocity are still in this fight.
All right, Velocity Gaming, just 10 more in a row. How hard is that, right? How hard is that?
It's possible.
Okay, all right. Maybe it might be a little bit difficult against this Bren Esports, but that is the first of hopefully many as Velocity Gaming. You know, this is one of those things where you just need to just stop it, right?
Momentum.
I mean, Bren Esports went 11-1
I
think going into the I think they went 10-2.
They went 10-2,
10-2, right? So, you know, if they can win 10 games in a row, you can too, Velocity Gaming, I believe.
That's right. Do we believe? Do you believe, chat? The question is, does the chat believe? Do the Indian fans believe in Velocity Gaming? I certainly do. We have an early recon bolt. Right to Ace is looking to stop it. He has a bulldog. He's just gonna back away now, kind of let them inch up towards B-Long. Cali will use a boombot to kind of gather information, and that is definitely information. He knows there's a couple of players all over by A short. This is looking to be a big firefight. Borkum will take Cali down. B-Long has been opened up as well, but right to Ace holding the elbow angle. He is looking to put a stop to it.
Nice shot, Ray.
Shot it blind, and he got lucky, and he didn't end up killing Dispenser, but he pays with his life. Jesse Vash makes him pay with a nice headshot. Right to Ace is in the back into elbow. The recon bolt is giving away vision, though. Amaratu is also in position as well, but they've got 2 versus 3, and this is, of course, match point in this best of 1. The spike is going down. They will hear that. Amaratu needs to make a move around.
We're just waiting for that Cypher. Ching will fall. Now it's a 1v3. Very, very doable. Hellfire he is the one with full health, while the remaining 2 players are all in the red. Right to Ace will be the first one to receive it. Headshot to Jesse Vash, and that will be the 4th win for Velocity Gaming.
I told you. It was all about my belief, right? I was like, oh, I believe in Velocity Gaming. I see it, and it turned into 2 wins. Boom.
That's right.
The power of my, you know, my beliefs, right?
Need a drop.
That's what it's all about. You gotta believe. You gotta hashtag that VLT win. And we'll be looking at what Bren Esports can do to answer or close this one out. Right now, it's going to be
हाँ ना यार, देखना नाम pronounce करने ही नहीं हो रहा है उसको. नहीं हो रहा है क्या? Kashdar, hello. नहीं हो रहा है.
A little bit of damage, but they have to be more careful now. Velocity, the bank is rolling in. They've got the guns, and they know what they want to do.
Yeah, Bren Esports don't need to rush it or anything. I mean, they realize that they've got plenty of time. I mean, even being down 12-5, they still are. They just need to do it. But Antidote with a nice little peek around, found Dispenser, gets another kill onto Borkum as well. So we're kind of starting things off very strong. He tries to shoot in blind, unfortunately now, but not able to connect on that one.
And this is the Antidote that we were more familiar with, right? Oh, second shot connected. Now looking for the 3rd. He's gonna miss it, but he still has the frenzy. Oh, very aggressive.
Super awkward. Because I thought he had got a headshot on that one, and he actually stopped firing as well. But nonetheless, Velocity Gaming do pull out the win. But the fact that, like, you know,
पर वही है रे, वो मारना चालू किया तो Velocity जीतता है. वो ठंडा पड़ गया तो Velocity हारता है.
Okay. You can pick it right back up, but still, I mean.
चलो ऐसा नहीं कि दूसरे प्लेयर पे नहीं, पर वो मेन प्ले मेकर है उनका. वो उसका presence बहुत important है वो लोग के लिए.
The way that he was playing this angle, right? I mean, pushing himself all the way up to A.
हाँ, anti करे.
That is
the
presence
बहुत important.
The aggressive Antidote that we are known to see. Earlier over by B-Long, he was hiding all the way at the back. Now he's starting to feel himself. The momentum is back on Velocity's side. Let's see if they can ride this wave through.
This is the one where they're fully ready. Like the last one was just pistol.
Shot.
Nice shot there. He dashes away. And he makes Dubstep pay, and that's the one you want to start with. He gets the second one to start this one off. The recon bolt got him out there. The Hunter's Fury is around him, and they should know, especially with that recon bolt giving away the vision. But Antidote is still peeking, holding that angle, and he's got 2K, and he's put his team in a position to win this round.
2 members trying to make a push through A short, but the 3 remaining ones are just looking for them. xCali just waiting for it. Oh! Headshot goes 3M. I think that like he just assumed he was there, but just the smoke just happened to dissipate right at that moment. But nonetheless, 3 versus 1. Jesse Vash is by in a corner. He's probably peeing his pants in there as he's so scared, but he's trying to get. He sees his shoulder and he makes it okay. Can Jesse Vash clutch this one out? He goes for the recon bolt. That should scout him out, and he gets paid off in the
nice
end.
Nice one.
With a nice kill and 12-6. This is that comeback. It is that comeback. They are trying to make it happen, and so far it has been working. 4 rounds in a row now for Velocity, and they need to continue on with this momentum. They cannot make a single mistake. Meanwhile, Brand Esports, they're up with you know, a half buy. We got Stingers, we got Sheriffs,
Comeback is
but those are still possibly deadly and
long way to go.
Weapons, right?
But
I mean,
let's see.
Stinger up close, it can
खेल
do
तो
so
रहे
much.
अच्छा यार.
Antidote has to be careful now.
Stingers are still a very strong weapon, but you've got to be up close, and the fact that they're trying to push it. You need to be aggressive. You need to take advantage of that initial push that you do. You don't want to go slow, as I say,
Recon के लिए.
and that should just kind of thwart that sort of offense there.
Okay, he's managed to sneak into a prime position. Oh, the early shots too. He's gonna drop to the 3rd, but then right to Ace and Antidote are there to back him up. All of a sudden, it's up to Ching, still only with a. Okay, looks like he's picked up a rifle, but Amaterasu will be the one to receive him. Finds the shot. Oh, actually falls.
वो एंटी फ्लैश करा था इसके लिए उल्टा दिख रहा था.
Let's not count him out.
उन्होंने check क्यों नहीं किया वो?
Get the spike.
Pilot clear केला ना तभी.
Be a 2v1 retake. He has to position himself perfectly here.
xCali actually turned into the corner because he didn't want to get flashed there. I thought he was getting emo or he DC'd, but unfortunately it was actually a heads-up play. And now it looks like the spike is down. Ching is by himself, and he's hiding on, you know, behind the box here. But can they find him, and do they have enough time as they're slowly clearing out this site now?
They're clearing through lamps. First shot misses, and that's
nice
Antidote
nice
to come back into this game. Let's go, Velocity. We have 7 wins now. It's the 5th win in a row, and they are still very much in this game.
ये किसने किया मालूम है? स्टील ने किया था. 100 tube स्टील ने किया था one way वो.
Started it into a 5-round streak here. And I mean, they have 0 room for error. They need to ensure that they keep up this momentum. But now it looks like Brand Esports are fully bought. They've got the arsenal to fight out. These are the rounds.
अच्छा comeback कर रहे हैं, हाँ अच्छा comeback कर रहे हैं.
But who do we believe in more, Holler?
कहाँ पे? फर्स्ट स्ट्राइक का मैच था उन लोग का, तभी 100 ट्यूब स्टील ने किया था वो. लैम्प्स के अंदर है वो वन वे.
Give us your opinions. Is it a
PsykovskY अगर लोग डिफेंडिंग में पहले रहते तो निकालते थे ना.
हाँ निकालते थे डिफेंडिंग में.
You put it up now? I mean, when it's 12-7, like
वो लोग को रीड नहीं कर पाए थे. वो रहना बहुत गंदा मार रहा था.
No, these are the moments where things happen. As we see xCali connect, tries to make a showstopper play. Amaterasu will be there to trade things off for now. Runs back into safety. He does have the dark covers. They're all spent. Hunter's Fury there as well. Now he's hiding under hookah. From the shadows could actually make some magic things happen now.
He's trying to scout out, trying to get something, some sort of information. But it's 4 versus 4. They do need to be a little bit careful. And Brand Esports, again, being very patient, especially since they're going to stick around all the way in the back there, as Borkum has got the spike all the way in the back.
It's all the way in the back, and they're still just trying to feel out the
Copyright
sights.
लग रहा है stream देखने
I mean,
पे.
the early aggression over by B Short might have signaled to Velocity that
निकाल दूंगा वीडियो copyright लगा तो और
this
क्या.
was you know, the wrong idea. Let's not go through hookah, right? But now that the a couple of minutes have passed, I mean, a couple of seconds have passed, they could just round back around. Looks like Borkum will be trying to lurk over instead. We got 30 seconds left.
क्या बोल रहा है?
It's going to be super quick. The firewall there. He's going to go for the flash.
अरे क्या आदमी कब से बुला रहा हूँ?
इधर बुला रहा है, Discord पे आके बुला ना.
Not have much choice here.
Oh, it actually worked though. I mean, Antidote
20 watching guys. Come on, let's go. Like Toko. Subscribe करो.
Borkum did fall though. They have to take Antidote down, and they will. This should give them the side. It's a 3v2. They need to get the spike down now.
करेंगे.
With 3 seconds, they got the neural theft as well, so they know it's coming, and it looks like Hellfire goes down as well. The last one is in the corner. Can he do this?
GG, nice try, Velos.
Goes down, and 13-7 Brand Esports eventually winning
nice
that one.
Try,
nice try,
Esports, that was a beautiful, beautiful round. The fake from Borkum. The rest of the team clearing out elbow, right to ace, getting taken out, and it was so crucial for Antidote to be able to stop them right there and then, but unfortunately it didn't happen, and that's going to be the score, 13-7.
What a
crazy game. What a crazy game. I mean, we saw the 10-2 action, and we're like, ooh, this is a rough spot to be in. VLT, after coming off a 13-4 win in the last match, and all of a sudden, now they see this brand new team that would kind of put them in a headlock early. It was not easy for them to do that, but again, all they need to do is top 2. You don't need to be the top dog going 1-2 at the very end. Like, just be in the top 2 is the grand finals. That's the only thing that matters. But that said, Dubstep was on top. I mean, the guy was on fire throughout. Ching, Jesse Vash, all of these guys, huge, strong team. Look at that, 22-16.
That's going to happen.
Kills. Everybody in their
Chalo,
rounds
GG
are
boys.
together except for Dubstep.
एक और match है ना Velocity का.
Yeah, Dubstep absolutely on that other, you know, electric
match
level. 2.0 kill death ratio.
ये stream चालू ही है Vraj.
Combat score 288.
Stream चालू ही रखने वालों.
Credit where credit is due. I mean, Antidote, they managed to make a lot of big fights happen over in the second half.
Yes. चालू ही है 130 वाला भी करूँगा. देखते copyright आया तो बंद नहीं तो
चालू. The
चालू.
team had to follow up. It didn't quite happen towards the end, and I mean, I just can't wait for the highlight reel, Holler.
Yeah, let's go into the highlight reel now. We jump in here, and this is where Antidote was playing back, just trying to get some sort of pick off here. He gets killed instead. He loses the duel with Jesse Vash, who was
हाँ जा रहे हो मैं कहीं नहीं जा रहा भाई मैं तो इधर ही हूँ.
Dubstep again, very strong
चलो
as well.
थोड़ा
Look at all
ये mute करते थोड़ा death match खेलते अपन एक दो गेम. ये है क्या death match खेलने के लिए requested. सड़क तू है क्या मार्केट ऑफ पे?
मैं हूँ सैपडी.
हाँ? तू आया मार्केट ऑफ पे?
Match found.
अच्छा खेला रे पाशा.
देखा सापी. बट सापी ना 2-3 क्लच राउंड में वो डबस्टेप ने बहुत गंदी गाड़ मारी.
अरे बहुत मस्त खेल रहा था वो.
तोड़ फोड़ सीधा हेड ही फैंटम दे.
गेम बहुत अच्छा था. देखते हैं अभी 2 टफ मैचेस है. इंडोनेशिया सिंगापुर लाइट हल्के टीम नहीं है. ये क्या है?
क्या जापी?
अबे मैप रेंडर ही नहीं हुआ था. BO5 नहीं है, BO3 है फाइनल्स. आया मैगी बना के. ठीक है नाश्ता पानी लेके आओ. क्यों इतना कम FPS मिल रहा है रे पाशा? तेरे को FPS क्या है रे पाशा?
अभी 130.
मेरे को इधर 90 जा रहा है. सामने आदमी आ रहे थे. पैसा हो रहा है.
सर्वर सिंगापुर 2 है ना?
सर्वर से पिंग का इशू प्रॉब्लम है. FPS का नहीं.
FPS.
Let's get these idiots.
गलती बताओ ना VLT का. इसमें तो इस पे अपन दूसरे स्ट्रीम पे कल वाले स्ट्रीम पे बात करेंगे. गलती कुछ नहीं था रे. VLT गॉट आउटप्लेड. गलती मतलब अभी छोटा मिस्टेक्स है रे. आउटप्ले भी बहुत हुए. एम DLC नहीं जीत पाए. मेन तो आउट एम हो गए. वो डबस्टेप का ये लोग का बहुत अच्छा एम था. आउट एम हो गए. हाँ वही एम ड्यूल ही नहीं जीत पा रहे थे ना, क्या करेंगे भी। चलेगा रे, नो एनालिसिस टुडे। नहीं रे, आज खाली एंजॉय करो, मैच देखते अपन। ये देख, ऐसा एम करेंगे तो कैसे जीतेंगे। मैं पर स्ट्रीम पे नहीं कर पाता और खेल नहीं पाता हूँ, वो ध्यान चैट पे जाता है ना, आदत नहीं पड़ा अब तक। तो स्ट्रैट वो लोग का कैसा हुआ पता है, स्ट्रैट्स वीएलटी के पास है, स्ट्रैट्स ब्रेन के पास एम ज्यादा अच्छा था, स्ट्रैट्स दोनों के पास थे। डुअल मॉनिटर सेटअप ले लो, वही लेने वाला हूँ, डुअल मॉनिटर सेटअप ही लेने वाला हूँ, पर थोड़ा घर तो बने अपना। बार खेला स्ट्राइकर्स के अगेंस्ट, सब हारा है। विजन स्ट्राइकर्स भाई अभी वही ना, लेवल देख रहे हैं, लेवल चेंज होता है। विजन स्ट्राइकर उधर यूरोप के टीयर 2 टीम के सामने अब ऐसा हार रहे हैं, 13-2 13-3 ऐसा। बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस हो जाता है लेवल में। तुम लोग बोल रहे हो 100 ट्यूज को हारेगा ब्रेन, मेरे को नहीं लगता ब्रेन को क्लिक करने भी नहीं मिलेगा 100 ट्यूज के आगे। अच्छा खेला लेकिन मिलके, हाँ यार, नो डाउट अच्छा खेला है। 2 टीम को हराया ना बाहर जाके, दिल को तसल्ली मिला। सब लोग अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं इंडियन टीम, अंडरडॉग ये ना वो, मार के और साला
यार।
Corval 6-0 से 13-7, big deal. Yeah bro, big deal man. They played really well.
Healer down. See ya.
नहीं रे, difficult है।
One down.
हाँ?
किलर तोड़ रहा है।
सही बात है, क्लिक भी नहीं कर पाएगा 100 ट्यूज।
काम पड़ रही है।
वैसा नहीं रे, मतलब अपने को नहीं समझ में आता है रे, अपने को देखने को है ना, जब देखते हैं ना मैच, अभी ये पीओवी बहुत इजी लगता है गेम, बहुत इजी है गेम, ऐसा लगता है, समझ रहे हो। जब खेलते हैं ना वो अलग ही ये रहता है, वो प्रेशर, कॉम्स, सामने वाले का क्या यूटिलिटी आ रहा है, क्या यूटिलिटी बचा है, पूरा गेम अलग हो जाता है। Watching from 6-0, हाँ वही ना। भाई क्या मार रहे भाई, थोड़ा वो वार्म्ड अप नहीं हूँ एक तो।
अरे बाप रे,
थाईलैंड वालों को कुछ करना पड़ेगा। मारते ये कटप्पा है, मार के लो पाशा, कटप्पा है। इमेज किधर गया? अच्छा इमेज नाइट मारा।
अरे यार सैड हो गया।
पीठ पीछे नहीं यार, पीठ पीछे मत मारो, बहुत गुस्सा आता है मुझे। ये देख,
सॉरी,
ये देख, बताओ
Headshot.
बराबर। मेरे हाथ में गन है, तो डीगल से मारेगा ना कट्टे।
अरे रे 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 सेकंड अरे मैं शिफ्ट वॉक कर रहे वो फक
बोल रहा हूँ रुको, वार्म अप नहीं हूँ, वार्म अप हो जाने तो अच्छा धोखा ना ये लोग को। चलना है मुझे kills।
हाँ चलेगा।
मैं चलूँगा क्या?
अरे अभी करो है।
हाँ
वो कर रहा
एक और खेलते फिर
Match found.
मैच देखने जाएंगे।
हाँ
भाई वॉल्टर थोड़ा आराम से कान में ही मार रहा है।
अरे अभी थोड़ा हल्का सा लाइव हो रहा है। अरे देख अरे 300 पे
हल्का सा नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा लैग हो रहा है फिर तेरे को।
Take 'em.
अरे बाप रे
क्या हलकट आदमी है वो।
लाइव हो रहा है।
फ्रेम्स ही नहीं मिल रहे पाशा।
मेरा तो काफी 300 पिंग आ रहा है।
Easy. Free out.
Free out.
हाँ अपना बुलेट नहीं लग रहा है।
Too late.
नहीं ना। कोई तो आओ।
Too late.
अरे रे बटन दबाया था अपन भी। अरे फक
थोड़ा फैंटम खेलते। नहीं यार टैप्स मारने पड़ेगा, फैंटम नहीं चल रहा।
Retired. Worthless.
Worthless.
Weak.
पीठ पीछे मारते साले।
वो भी नहीं लग रही सापी। 300 पिंग है। आदमी नहीं मर रहे।
तो पास पड़ा रे, 2 और गोली चाहिए तुमको।
देख क्या
कितने से जीता ब्रेन की बैक? क्या? आई एम बैक। अच्छा 13-7 हुआ।
Dead.
13-7 हुआ हमें।
Dead.
चलेगा रे, अच्छा खेले।
Amateur.
क्या हो रहा है भाई? गोली किधर जा रही है अपनी? गाइस हेलो।
मेरा तो मिस हो रहा सब।
गोली लगता है आ रहा है कोई। ये लोग का देख परफेक्ट लग रहा है, क्या पता है FPS का इशू है शायद। हेडशॉट मार के भी वो सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं आ रहा आज, नहीं आ रहा आज के लिए। अरे 20,000 बार बोल दिया यार स्ट्रीम पे फेस कैम मेरा घर बनने दे बराबर, फिर लगाऊंगा। पीसी बनाऊंगा फिर फेस कैम लगाऊंगा बीस्ट। हाँ इंडोनेशिया वाला ऑफ स्ट्रीम में रिजल्ट कर दूंगा मैं। अभी देखते ना अभी नेक्स्ट कौन सा मैच है स्ट्रीम पे। ये डेथ मैच खत्म होने तो स्ट्रीम पे ही जाते हैं। ये हो रहा है। टाइमिंग लॉस देखो। टू बेट इधर ही बेट, पूरा मैप इधर ही बेट टू है बेट। टेम्पर क्या हेडशॉट पड़ा है मेरा, क्रॉसर जो हिला है। तू वॉक कर।
अरे यार
क्या हुआ जैकी?
अभी 300 पे can't play.
But don't play it. Come watch the match. अभी किसके सामने ये लोग 1-0 अप है। फर्स्ट राउंड जीते, पिस्टल राउंड जीते एक्स का ये लोग। इंडोनेशिया है ना, इंडोनेशिया के सामने जीते फर्स्ट राउंड।
logo in the top or whatever, but we'll figure that out. Again, I'm poking, in terms of like the logos, in terms of like the naming and all that stuff. So
wait till you see their logo, because it actually looks pretty cool, pretty sharp if I remember correctly. But for now, that will be the matchup that's going up next. Of course, we have seen Velocity Gaming play exceptionally well against Attack All Around. Unfortunately, they did lose to Brent Esports, but I think it's important to mention that these guys are a team that they've been playing Counter-Strike since back in the old days, and they have not yet made.
वो India Today का है, India Today वाले सीधा मेरे को ये दे देंगे,
right? And in terms of coordination and how they retake sites,
copyright दे देंगे India Today वाले.
And just the whole coordination, like obviously we can't hear listen in on the comms or anything. But we assume as much unless they can read minds, because of the fact that these guys are on point in terms of taking things over and just retaking things. It's a special squad. I feel like this is still a very, very strong team, but again, XCN is a very strong team, and so I'm really hyped to see this match.
Yeah, for sure. But, we do have to mention the Christmas season's coming up, festive season. We do have a lot of, not really gifts, but sponsors to shout out, and you could look to possibly purchase yourself some interesting gifts for, friends and family. We do have, for now, it's a Singtel broadband deal. I mean, if you want a game-changing fiber plan, all you need is the Singtel new and improved 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle, and it gives you the best of both worlds. It's really incredibly good. You want that 9 ping in Singapore? This is where you want to go. It's singtel.com/gamer bundle.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. And another big, nice special that they've got going on is for Gomo. If you're looking for an awesome mobile plan, obviously, with mobile plans being very, very expensive, and they kind of like have you locked down for like many, many years, and even your kids are locked in, that kind of stuff. But Gomo is one of those things that kind of alleviates all of those things. You get 20 gigabytes, 200 minutes, 200 SMS for $20 on SG's #1 network. You can check out the promotions at gomo.sg/mobile. So a big shout out to them, as well as all of our other sponsors for putting this all together for the Season 2 Valorant Open Regionals.
Yeah, might be weird to kind of like, buy your friend or your family a mobile plan as a Christmas present, but hey, maybe it could come in a bundle with a phone or something like that, a Huawei P40 maybe, something,
Maybe. It's one of those things, but again, I think that if they set you up for the plan, it's like, like if your girlfriend was like to you, was just like, oh yeah, you need to get this. You only talk to me. You only WhatsApp me or whatever, and we're gonna constantly FaceTime, so I know exactly where you are, and so we just lock this, make it super awkward, right? I mean, could potentially be there. I don't know. I mean, I don't have that relationship with my girlfriend like that. So
well, then you're a much better man than me, Holler. But for now, let's get into the game. The teams are just getting loaded up. I think the map's gonna be Bind.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that. Again.
A little bit tough to say because Velocity Gaming, they had a rough time on Bind against Brent Esports. Well, that said, I'm not entirely sure what the map is as for now, but again, Indonesia, XCN, these guys, they're a big organization. They formed actually for, I think, years ago, and it started with a Counter-Strike 1.6 team. So Counter-Strike is in their blood. It's in their roots. Now they're in Valorant, where things are a little bit different. They're going up against a team like Velocity Gaming. I'm just not quite sure how this one plays out. They did perform really well, but this is kind of the boss fight that they need to go up against. Because Velocity Gaming has, we've seen how strong they can be. Now they need to prove themselves and really earn that top 2 spot, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a fight for it. I mean, it's gonna be one of the top, top teams. We're gonna find out which one is the real contender in that sense. But XCN maybe watched the last game, maybe saw that weaknesses in Velocity Gaming's play on Bind. So maybe they're like, hey, we're going to pick this map and we're just going to do the same exact thing that Brent did to you.
Possibly. Well, I mean, taking a look at the agent compositions that they've played before in the past, they were the, exact same that I think Velocity played. In fact, they have, Cypher is always a must pick at times, and even an Omen. The difference in being it's really just the duelists and how you coordinate your pushes. Whenever you have a jet, you kind of want someone to be able to enable that dash into a site. If you don't have that, you're kind of just dashing in blind. You might get shot out really quick.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of the play style of Velocity Gaming. And again, we're not 100% sure of how they picked attack or defend, but Velocity Gaming have put themselves in both matches on defense first. Right, which kind of changes things up, and they've kind of first one they did, the second one they didn't, right? The attacker one, they suffered in bind,
Yeah,
right? That was the
second
last one. So I feel like in this one, they need to start on defense.
Yeah, that's probably true. Once we see how strong they actually are in defense, because that's when they kind of switch up the pace. Whenever Antidote is on defense, he starts to go in aggressively, which is what you don't expect defenders to do. That's when they start racking those kills in. On the other hand, XCN, I'm not entirely sure what they have in store for us, but we will have to see how that one plays out. Our velocity going to be starting on defense? That's the question that we want to see. It seems like the map, in fact, is not bind. It's going to be Haven.
Okay, I like Haven. I mean, it's a nice change of pace, and there we go. That's, but it doesn't scream executioners to me, right? You need like a Grim Reaper or whatever. But Velocity Gaming, like fly high. We got the Phoenix thing going. We like it. So
Does a Phoenix really say velocity?
Yes, it does. Have you ever seen a Phoenix? Because I have, and I can tell you it screamed velocity to me.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. A big fat X.
मेरा mic वापस
म्यूट logo says executioners.
अभी क्या चल रहा है? अरे fog चल रहा है.
Clearly you're wrong.
अभी velocity का stream कर रहे हैं लोग.
We are right on the fact that velocity are starting on defense.
You're still wrong.
Oh come on.
Okay.
ये on stream ला दिया उन लोग ने. हाँ नहीं on stream, off stream था ये.
We're gonna get into this game to start this off again. Haven. Like, are you okay with Haven?
You know, we did cast this yesterday.
Yeah.
It is a fairly attacker-sided map. I mean, of course, we're okay with it. But the question is, are Velocity okay with it? They are the ones starting on defense. We saw how strong they can be on defense. But when you have 3 different bomb sites to defend, how does that work out?
All right, so right in the chat, everybody's saying good luck, have fun. A little bit of sportsmanship to kind of start things off. And Velocity Gaming with just 1 ghost. And Antidote and XCali are gonna kind of just hold off.
नहीं यार ये मैप में साइफर चाहिए था इन लोगों को ट्रिपल ड्यूएलिस्ट ये मैप में भारी पड़ेगा.
Like 2 ghosts and a frenzy. Are you okay with that little breakdown there by XCN?
I mean, not too shabby. If you don't have a ghost or light armor, you're probably going for utility, and that is the question in mind. At the start of the game, you know, it's pistol round. Everyone just it's really bare bones, right? So. It's more about how XCN comes in with their coordinated pushes. Right now, it's just kind of an early round push over by A long. They're probably,
get the first round.
4 kills to start off. Amaterasu and Antidote. We've seen this way too often. I mean, maybe XCN hasn't gotten used to this yet, but on attack, they need to play a little bit more slowly. Velocity is just so aggressive. They love to push up, and when you're not watching your back, that's when Amaterasu pushes up and gets you by your neck. He already has 4 out of 6 ultimate points, and that is big value. XCN right now looks like they're just going to play a little bit safer. Still pushing up over onto A long, but you can see XCali trying to push up.
Yeah, don't force it. I mean, they don't have any of the weapons, and he again another flank there.
गलत खेला ना.
But he does end up getting
round
that
push किया ये लोग ready था
so
next round.
Gets some you get some sort of arsenal as you move forward here.
God.
But Antidote just back off. He only has a ghost. He's trying to walk through, but he gets picked off of the stolen Spectre, and he makes right 2
He saw the spike. He knows it's on the ground, and that's all he needs to do now. He just has to watch this one little spike. Meanwhile, XCN, they have to come back and pick it up. He only has 2 angles to worry about, and he has his teammates there to back him up as well. Hellfire will be able to take Cage down. And man, Antidote's just doing a great job.
बहुत गलत खेला यार. क्यों जरूरत ही नहीं था.
Throws him down with the classic. Antidote's got the ghost as well. Does the cloud burst here? He's gonna back off now. Foxmork is gonna try to spray and pray, but it's unfortunately, he does get the kill on Antidote, who just had a gun, so he
बहुत ज़्यादा गलत खेल लिया.
And he does have the spike, and it's gonna be a 1-on-1, which is the real Phoenix, and it looks like Foxmork is gonna look to plant the spike here.
I stand corrected. I think that early push up from XCali, just kind of an oversight. They didn't expect Flinch to be watching the flank as well, and that kind of gave a free Spectre over onto XCN's heads. Now Foxmork will get the spike down over by B. He has a Spectre, so this is a very even matchup. Amaterasu, he does have 1 curveball, but I don't know how useful that's going to be.
Aggression नहीं दिखाना चाहिए था. सामने वाले इको थे मालूम था. इको राउंड में मत दिखाओ यार aggression.
I mean, got the spike.
बाय राउंड में करो aggression चलेगा. ट्रेड हो जाता है. इको राउंड में ट्रेड होता भारी पड़ जाता है. सामने वाले को गन मिल
This
जाती
is the round that you had no business winning, right?
मेरे टीम को भी मैं यही बोलता हूँ हमेशा. अपन बाय है सेकंड राउंड फर्स्ट पिस्टल राउंड जीतने के बाद सेकंड राउंड कभी भी एग्रेस मत करो.
The sound cue, he gets a little bit of pick off, does a little bit of damage. He gets him off the spike.
He doesn't even need to get the kill. All he needs to do is spend enough time. But Amaterasu comes in with a gnarly headshot with the Phantom. Knowing that he doesn't have enough time to defuse the spike, though, he's going to back off. And that's going to be the second win for XCN. Second round win.
1-1. It looks like they've kind of evened it up, and that was a weird round. Amaterasu saves his Phantom. I mean, he's still undefeated in the sense that he has not been killed yet, 5-0-0. But again, this is one of those moments where it was a lost opportunity.
Yeah, lost opportunity. It's definitely not what Velocity Gaming wanted. So now they're
Over
a
aggression.
little bit more
Over aggression की
broken
वजह से
than
हार
it
गए.
should be. And they might
कभी
just
भी
be
ध्यान
looking
रखो
to
यार. First round
purchase some
जीते.
sheriffs, play a little bit more
Second
safe
round
this
aggress मत करो.
time, instead of pushing all the way up a short and a long once more.
This is so weird because Amarasu's always got the recon. He's been tracked. But it looks like, I mean, he's got the Phantom and nobody else bought out. And Antidote's got the knives out, so he's got this covered here. The drone is going to scout, and I like this little combination. We see this with Inner Voice as well, where they try to use this. He scouts it out, and he gets the other one with the knives, but unfortunately not able to connect, and fires, gets him with a headshot.
Yeah, I feel like that gunfight was just a little bit unnecessary, right? You're challenging two players there. Yes, you might have your Blade Storm, but even with the best aim, it's still a very, very tough fight.
कुछ हुआ अभी मैं बोलूँगा नहीं लेकिन हाँ मत बोल.
Now that just kind of opens up the C side as it baits out
क्या
the
लगता है वेलोसिटी जीतेगा ना ये मैच?
Still
जीतना तो चाहिए. मिस्टेक्स बहुत कर रहे हैं लोग ये मैच में.
But let's see how Velocity will do this.
एंटी ने बिना एक पिक ऑफ के डायरेक्ट अल्टी खोल दिया. जरूरी नहीं है. सामने वाले के पास गन है. तुम लोग इको एक दो पिक निकालो फिर अल्टी खोल. स्टार्ट ऑफ द राउंड अल्टी खोला एंटी ने. वो लोग कॉशियस हो गए.
And this, they can just kind of spray
राउंड के स्टार्ट में अल्टी खोल दिया ना. वो लोग कॉशियस हो गए. वो लोग ने पुश ही नहीं किया. जिगल करके मार दिया उसको.
Return kill on Fires. Cage turns him around, and Abong is the last, and he does get killed by right to Ace. And does he have enough time though? He fakes the defuse, and he's trying to pick through, and I don't know if he's got time, especially since it hasn't done any bit. And yeah, there's no time now, and he backs off.
So that was a pretty disturbing firefight over by C Long, and that's kind of how those rounds usually tend to go. Once you have the spike down over on C, and it's planted for C Long, it just turns into a huge shooting gallery.
वो लोग रीसेट नहीं हुए लगता है. ब्रेन के साथ मैच जो हुआ वो मैच के बाद रीसेट नहीं हुए I guess.
Defuse if you are able to buy enough time, and that's exactly what XCN did. Velocity Gaming, you know, it's a little bit tough, but they still managed to make themselves out alive. Amaterasu with his ultimate up. This could be a troublesome round for XCN, but let's see how they play this one out.
Excuse me. I think they should have gone for instead of the fake diffuse, I think you go for that initial diffuse, get it to half, right? If you get picked off in the end, so what, right? You have hopefully your other teammates that can kind of cover you when you're doing this, but I think that you need to get to that level where that the next opportunity you have to go for the diffuse, you have a chance, right? By just consistently faking it, you're not actually making any progress on the diffuse, and you don't have time then.
It's a very good point, but it looks like Antidote still wants to go with his aggression. He's watching the cross in case another player jumps over.
वो तो अभी सब टीम अडैप्ट कर रही है ना.
Run it back, just trying to get some
सबको अडैप्ट करना
information.
पड़ेगा.
Doesn't seem like he got anything out of that though. That is a little bit.
He sees him and just enough, and Antidote dashes away, so that's a good start to this round. XCN doesn't see it. He flashes. I think he flashed himself, but it was just a run it back. I've been there before, buddy.
Not too bad, but meanwhile the rest of the team are trying to make things happen on the other sides as well. Flinch pushing over into B, spots one out, but neglects to check the left corner, gets shot by Xcali. Cage though will be able to open C side up, and this could be a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. Plant for C long, watch the bomb, and XCN are just pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they have the default right in the open. Cage with a nice shot into the window, but he does pay with his life. Abong CS is still alive.
इतना जल्दी क्यों गया? एग्रेस क्यों किया? ये राउंड भी मिस्टेक था. राइट टू एस देखो अब भी आ रहा है सिटी स्पॉन से. तो इतना जल्दी जाना ही नहीं था.
And they have the diffuser from the other side. And I like the fact that they're changing it up. Normally you'd be the C-long, that's where they were the first time, and now they're kind of going in from garage, so it's a completely different angle they need to accomplish.
बहुत hasty खेल रहे. बहुत मतलब बोलते हैं ना जल्दी राउंड चाहिए उनको, ऐसा खेल रहे वो लोग. Desperation दिखा रहे मैच के बीच.
Seconds left, and XCN they're just playing it super safe. Spy cam is doing its thing as well, so Velocity they're just taking a little bit too much time with these retakes, and that allows XCN to pick up
3-1 हो गया. Down है वो
I'm
लोग.
not quite sure what's happening here with Velocity.
They're kind of slow to approach the retakes. I don't know what it is. It seems like a hesitation. They're going a lot for the fakes.
जवाब दे दे।
And at
क्या
times,
क्या
I think that you could just go straight
बीस
for
पूछ रहा है,
the
ignore क्यों
somewhat
कर रहा है
ballsy
उसको?
just diffuse, right?
बीस
I think
पूछ
that you
रहा है?
have a chance because
हाँ।
किधर पूछ
they're
रहा
not
है?
expecting the fact that
confirm
you're,
mute है।
they assume that you're going to go for
Mute
the
है
fake
तू।
and not go for the
कैसा सैफी ने म्यूट किया
It
अपने
does
को।
seem so.
मैं नहीं म्यूट किया।
We definitely did think that Velocity would have performed
क्योंकि
better starting
माइक
out on
म्यूट
defense.
करके
but
बैठते हो और बात
this is
करते हो
not what
उधर।
we want to see.
कौन सा नशा करके आए बे?
Still,
नहीं
they're
साहब,
going
वो
out for these early
unmuted है वो।
information plays, trying to
सच्चाई
maybe
बाहर आ
get
गई
an early
साफी।
pick. Antidote still doing his thing. He does manage to find one, but Cage will
अरे ये
get one
पिक
as
कर
well.
रहा है नहीं कर रहा है पूछ तो नहीं तेरे को आजा।
Actually, is it Cage or Kage? Because I know in Street Fighter it's actually Kage.
Yeah,
It's more of like
right.
the Japanese things, but we'll call him Cage just for the sake of. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, he gets a nice
Short, yeah.
headshot on Kage, Cage, whatever we're gonna call him. And
मजा आ रहा है
Amatsu's gonna
देखने में,
back
short
off here.
पड़
They
रही
do
है।
have C long completely
ये
covered.
तू सैफी का व्यूइंग बढ़ा ना भाई।
Long is completely covered.
सैफी
but
का
he
व्यूइंग
is
बढ़ा।
not. I stand corrected. Excali with a nutty
अरे
headshot with a sheriff, no less.
I mean, he gets the headshot, which was sick, with the single bullet, and then he steals her gun. I feel like it's just bad times.
Timing
Bad
loss
times.
यार
We get
Excali।
your gun. Now we're just going to reposition ourselves. You can get the spike down, but Excali is still looming over your shoulder.
ए वेंकी उसको बोल।
All they needed was that sound.
Hey,
cue.
की गाली
They
बढ़ रहा है
just need to know where the spike is. The reinforcements are on their way. They're making their way back. Does need to be a little
अरे,
careful
अरे।
there as his recon bolt is revealed his location.
Well, it's
Venki,
just
आवाज
one.
नहीं था।
It looks like he's just going to rotate on over to spawn instead. Meanwhile,
नहीं आ रहा
Antidote is
पीछे
the one with the sniper's nest position from heaven. But hiding underneath hell, that's going to be a tough corner to
नहीं,
clear
वो
out.
push
They
to
need
top
to
में है
watch
ना?
out
इसको
for
बोलते हैं
swings are short
ignorance।
as well. Flinch is gonna
सच्ची
be
में आवाज नहीं आ रहा
and this is the slow rotate that I'm talking about. They're taking way too long with these rotates, but if he connects the shot here, this could be it for XCN. He's looking for it still with the operator.
डिले आ रहा है डिले आ रहा है।
मूवी 3 दे दिया क्या कर रहे हो गाइस? डबल
These are
चेक
the
करो।
moments where you're taking individual
एंटीडोट ने
fights.
शॉट लगा के
If you
रखा था
drop
ऊपर
in,
से
go
हेवन से।
together into hell. I mean, you have to assume that like there's too many different angles, right? So the one is down towards
सापी इसको
A
first
long,
bullet spam पड़ी
right? So
थी।
what you would do is
सुबह
you
हाँ।
have antidote covering that area so that you have the ramp, and the other two.
अरे पर
go
डबल
together
अंडर हेवन
so that
क्लियर
you
करने
can
जाना
cover
चाहिए थे लोग।
Unfortunately,
एंटीडोट
they
ने ए
weren't
शॉट
synchronized like that, and
मार्क
what they
करके
did was
रखा
they
था ना
took
ऑफ से
individual fights,
हेवन
and
से।
they paid for it with that one, and XCN gets that win.
Yeah, not to mention that Antidote's still trying to make these retakes happen with an operator. I mean, if he just misses one shot,
सैफी 6-3 स्कोर है इधर 1-4।
अरे भोसड़ी के मत गिरना स्पॉइलर। चूत मारी का साला। इसको
दोनों
किक कर
बाजू में
बे।
बैठ के स्पॉइल दे कर रहे हैं।
Still, it's just early,
Yeah,
stages, right? This is a very common spot. We always know attackers are going to be hiding over by this part of the map. They're still just
गांड में
waiting things
अक्कल
out
है
over by
उसकी
mid,
चूतिए
and
की।
XCN, you know, they're kind of just waiting things out.
Tagged him, saw the Reyna. They know exactly where they are, where
तू
at
भी
least
तो
two of them
बोला।
are, which is a pretty big moment considering 2 of 5 agents. Right to Ace is going to just cover sewer zone, not be over aggressive as he doesn't need to be.
They're pushing along into short with the owl drone. And I think Right to Ace might have heard that, so he's going to back off behind the box. But looking at XCali, he's going to find the first headshot to open things up for Velocity. XCN now knowing that there is a little bit of competition over by A site, they're just going to rotate over onto another part of the map.
Yeah, XCali was so patient, hiding behind that box for the longest period of time. I would have fallen asleep if I was there.
Well, looks like Hellfire is going to be the one to wait patiently and find another headshot this time as Cage will fall. Antidote all the way over
कौन
by
बुलाया रे इसको
Dog as
डिस्कॉर्ड पे?
well. And just, it's so patient, and XCN, they're starting to fall apart. Flinch. Don't flinch here. Uh-oh.
Just too much. And it was weird because I thought he actually saw him.
Apa
He
siya?
looked away at the last second. He's like, now the guy's not there. I'm going to check a different angle. But like popping out of those smokes, you need to understand where the angles are. The fat
कौन बुलाया रे तेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड पे? चूतिए।
understanding how to...
क्या साफी?
कौन बुलाया इसको डिस्कॉर्ड पे?
Kind of took a bad angle. The
किसको
smoke was
बुलाया?
kind of in an
बीच को?
awkward position as well.
अरे
नहीं तो ना लो।
Just some things that you can kind of...
अक्कल नहीं है क्या तेरे को?
Yes, you can't really
मेरे
see
में एडेड नहीं है क्या वो लोग?
exactly know where you are, but you can
अरे
kind of look at the
हेलो
map and kind of get
अरे सैफी
some
मीना
idea
वेंकी
of
बोल
where
रहा
you're gonna pop out of.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, but for now...
कौन बोला? वेंकी बोला कि बीच बोला?
ए मैं थोड़ी बोला मैं तो अब भी आया सच बोला सच फुकट मेरे पे भड़केगा
हमारी माँ की अभी बेचो मॉम बेटे तो देते था गाली। चुपचाप बैठ के देखो ना, नहीं देखना तो निकलना इधर से चुतिया।
अरे
one tap. Still gonna pay for it with his life. The Hunter's Fury and the Sheriff will connect. Right to Ace comes in with a reply. It's gonna be a 4-on-3.
I mean, right to A is getting the
बे वो
return.
बीस्ट बे अक्कल ही नहीं है 2 रुपए का आदमी.
And you got the kill on the Reyna, right? So not the worst thing for Velocity Gaming for them, seeing as that they're up what 4 versus 3 here, and they're in a pretty decent position.
Absolutely good. I mean, I think the biggest thing was that the Hunter's Fury was spent. That is a big game-changing ultimate. You use it on only one guy.
Yeah, that was a bit of a waste there. I like if the Reyna just got the kill by himself. I mean, yeah, he only had a Sheriff, which is a little bit more difficult, but I think that you need to risk it because you want that Hunter's Fury when they're grouped up or you know that there's more than one. Maybe you tag somebody who's trying to defuse a spike or whatever, right? But Hellfire there gets a nice headshot on his clone, and he just backs off into C.
I mean, this is kind of a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. XCN, the way they're peeking these angles and corners, they're going in dry without utility, without teammates. They're just really slowly walking into the crosshairs of Velocity Gaming.
Oh, nice headshot. What a patient play by Hellfire. Just holding that right angle. Again, when you're looking
एक-एक करके क्यों आ रहे हैं लोग? एक-एक करके आ रहे हैं, इसके लिए पिक्स मिल रहा है अच्छा.
Nice kill there. And again, they're back into this as they're looking to turn this into a 3-4 game.
Yeah, pristine crosshair placement. These guys are, you know, OG CS pros after all. And Velocity Gaming are slowly but surely coming back into this game. And XCN, they need to figure out some sort of different strategy. I mean, at first, Velocity Gaming was kind of going with these really aggressive peaks in the first 5-10 seconds of the round. XCN kind of caught on to that fact, perhaps, but then now Velocity, you know, after conditioning them to play a little bit more slowly, Velocity are playing even slower, and XCN are just slowly walking into their crosshairs.
I feel like when you call like a team or a player XCS player, you're calling him a boomer. I don't know what it is. I mean, that's such an old school game, but
hey. All right, Hiko might be a boomer, but he's incredible, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to learn, and the skills are transferable for sure. Empress is going to be committed here, but can they find the right fight? Hot Hands has been committed on the ground, just a little bit of zoning, but they actually haven't walked out the sewers themselves, and they're just trying to find people, and again, just very, very patient by XCN.
Oh. Well, let's see if the patience will pay off. It's going to be an early kill. Now they have information. There's one more player over by A long. It's probably going to be an E-split push, in fact. And Velocity still playing it very safe, very slow. They're just waiting for the pushes to go through.
I mean, they see the shots. They know that people are roughly here, but they haven't done a full rotation yet by Velocity Gaming. I mean, you don't really need to when your sentries and your guards, like right to Ace, are getting headshots like this. So you're in a fine position, but that recon bolt is not actually going to see where Foxmork is. He's going to turn around and hit him right in the side of the head. Oh, he was not even facing the right way, but he looks like he gets another nice flick by Foxmork. They've got the site on lockdown, but he doesn't actually have the spike.
Wait. Okay, Foxmork manages to pull out those 2 kills. That was huge, and now they will get the spike down over by B. Velocity are looking towards A link now, and the way he's got it planted for mid. All he needs to do is just wait over in this corner.
Doesn't have much to do. I mean, he's got the camera. You've got the sound.
वो स्पॉट कैसे नहीं हुआ क्योंकि वो वॉल के ए बाजू था ना रिकॉन फुल नहीं गया राहुल इसके लिए स्पॉट नहीं हुआ वो
right by window so that he can just kind of spray some shots. Amarasu's going to go for the firewall and
वॉल के आड़े में था वो क्या बेचा है यार 5v3 राउंड था गाइस
assuming he got to half. I'm not sure if he did, but he's trying to peek through. Nice headshot by Abong, but he's been flashed and he gets another one. The second kill, he was shooting blind, but it doesn't really matter when especially when your crosshairs at the head level and you get a nice little 2K to just finish that round.
Really, really well played by Abong. I mean, like you said, you know, shooting it blind, but he just knew, right? Someone else is going to peek it. Let me just spray and pray, close my eyes. I can just hold down left clicked. You're going to walk into my crosshairs anyway. And now XCN, they're up by 2 rounds. This is the first round they've won in a while, but let's see if they can continue with this momentum. Velocity, again, it's once XCN comes in with a spike plant, they go in with a retake, but it takes a little bit way too long.
It seems simple in the sense that like they're kind of doing the same thing. Well, right to Aces just knows that like they tend to group up in that area, and that's why he did the Hunter's Fury, and he did get a kill on that one. So making use of the ult, and you're playing against or you're playing with.
Just for no, राहुल वैसा नहीं है.
Understanding where the enemy
is. भी बैठा उसके ऊपर हाँ. वो वैसा नहीं है राहुल. उसके रेडियस में तो रहना चाहिए मतलब वो रेंज वो कैसा था वॉल के पाली के ए बाजू था ना तो उसको वॉल कवर कर रहा था उसका बॉडी वॉल के थ्रू नहीं होता डिटेक्ट
and this could be a big issue. Now XCN are comfortable in their cubbies and hiding spots. Velocity needs to flush them out.
They need to flush them out, but they also need to smoke it, right? I think they need to cover things and just kind of hold that through. Oh, nice little recon bolt. Now will provide a lot of vision and information. Right to Ace does get the kill, but he does get killed in return. Kage does get the nice one, but it looks like XCN have pulled this away.
They're pulling this away, and they're pulling in their wins. They've got 3 wins on top.
Line of sight पे होना चाहिए, बराबर बोला.
6-3 is the score, and I mean, it's again with these retakes, it always falls apart for Velocity, and I think it's also partly due to the fact that whenever they go into them, for some reason they hold on to their operators. Operators and retakes it's a no-go. It's very difficult to pull one off unless you're someone like gsync who manages to turn things into 1v1s.
So you're saying these guys aren't as good as gsync? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I think that is what I'm saying. I'm really sorry to Velocity
Gaming. And they can find you on social media where? Hey, I'm Quack.
Yeah, that's right.
Good. Feel free to DM this guy,
Nice shot.
figure out what he's doing.
Send me hate mail. I'll get some of it.
Calling you out.